Chapter 314. Zheng Tan was originally nestled in his backpack, but when he heard Qin Tao's voice, he poked his head out. He was still wondering why this guy was here when he heard the latter part of Qin Tao's sentence. No matter when or where, Qin Tao always had a funny look on his face. He couldn't take any medicine well. 2 minutes later, Qin Tao and Mao were laughing so hard at the entrance of the restaurant that they couldn't even straighten their backs. The people passing by the entrance looked at them as if they were crazy. No, it was the three of them. There was another person who came out with Mao. Zheng Tan didn't know him, but he seemed to have a good relationship with Mao and Qin Tao. No matter how thick-skinned Feng Wenjie was, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed when so many people stared at him strangely. His level was far below Mao and Qin Tao's. As for Feng Mingming, she had already taken a few steps back when Qin Tao started laughing. She separated herself from Feng Wenjie and looked elsewhere to show that she wasn't with these jokers. Zhong Yan and his friends were a little embarrassed. They didn't know how to react. Their skin hadn't been worn out yet. Qin Tao and Mao came to Beijing to attend a friend's wedding. They came here 2 days in advance for the gathering, but they didn't expect to meet Zheng Tan and the others today. They also saw Zheng Tan wrapped in a jacket that didn't match his style. "I say, Black Coal, how did you get yourself into this?" As Mao spoke, he reached out and tugged at the bear ears on the polar bear hat. With his other hand, he took a few photos to show to his wife and Lulu. And he would also buy some new clothes for Black Rice. Zheng Tan couldn't be bothered with these two, but he was puzzled. Mao was fine, but how did Qin Tao recognize him at a glance? As he was thinking, Qin Tao said in surprise, "Ah, this cat is really black charcoal?" Zheng Tan. He had overestimated this person's eyesight. Mao's text message paused. "If you didn't recognize it, then why were you laughing?" He laughed because he was used to the black cat's serious look. When he was in Chuhua City, he didn't see the cat wearing anything except a vest. Today, when he saw the cat's outfit, Mao couldn't help but laugh. It was like seeing a strong man wearing a doll's outfit. The contrast was too big. "I think this cat looks stupid. It's obviously black, but it's wearing white," Qin Tao said. Thinking that the cat in front of him was the black cat from Chuhua City, Qin Tao, who had just stopped, started to laugh again. Hearing from Feng Wenjie that Zheng Tan had come to Beijing to film a documentary, Mao and Qin Tao were very surprised. At the same time, they also expressed that they would definitely support him when the time came and promote him. Not only Qin Tao and Mao, but Zhong Yan also heard it. He thought that when the film was released, he would go to the school and the surrounding school forums to promote it. The forums of these universities were quite popular. He believed that the effect would be good. The film hadn't been released yet, and Yang Yi and Xiaogua hadn't started promoting it, but the advertisement had already been released. Although documentaries rarely had the same celebrity effect as movies and television dramas, and there were also very few people who could be recognized by the audience. Most of them were unknown people. However, Yang Yi probably wouldn't have thought that Zheng Tan's trip would bring about an advertising effect. Probably finally feeling embarrassed, the group walked into the restaurant. Mao wanted to ask Feng Wenjie not to book a separate room, and ask him to join them. There were only 3 people in Mao's group today, but after thinking about it, he didn't do that. He guessed that if they were together, everyone's topics would be different. Qin Tao would definitely continue his topic of a man's temperament is directly related to what kind of wife he marries. And Feng Wenjie would probably continue to complain about his menopausal class teacher. Therefore, it was better to separate. They could talk freely. That way, they could enjoy themselves to the fullest. When they walked into the restaurant and parted ways, Mao called Zheng Tan over and said a few words. Zheng Tan's anger from being mocked just now hadn't subsided. He didn't have a good look at Mao, but after hearing what Mao said, Zheng Tan became serious, which was rare. Mao told Zheng Tan that he had seen Ah Wu when he went out the day before. He had also heard some things about cats. If Mao hadn't mentioned it, Zheng Tan would have almost forgotten about the cat trainer called Ah Wu. Probably because of the series of activities held in Beijing next year, the relevant departments accelerated the investigation of some criminal cases, as well as those potential threats. After Ah Wu came to Beijing, he was recruited through some channels to assist in the investigation and arrest. He didn't expect that those cats really did a lot of work. Ordinary people wouldn't think too deeply about a cat if they saw it in the daytime or at night. In the area of drug enforcement, firefighting, search and rescue, and so on, only dogs were well known. Who would think of cats? When he was caught, he didn't know what went wrong and exposed himself. Mao was just reminding him. He didn't think that Zheng Tan would get involved in this. It was also a reminder. He didn't want Zheng Tan to be tricked and used as a tool, especially by that Wu guy. This was not Chuhua City. There was no one to protect Zheng Tan. If something happened, they might not be able to find help in time. After all, it was just a cat. It had no human rights and was not protected by the law. It would die in vain. If something really happened, the Jiao family would probably cry until they fainted in the toilet. Fang Mingmeng and Fang Wenjie definitely hadn't heard of this kind of thing. If he hadn't met Mao today, Zheng Tan wouldn't have known. However, even if Zheng Tan knew now, he didn't think that he would have anything to do with Wu and those people. Moreover, during these days in Beijing, he hadn't seen any familiar cats or other suspicious people. Of course, it could be that Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to it. But thinking that in 2 or 3 days, someone would send Zheng Tan back to Chuhua City. When he returned to Chuhua City, there would be many people to protect him. Thinking of this, Zheng Tan was relieved. It had only been 2 or 3 days. He didn't have to be curious or meddle in other people's business. He just needed to eat, drink, and sleep. When Mao told Zheng Tan about this, no one else heard it. The others didn't expect Mao to tell this to a cat, so they didn't ask much. Just as Mao expected, Fang Wenjie kept complaining about his class teacher in the private room. Then he brought out the teachers of the other subjects one by one. Whether they were pleasing to the eye or not, he could always come up with a lot of reasons. If Mao and Qin Tao were here, Fang Wenjie might not have said all these things. This was because he wasn't sure if the two of them would turn around and tell on him to his father. Zhong Yan and his friends were listening at the side. Fang Mingmeng had long been used to Fang Wenjie's words. She ate at the side without changing her expression. At the same time, she added some food to Zheng Tan's plate. When she was raising Demi, Fang Mingmeng had read a lot of professional books. She remembered which things could be eaten, and which were best not to be fed. However, her father also said that this black cat was a little special and couldn't be judged by common sense. After hesitating, Fang Mingmeng followed her father's instructions and directly added food to his plate. Relationships could always improve by leaps and bounds at the dining table. After a meal, Fang Wenjie had become much more familiar with Zhong Yan and the others. Zhong Yan and Qin Tao also became more casual in their conversation. After the meal, the three of them exchanged contact information. Fang Wenjie said that he would get someone to send Zhong Yan and Qin Tao, but Zhong Yan refused. They could just take the bus. It was still early and there was a direct bus. Mao and the others were still eating inside. After eating, they would go out to have fun. Of course, they didn't dare to do anything too out of line. One was already married. One was about to get married. And Qin Tao was still in the process of turning over a new leaf. Before Fang Wenjie left, he went over to say hello. The three of them were drinking happily. They were probably talking about something inappropriate for minors. Fang Wenjie was pushed out of the door before he could say anything. The driver who picked up Fang Mingmeng and Fang Wenjie quickly came over after receiving a call. The night was very cold, but it was very warm in the car. Zheng Tan leaned against the window and looked at the night view outside. Many places had billboards advertising a major competition that would be held next year. There was an endless stream of cars and all kinds of people. As the car drove by, Zheng Tan didn't have time to look. Even if he saw a tall foreign beauty just now, he didn't have time to look at her for more than a few seconds. Probably because he had eaten too much tonight, his stomach and intestines were too active. The amount of blood in his head and limbs was reduced, and the blood supply to his brain was insufficient. Coupled with the warmth in the car, Zheng Tan was drowsy. Next to him, Fang Wenjie had already fallen asleep. Fang Mingmeng was also yawning. At a red light, the car stopped. After yawning again, Zheng Tan glanced outside. Zheng Tanzi stood up and leaned against the window to look out. 3 meters away from their car, there was a row of stone piers on the sidewalk. At this moment, A cat was squatting on one of the stone piers. It was a cat with a white body and a black tail. There were many cats with this color of fur in the world, but Zheng Tan could still confirm at a glance that this was the cat that he had seen beside Awu before. He remembered that it was called Longan or something. The car window was covered with a film, so the people outside couldn't see the figure in the car. Longan naturally couldn't see Zheng Tan either. She remembered that there used to be two other cats around this cat, called Lotus Seed and Babeo. However, when Zheng Tan leaned against the window and looked around carefully, looking for the figures of the other two cats, the car moved and soon, Longan's figure could not be seen. The coolness of the car window made Zheng Tan sober. According to the information revealed by Air Mao, Zheng Tan guessed what Longan and the others were doing. Drug enforcement? Chasing after criminals? It was really possible. When they met in the past, the three of them were almost tamed, so it was reasonable for them to do something similar. Zheng Tan himself had participated in similar operations. No matter what they were doing, Zheng Tan felt that it had nothing to do with him. In 2 or 3 days he would return to Chuhua. The matters in Beijing had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Zheng Tan quickly put these matters to the back of his mind. The driver first sent Fang Wenjie home, then sent Fang Mingming and Zheng Tan back. When they arrived at Fang Mingming's house, Zheng Tan saw Dammy running outside. In front of Dammy, a pug wearing a small cotton-padded jacket was running around with its tail between its legs. After hearing the sound of the car, Dammy ran over and stopped chasing the pug. The pug barked a few more times, bluffing. When Dammy took 2 steps in that direction, the dog immediately ran away. When Dammy stopped, it continued barking. "Dammy, you bullied it again." Fang Mingming picked up Dammy, who ran over. Zheng Tan saw clearly that Dammy's paws were still holding the dog's fur. It seemed like Dammy was actually quite ferocious, just like its father. When it came to fighting, it was definitely good. Chapter 315. At the end of the year, Fang Xiaokong was especially busy. Although he was usually busy, he would take a day off every week to relax. Now he had no time at all. Even when he called Fang Mingming, he was in a hurry. Fang Xiaokong arranged for someone to send Zheng Tan back to Chuhua. The exact date was also confirmed. Because of some last-minute matters, it was pushed back by 2 days. However, it was only 2 days. Zheng Tan could afford to wait. Zheng Tan yawned on the sofa and looked at the date on the calendar. Fortunately, he could go back the day after tomorrow. For the past few days, Zheng Tan had been holed up indoors, eating and sleeping. He did not go out. Firstly, it was too cold outside. Secondly, it was because of what Air Mao had said. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to laze around indoors to avoid any trouble. In the afternoon, Fang Mingming came home from school. After dinner, she informed her mother and went out. There was a model competition in her school. Recently, she had been discussing with 2 of her classmates. Fang Mingming's 2 classmates also lived in this villa area. It was convenient for them to form a group to discuss things. Demi followed Fang Mingming out. Every day, Demi would come back with a few short strands of dog fur in its paws. The pug that Zheng Tan saw being chased by Demi that night was the target of Demi's bullying. "Black Charcoal, let's go out together. It's time to move around. Look, you've put on weight these few days." Fang Mingming looked at Zheng Tan on the sofa and said before leaving, "Fat? Really? Muscles?" Zheng Tan looked down and did not feel fat. However, compared to the days when he was filming the documentary, he did grow a little. It was mainly because filming the documentary was more tiring. After that, he followed the filming crew everywhere and lost some weight. After filming, he did not have to do anything at Fang Mingming's house. He only cared about eating and sleeping. The weight that he lost immediately grew back. However, it was true that he did not move much. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan decided to follow Fang Mingming and Dammy out for a walk. He would treat it as a chance to digest his food. It should be fine to just walk around the villa area. He could also take a look at how the children were going to fix the models. This time, Zheng Tan didn't wear the polar bear costume that had been mocked by Mao and Qin Tao. Anyway, he wasn't going to travel far. As long as he was nearby, he didn't want to wear that. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by others. After leaving the house, the difference in temperature between the outside and the outside made Zheng Tan shiver. Looking at the rice beside him that was not affected at all, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do. He could not be envious. Compared to summer, the fur on Demi's body was much thicker in winter. It was already much stronger than other cats, but now it looked even stronger and stronger. It was no wonder that a few cats in this residential area ran away when they saw Demi. They were probably bullied before. Fong Mingming wrapped herself in a scarf and brought Zheng Tan and Dami to her classmate's house. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they arrived at a European-style villa. Instead of pressing the doorbell, they stood below and shouted, "Chulea." When Zheng Tan first heard this name, he thought that she was calling for someone to come out. Later, he found out that it was the name of a mixed-race girl who was one of Fong Mingming's classmates and model team members. After Fong Mingming shouted twice from below, Chulea came out with a small bag. Whose black cat is this?" Chulea asked Zheng Tan, who was standing next to Fong Mingming and Dami. "My dad's friend's cat. My family's Dami's elder." Fong Mingming heard Fong Xiaokong say the word elder when she was on the phone with Fong Xiaokong. Later on, when she introduced Zheng Tan to others, Fong Mingming would add this phrase, "elder." Chulea walked and looked at Zheng Tan curiously. "But it's not as tall as Dami." Zheng Tan was speechless. He felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. "They're not related by blood. They're of different breeds. You can't compare them," Fong Mingming explained. "Oh, that's true." Chulea nodded and did not add insult to Zheng Tan's injury. The two walked along the road for about 10 minutes and came to a villa. This time, Fong Mingming did not shout from below. Instead, she walked to the door with Chulea and pressed the doorbell. Woof 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 woof. As the doorbell rang, the dog inside barked. Zheng Tan knew that it was the pug that was always bullied by Dami. Soon the door was opened. A boy about the same age as Fong Mingming and Chulea opened the door with a biscuit in his mouth. This should be the other member of Fong Mingming's team, the boy named Ho Jinyi. "I'm late." Ho Jinyi opened the door. When he opened the door, his pug, Mao Do, was already in front of the door. When Dami came in, it immediately ran away and hid beside Ho Jinyi, barking at Dami. The three of them were already used to the way the cat and dog interacted. Speaking of which, these two were childhood friends and had been fighting since they were young. Mao Do had also been bullied by Dami since it was young. Although Dami was always fierce to Mao Do, if Mao Do fought with other dogs or cats, Dami would definitely rush over to help Mao Do. "Monkey, your Mao Do really loses every battle and keeps on fighting," Fong Mingming said with a smile. Ho Jinyi's nickname was Monkey. This surname had caused him a lot of trouble. His nickname was just one of the small problems. Hearing Fong Mingming's words, Ho Jinyi snorted and did not comment. "Hey, there's a black cat," Ho Jinyi exclaimed when he saw Zheng Tan. He only had 2 impressions of cats. The type that ran when they saw dogs and the type that fought when they saw dogs. Zheng Tan was a special case that Ho Jinyi had seen. He ignored Mao Do and did not fight with him. It was as if he was not interested in Mao Do at all. Fong Mingming once again briefly explained Zheng Tan's background. Ho Jinyi's house had a workshop, specially arranged for him. Fong Mingming and the other 2 designed their works in this workshop. Zheng Tan watched the 3 children make handmade models. Dami and Mao Do were already running around the house. Ho Jinyi's parents did not say anything. They were already used to this. After the 3 of them were busy for an hour, they took a break. Ho Jinyi's mother brought in a stack of desserts and some snacks. The 3 children chatted and talked about television dramas and their favorite celebrities. Ho Jinyi was not at all interested in the celebrities that Fong Mingming and Chulea mentioned. He was not a fan of celebrities. Instead, he admired the big shots in engineering. His grandfather was from the Academy of Engineering, and his father was also a talent in this field. The things that he had been exposed to since he was young made him more interested in things in this field. As for chasing celebrities, what was there to chase? Zheng Tan pursed his lips. This kid was still young. Naturally, he did not know why certain female celebrities and actresses were so popular with men. As for the male celebrities that Fong Mingming and Chulea mentioned, Zheng Tan expressed that he was only interested in things like X photos. Because Ho Jinyi's facial expression was too obvious. After Fong Mingming mentioned the names of a few idols, she asked Ho Jinyi, What's with that expression? Don't you like them? I don't like them, Ho Junyi said firmly. Jealous men are the ugliest. Chu Lei sneered. Zhang Tan was speechless. Why did it sound so awkward when these words came out from the mouth of a little girl younger than little Pomelo? Ho Junyi's face turned red. I'm not jealous. There's nothing to admire about them in the first place. Just like that Xiao next door. I don't like him. Xiao. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Lei looked at Ho Junyi at the same time. Doesn't your neighbor own a company? No, how long ago was that? The house was transferred to that Xiao 3 years ago, Ho Junyi said. What Xiao? Gongzi Xiao or something, Ho Junyi said after some thought. Gongzi Xiao. Zhang Tan felt that the two girls' eyes began to light up when they heard Gongzi Xiao. Zhang Tan and Ho Junyi could not help but move back a little. Knowing that Gongzi Xiao lived next door, and might be at home today, the two girls could not help but stand up immediately. They could talk about the model tomorrow. Gongzi Xiao was not that easy to bump into. Otherwise, they would have known that Gongzi Xiao lived next door to Ho Junyi for the past 3 years. The two girls scolded Ho Junyi for not being loyal enough. Gongzi Xiao had lived here for 3 years, and Ho Junyi only mentioned it now. Ho Junyi was also aggrieved. He did not like those celebrities. Besides, Gongzi Xiao was often not at home. He just happened to see him today when he went out to walk the dog. The two girls wanted to visit Gongzi Xiao. Ho Junyi, who was in a bad mood, was dragged along. Zhang Tan followed them. Speaking of Gongzi Xiao, Zhang Tan was quite familiar with this person. This person became popular in the past 2 years. Gongzi Xiao was the name of one of the characters this person played. Moreover, this person's name also had the word Xiao in it. Later on, he was called Gongzi Xiao by his fans. This person starred in a few good TV series, some in ancient times, some in modern times. When he was in the Jiao family, Zhang Tan and Jiao Ma watched this Gongzi Xiao's TV series together. From his past roles in TV series and the management and promotion of entertainment and public relations, many people felt that this Gongzi Xiao was a good-looking, good-natured, considerate, humorous, and handsome young man. It could be said that his fans ranged from 8-year-old girls to 80-year-old old ladies. In the popular ancient TV series that aired in the first half of this year, this Jiao Ma would sit on the sofa and wait for the TV after washing the dishes and sweeping the floor every night. Since the two children wanted to ask for autographs, Zhang Tan thought about asking for one when he had the chance. When he returned to Chuhua City, he would give it to Jiao Ma. Although Jiao Ma had passed the age of fanaticism, an autograph from a favorite celebrity would definitely make her happy for a long time. It was rare for him to come to Beijing, so this trip was not in vain. Actually, Zhang Tan felt that people like Fang Mengmeng only needed a word from her father to get an autograph or photo. But obviously, these children might not have realized this yet. When they went downstairs, Ho Junyi's father saw that the 3 of them were about to go out and asked, "Going out?" "Yes, going out for a while. I'll send them home later," Ho Junyi said. Ho Junyi's father nodded and did not say anything else. He only said, "Don't go too far at night." I know. Ho Junyi really did not want to tell his parents about the embarrassing thing of asking for an autograph from an idol. Seeing that the young master was going out, Mao Dou immediately squeezed out before the door was tightly shut. Demi was also quick, and was 1 step ahead of Mao Dou. 3 people, 2 cats, and a dog stood in front of Gongzi Zhao's house. Ho Junyi was pushed forward to press the doorbell. There was a room upstairs with a light on. There was someone in the house. After waiting for a minute, he did not hear any movement inside. He pressed the doorbell again, but still no one came to open the door. Ho Junyi turned around and was about to ask the 2 of them to give up, but when he saw the disappointment in their eyes, he braced himself and pressed the doorbell again. Just as Fang Mengmeng was about to give up, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a good-looking young man in his 20s. He was wearing a sweatshirt, and there was a little sweat on his forehead. He looked like he had just finished exercising. Chapter 316. When Gongzi Xiao saw the 3 children at the door, he was surprised. Knowing the purpose of their visit, Gongzi Xiao called the 3 of them into the house. It was too cold outside, and the 3 children did not have any photos or posters with them. Looking at the stubborn looks of the 2 little girls, even if Gongzi Xiao was impatient, he still put on a friendly face. However, when he saw a dog and 2 cats following him through the door, Gong Zixiao stopped in his tracks and frowned. Well, Gong Zixiao, do you not like cats and dogs? Fang Mingming asked carefully. Gong Zixiao's brows relaxed and he waved his hand. No, I had a friend who brought a dog here before, but the dog was too naughty. In less than an hour, it destroyed my sofa, a few props and a script. But it's okay. Well, my Dammy is very obedient and will never cause trouble. I will take care of it and not let it cause you trouble, Fang Mingming quickly promised. My Edu is the same. Ho Junyi called Edu, who was sniffing everywhere, to his side, afraid that it would cause trouble. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to this Gong Zixiao. He had heard people say that an actor with superb acting skills would always have a temperament that was constantly changing. Due to the need to adapt to different roles, they were constantly competing with others in their daily life. Therefore, out of curiosity, Zheng Tan calmly observed this celebrity who was quite popular with women. Perhaps he did not expect to be scrutinized so closely by a cat. The gaze that Gong Zixiao had hidden from the 3 children earlier was caught by Zheng Tan. From an angle that the 3 children could not see, when Gong Zixiao saw Zheng Tan, Demi and Mao Dou, there was a flash of hostility in his eyes. Zheng Tan was very sensitive to this, so he did not doubt his eyesight. It seemed that Gong Zixiao's temperament was not as kind as he appeared to be. He was just pretending in front of others. Zheng Tan curled his lips and spat in disdain. This person obviously did not like cats and dogs, but he was still looking for an excuse. It did not matter. Zheng Tan did not like this star. No matter how bad his personality was, it had nothing to do with him. He just did not know how many female fans would be sad if his true temperament was exposed one day. Usually no one comes here, so there's only black tea and water. Of course, there's also wine, but you're still young, so you can't drink that. Gong Zixiao brewed 3 cups of black tea, and handed it to the 3 of them. That's fine, thank you, Chulea said. Sorry to disturb you so late at night. Now that they had calmed down, Fang Mingming felt that it was a little rude. It's okay. It's rare to meet 3 little fans like you. I'm very happy, Gong Zixiao said with a smile. At the same time, he took out 3 photos from a drawer, signed them, and handed them over. As for Ho Junyi, he pushed the photo back and said seriously, "Thank you for your generosity, but I'm sorry, I'm not your crazy fan." Fang Mingming, Chulea, and Gong Zixiao. This child was so straightforward that it made people want to beat him up. Zheng Tan noticed that the corner of Gong Zixiao's eyes twitched. Generally, many celebrities who made it big knew how to be patient. This was also one of the difficult aspects of being a celebrity. Even if they were wronged or angry, they had to endure it and try their best to show their best side in front of others. Therefore, Gong Zixiao did not look embarrassed or angry at all. Although Ho Junyi was there to spoil the atmosphere, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the 2 little girls at all. When they found out that Gong Zixiao was exercising in his room, he did not hear the doorbell. When he came out to drink water, he heard it and immediately went to open the door. The 2 little girls' resentment of waiting outside the door for so long dissipated. So you were exercising. I heard that actors have to maintain their figures. Do you really have 8-pack abs? Do you really know how to fly a fighter jet? Do you really not use a stunt double for your action scenes? Gong Zixiao did not show any impatience with the series of questions. He answered them one by one with a gentle look on his face. The pursuit of fans brought a lot of trouble to celebrities. However, if there were no fans, the celebrity's fame would probably not be that great. So was this the legendary pain and happiness? Ho Junyi looked at Fang Mingming and Chulea and shook his head. He really could not understand. The IQ of these 2 crazy fans had plummeted to negative numbers. How could they fly a fighter jet? T. How could they believe what they saw on TV? By the way, Gong Zixiao, I heard that your next film is about urban zombies. I've seen the style in it. It's so cool, Chulea said with a red face. The 3 of them were talking about the new film starring Gong Zixiao that would be released during this winter break. Ho Junyi coughed, intending to make his presence known. Actually, the so-called vampires and zombies don't exist. They're all stories adapted from the fantasy of Porphyria. They suck blood and eat human flesh, and they're afraid of light. Wasn't there a film some time ago where a porphyria patient hid human organs in his refrigerator? As he said that, he glanced at the refrigerator beside him. Fang Mingming, Chu Leia, and Gong Zishao were speechless. Zheng Tan noticed the corner of Gong Zishao's eyes twitching again. Gong Zishao was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled, got up, walked to the refrigerator, and opened the large double doors. I don't have those scary things here. There was not much in the refrigerator. There were only some fresh-looking fruits in the freezer. When Gong Zishao took out the fruits for the three of them, closed the refrigerator door, and turned around, Ho Junyi spoke again. Have you heard of the refrigerator philosophy? The trash bin and refrigerator can reflect a person's attitude towards life. The things stored and decorations can reveal a person's personality. So according to my deduction, Gong Zishao doesn't cook by himself. Chu Leia immediately defended himself. Gong Zishao is so busy. It's understandable that he doesn't have time to cook. Besides, there's a good saying, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. It's a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. And it doesn't mean that he doesn't cook. It mainly means that he doesn't want to enter the kitchen because he can't bear to see someone kill. That's why my dad said that people who say such things are hypocritical and irresponsible hypocrites. They eat the meat in their bowl, and complain that others are cruel. Fang Mingming, Chu Leia, and Gong Zishao were speechless. Anyone would think that he was scolding Gong Zishao for being hypocritical and irresponsible. Fang Mingming and Chu Leia wished they could go up and kick Ho Junyi. They really regretted bringing Ho Junyi along. They had embarrassed themselves in front of their idol. It was their first visit, and they had left a bad impression on him. Zheng Tan could almost see the group of troublesome children in the East Courtyard. If Ho Junyi lived in the East Courtyard, he believed that he would get along well with Jiao Yuan, Suan, and the others. Stubborn science guy. Chu Leia mumbled. You're wrong. I'm more inclined towards engineering. Science is different from engineering, Ho Junyi corrected her. Zheng Tan saw Gong Zishao looking down and rubbing his right thumb and index finger together. He had no idea what he was thinking. Perhaps Gong Zishao was unhappy with Ho Junyi's words. Looks like I'll have to learn how to cook in the future. Gong Zishao looked up and smiled at the three of them. Little Ho, you know a lot of things. You're also very observant. Zheng Tan did not know if he was overthinking, but he felt that Gong Zishao's last sentence had a deeper meaning. There was a heater in the house, but Zheng Tan suddenly felt a little cold. Ho Junyi was quite proud of himself. He looked around and pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. Is that the dimmer glass? Yes, little Ho even knows about this. How surprising, Gong Zishao said in a casual tone. Zheng Tan felt even colder. He was a little confused and felt that the atmosphere was not right. However, seeing that the three children were still the same, Zheng Tan wondered if he was overthinking and being paranoid. He looked around and saw some items of different sizes on a display shelf not far away. He heard that they were all gifts from fans. There were dolls, crystal items, commemorative shirts, and so on. Zheng Tan jumped onto the display shelf and saw a cat toy that looked like Huang's. He looked closer and saw a small note on it. It was a message from a fan. A photo of the display shelf had been published on the internet. It made the fans even more loyal to Gong Zishao. After all, it also showed how much their idol valued them. As he looked, Zheng Tan heard Gong Zishao talking to Fang Mingming and the others about cats. He sounded quite professional. Because I don't spend much time at home all year round, I don't have any pets like cats or dogs. By the way, I saw a dragonly cat on the wall of my house yesterday, but it didn't eat the food I gave it. Oh, there's another one. I saw it when I went home last week. It had a white tail and a black cat, but it ran away when I got close, Gong Zishao said. Fang Mingming frowned. I've never seen such a cat around my house. I don't know whose it is. Maybe I can find it and make friends with Dammy. Pa! Before Fang Mingming could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of something shattering on the display rack. She was shocked and looked over. Only then did she realize that a crystal cup on the display rack had fallen to the ground and shattered. At that moment, there was only a black cat standing on the display rack. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Black Charcoal. I'm willing to compensate. Fang Mingming looked at Gong Zishao nervously. She was afraid that he would be angry at Zheng Tan because of this. At the same time, she also asked Zheng Tan to quickly get down from the display shelf. Ignoring Fang Mingming's words, Zheng Tan felt a chill run down her spine. If the dragon Li and the cat with a white body and a black tail that Gong Zhixiao had mentioned were Lotus Seed and Longan, this Gong Zhixiao was very likely problematic. It wasn't an illusion just now. Zheng Tan looked at Gong Zhixiao again. Before Zheng Tan could think more, he heard Edamame's cry. The four of them were too focused on their conversation and didn't notice Edamame, who had slipped away from Ho Junyi's feet and wandered around. Hearing Edamame's cry, Zheng Tan was keenly aware of the murderous aura that suddenly appeared on Gong Zhixiao's body. Dammy, who was originally obediently nestled next to Fang Mingming, was now staring at Gong Zhixiao. However, the three children didn't notice anything. When Edamame started to cry, Ho Junyi got up from the sofa and ran to the place where the sound came from. He was worried that Edamame would cause trouble in the house. This time, Dammy didn't join in the fun because of Edamame's cry. It stayed by Fang Mingming's feet and was very vigilant. Chapter 317. Fang Mingming and Chu Leia followed Ho Junyi in that direction. Demi followed closely beside Fang Mingming. Gong Zhixiao walked behind them, and Zheng Tan was at the back. Zheng Tan had a bad feeling about the conversation between Gong Zhixiao and Fang Mingming. He was so shocked that he accidentally knocked the crystal cup to the ground when he turned around. Before Zheng Tan could figure out how to deal with it, Edamame started barking. In order to observe Gong Zhixiao better and prevent him from suddenly doing anything threatening, Zheng Tan walked at the back and kept an eye on Gong Zhixiao. During their conversation, Gong Zhixiao had said that he was the only one in the house. Therefore, Gong Zhixiao was undoubtedly the most threatening person. What Zheng Tan needed to do now was to keep an eye on this person. Fortunately, Gong Zhixiao did not seem to care about Zheng Tan. He only paid attention to the three children running in front of him. When Zheng Tan went over, he saw Edamame at the end of the corridor on the first floor. There was a tightly shut door at the end of the corridor. The door probably led to the workshop. Beside the door was a metal shelf placed in a corner. At that moment, Edamame was roaring in front of the shelf. It seemed like there was something hidden under the shelf. From time to time, he would use his claws to scratch at the shelf. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Gong Zhixiao's expression. After seeing Edamame's situation, Gong Zhixiao's eyes flashed. He rubbed his right thumb and index finger together, and then stuffed it into the pocket of his sports jacket. Seeing this, Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that there was an offensive weapon in his pocket. Edamame. Ho Junyi ran over and tried to pick Edamame up. However, Edamame was very persistent under the shelf. When Ho Junyi came over to pick him up, he struggled a few times and knocked against the shelf. "Aya! A rat!" Chu Leia exclaimed. A rat about 10 centimeters long came out from under the shelf. When Chu Leia screamed, it quickly ran past her feet and disappeared from the living room where they were sitting. Clearly, it had found another place to hide. What a busybody! Chu Leia patted her chest. She was scared out of her wits when the rat ran past her feet. As for Mao Dou, they all knew that Ho Junyi's Mao Dou liked to catch mice very much. He had caught 3 mice in a year, so Ho Junyi once boasted that his Mao Dou was as good as several cats in other houses. However, on the second day after Ho Junyi showed off, Demi caught 5 large rats and placed them in front of Ho Junyi's house, giving Ho Junyi's mother a shock. "So it's a rat." Fang Mingming was relieved and apologized to Gong Zhixiao. She had originally said that she would take good care of the pets and not let them cause trouble, but in the end, such troublesome things happened one after another. "It's all right," Gong Zhixiao said with a smile. He didn't take out his right hand from his pocket. "Hey monkey, what are you still standing there for?" Fang Mingming urged. Ho Junyi stood beside the shelf with Edamame in his arms, as if he had lost his mind. After hearing Fang Mingming's words, Ho Junyi's body trembled and he slowly turned around. Strangely, when Ho Junyi turned around with Edamame in his arms, his face was a little pale, as if he was frightened. "What's wrong with you? Don't be afraid. Although Edamame is a troublemaker, Gong Zhixiao won't blame you. Look, Black Charcoal didn't even say anything when he broke something," Chu Leia comforted. Ho Junyi quickly glanced at Gong Zhixiao, who was smiling, and opened his mouth to explain. He closed it again, hesitated, and then said, "I want to go home." Chu-Leia looked at the watch on her wrist. Actually, it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. They usually discuss models until 9:30 before going home. She wanted to stay with her idol a little longer, so it was rare that they bumped into each other. Gong Zixiao smiled. When he was chatting with the two girls, he already knew the three children's daily schedule. Moreover, they didn't tell their family that they were coming over. "It's 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. How about this? It's rare for you to come over, so I'll give you a signed DVD, Gong Zixiao said. Chu-Leia and Fang Mingming's eyes lit up. Is it the one that won an award this year? In high definition? Do you still have DVDs of previous movies? We can buy them. I have money on me, Fang Mingming said. If you don't have enough money, can I pay by card? No need. Just take it as a gift from me. Oh, those are all upstairs. I'll take you upstairs to take a look. Take whichever you like, Gong Zixiao said. Okay. Seeing Fang Mingming and Chu-Leia follow Gong Zixiao upstairs with faces full of anticipation, Ho Junyi hesitated for a moment. He put down edamame and quickly followed them. He was worried about his two companions. While going upstairs, Ho Junyi took out his cell phone from his pocket and was about to call home. However, when he took out his cell phone, he realized that there was no signal at all. Zheng Tan followed Gong Zixiao upstairs while waiting for Ho Junyi. Therefore, when Fang Mingming and Chu-Leia walked into the room with DVDs and posters that Gong Zixiao mentioned, Zheng Tan did not go in. He waited for Ho Junyi in the corridor on the second floor in front of the door. When Ho Junyi called Fang Mingming and Chu-Leia's names and ran upstairs in a panic, Zheng Tan heard a bang. He turned around and saw that the door to the room that Fang Mingming and Chu-Leia had just entered was closed. Gong Zixiao was standing at the door, watching Ho Junyi run upstairs. What are you trying to do? Ho Junyi said as he looked at the closed door. Gong Zixiao stood there with an indifferent expression on his face. He looked at Ho Junyi and said, "Can you tell me what you discovered just now, smart boy? Let us go home. If we can't go home by 9:30, you'll be in trouble," Ho Junyi said. This was the truth. Usually, if the three children were not home after 9:30, the parents of the three families would call each other to ask about it. Gong Zixiao's face turned cold. "So little boy, you'd better be obedient." Gong Zixiao walked towards Ho Junyi. He did not expect the three children to come over today, and they kept pressing the doorbell. Before he opened the door, he saw the three people outside through the camera and the anti-theft eye. As for the three pets, perhaps it was because of the angle, he did not notice them until he opened the door. He always thought that children were easy to fool. He just needed to prevent the dog from discovering anything. However, he did not expect the kid with the surname Ho to know so much. It seemed that the kid had discovered something. Sometimes the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Seeing Gong Zixiao walking towards him, Ho Junyi threw the phone in his hand at him. He did not even check if it hit the target. He turned around and ran downstairs. Mao Do, who did not know what happened, followed Ho Junyi downstairs. Gong Zixiao dodged the phone that was thrown at him and chased after him. Zheng Tan put his ear to the door and listened carefully to the movements of Fang Mingming and Mao Do, who were locked in the room. They seemed to be quite energetic, so they should be safe for the time being. He also ran downstairs. He did not know what Ho Junyi had discovered that made Gong Zixiao expose himself. When Gong Zixiao first entered the door, he showed hesitation and frowned as if he was in a difficult situation. It was probably an act for the three children to see, so that they would take the initiative to protect the three pets. Why did this person not want to see the dog and the cat? Was he afraid that something that should not be exposed would be discovered by the pets with a sensitive sense of smell? Fang Mingming and Mao Do, who were locked in the room, also realized that something was wrong. The door could not be opened, and the only tall window was tightly shut. The glass was too hard to break. They did not know what material it was made of. The originally transparent window seemed to be separated by a thick layer of fog. This was the light-adjusting glass that Ho Junyi had mentioned before. It could be made transparent, and could also be used to block vision. What drove them crazy was that all the lights in the room had been turned off. Fong Mingming wanted to try the method that her father had taught her to use the light switch to send an SOS signal for help. Now it seemed that it was not necessary. Their bags were still in the living room on the first floor. They did not bring their mobile phones with them. The only thing they could use was the key ring that Fong Mingming always carried with her. There was a mini flashlight that was the size of a pen cap on it. Using this to send an SOS signal? It seemed a little difficult, and the effect would definitely not be good. Seeing that the window could not be broken, Fong Mingming decided to change her strategy. After looking around with the mini flashlight, she set her eyes on the louvered vent on the wall. However, this vent seemed to be too small. Even if they smashed the vent open, they might not be able to squeeze in. They also did not know where this vent led to. After all, they were only 2 children. Although they were very scared and could not think of any good ideas at the moment, it was still much better than other children who only knew how to cry. Chu Leia followed Fong Mingming and smashed the vent with something as she screamed for help. However, the people outside the house might not be able to hear their screams. The soundproofing was very good to begin with. In addition, there was a world-famous song playing outside the house. Although the sound was not loud, it was just enough to cover the soft cries coming from inside the house. On the other side, Ho Junyi, who had run downstairs, wanted to quickly call for help to save his 2 companions. However, when he went downstairs, he realized that both the windows and the door could not be opened. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were all tightly shut and blurred, isolating the house from the outside world. Ho Junyi ran towards the living room, hoping to find something that could help. However, he was too scared. In his hurry, he did not notice that there was another person who was running from the door to the living room. He staggered and fell. When he looked back, he saw that Gong Zixiao, who was holding a golf club, was less than 3 meters away from him. His pupils constricted, and his smart mind went blank. If Gong Zixiao took 2 more steps forward, he would be able to catch the kid who was causing him trouble. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his clothes from behind and flinging him to the side. It was too sudden. Gong Zixiao did not expect anyone to be behind him. All his attention was on Ho Junyi and the dog beside him, so he did not take any precautions against the person behind him. Bang! Chapter 318. After kicking Gong Zixiao to the ground, Zheng Tan kicked him twice more, making him unable to stand up. Then he stepped on his face, jumped to the side, and kicked the golf club that had been separated from Gong Zixiao's hand towards Ho Junyi. When edamame saw Zheng Tan kicking Gong Zixiao, it rushed up and bit Gong Zixiao's leg. Of course, compared to Niu Zhuangzhuang, edamame was considered gentle. It was not as bloody as the time when Niu Zhuangzhuang bit the thief. After the bite, the dog was probably not used to biting people. Then it turned to gnaw on Gong Zixiao's trousers and shoes. Finally, it found some feeling and started to bite more vigorously. After Zheng Tan jumped to the side, he saw that Ho Junyi was still in a daze. There was no reaction at all, and Ho Junyi was staring straight at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan immediately glared. F***CK, is this kid scared silly? I already kicked him down and kicked the golf club to you. Why don't you pick up the golf club and hit the enemy? Don't you know what it means to take advantage of your weakness to take your life? You haven't fought before, right? Zheng Tan would never have thought that when he kicked Gong Zixiao. What appeared in Ho Junyi's mind was not confusion, nor was it saved, nor was it because he was scared silly as Zheng Tan thought. Instead, it was a diagram of the breakdown of force. Moreover, according to Gong Zixiao's reaction and movements, it estimated the approximate amount of force used by Zheng Tan. It was precisely because of this that Ho Junyi was stunned, because the result did not conform to common sense. How could a cat have so much strength? After calculating it once, it recalculated it twice, and the result was the same all 3 times. Unbelievable, dumbfounded. Little Ho Junyi's mind was currently running like a herd of alpacas. If Zheng Tan knew what Ho Junyi was thinking, he would definitely run up and give him a few kicks. F***CK. At such a tense moment, this kid actually had the time to do a physical and mechanical analysis. Did he learn to be stupid? However, Ho Junyi soon came to his senses after hearing edamame's roar. He looked at Gong Zixiao, who was struggling to stand up, and picked up the golf club with trembling hands. When Gong Zixiao looked at him with red eyes, Ho Junyi gritted his teeth and swung the club. Bang! The big star was hit on the head, and tragically fainted. Seeing this, Ho Junyi was very scared. He was afraid that he would knock someone to death. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the person lying on the ground did not respond, he trembled and moved closer. He put his finger on Gong Zixiao's wrist to feel her pulse, and then let out a long sigh. Luckily, he was only fainted, and no one died. This should be counted as his self-defense, right? Edamame was still biting Gong Zixiao's trousers, shaking its head and tearing it apart. It made a low whining sound in response to Gong Zixiao's kicks. But now, even if it bit his pants, it wouldn't have any attack power. No matter how hard he tried, no one would kick him. Gong Zixiao's coma temporarily eased the atmosphere, and Ho Junyi's tense nerves relaxed a little. However, when he thought of what he had seen and guessed at the end of the corridor on the first floor, he was worried. He really wanted to leave this place. Zheng Tan ignored Ho Junyi's conflicted emotions. After Ho Junyi knocked Gong Zixiao out, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he jumped up and stepped on Gong Zixiao's face, which attracted countless girls and women. Seeing that there was no reaction and that Gong Zixiao had really fainted, he moved closer and reached his hand into Gong Zixiao's pocket. He was very curious about what was in Gong Zixiao's pocket, and why his hand was always in there. Now that he took it out, he found that it was a small remote control. Could it be a button that controlled some functions in this house? For example, windows, doors, and so on. Many rich people's houses started to be smart. When Zheng Tan was still a human, he had seen some people's houses using smart design. Gong Zixiao's house was probably similar, right? The remote control was full of characters and some patterns. Zheng Tan could not understand them. He pressed it twice and did not find anything unusual, so he ignored it. Ho Junyi, who was panting and trembling, saw the remote control. His eyes lit up and he picked it up with his free hand. Zheng Tan planned to go up to the second floor to check on Fang Mingming and the rest. He stopped in his tracks and moved his ears, carefully distinguishing some sounds. Then he ran to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and listened carefully. He confirmed that it was Demi's cry. The cry was different from usual. Many people probably had not heard Demi cry out like that. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that Demi's cry was similar to the way Black Rice used to summon cats. Although the cry did not sound exactly the same, Zheng Tan felt that it was very similar. Perhaps this was an ability that was inherited from the mother. Others could not learn it, but Demi did not need to learn it. It was like cheating. The natural world was full of strange things. There were many things that made people envious and jealous. At the same time, Zheng Tan had to sigh again. This family's genes were really King awesome. While Zheng Tan was thinking, the other residents near this house who had cats and could hear the cats cry began to have abnormal reactions. They cried out and wanted to run out. In Fang Mingming's room on the second floor, the two of them worked together to smash the louvered vent and let Demi escape through the vent. Fang Mingming even took off the bow on her head and let Demi carry it to find help. She had seen this on TV before, but in fact the other end of the vent was blocked by something. Demi could not get out at all. However, if it cried out here, it could be heard loudly from outside. It would not be covered by the music that was playing. As it cried out, it created an effect that Fang Mingming did not expect. Zheng Tan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and thought for a while. Then he planned to go back to the second floor. At this time, Ho Junyi fiddled with the remote control and figured out something. After pressing a few buttons, the originally blurry floor-to-ceiling window suddenly became transparent. There was only some water vapor attached to it. Zheng Tan wiped it and found that on the other side of the glass window, there were a few cats. There was Lotus Seed, Longan, and the forest cat that he had not seen for a long time. It seemed that they had been trained by Awu. Since they could hear Demi's cry, it was obvious that they were not far from here. This also proved that there was something wrong with Gong Zixiao, and it was not a small problem. In addition to these familiar-looking cats, there were also cats from nearby households. Most of them seemed to be expensive cat breeds, and they even had cat tags on them. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or expensive cats, they were all howling and wandering around the house at the moment. With such an abnormal phenomenon and movement, it was believed that the people nearby would come over. Zheng Tan had already seen Ho Junyi's father running over. Originally, Ho Junyi's father was smoking outside the door and waiting for Ho Junyi. He did not expect to hear Demi's cry. Although the sound sounded different from usual, they were familiar with Demi and could associate it with Demi. Moreover, the sound came from the house next door. The two houses were about 10 meters apart. Ho Junyi's father walked over and looked into the yard. He found several cats in the yard and other cats that he knew lived in the nearby residents' houses. It was a very strange phenomenon. Ho Junyi's father pressed the doorbell and found that no one opened the door. He realized that something was wrong and called Ho Junyi, but there was no response. Therefore, Ho Junyi's father contacted the parents of the other two families. When he found out that none of the three children had been seen, he directly called the police. The security in charge of this residential area also rushed over. Although Ho Junyi used the remote control to make the dimmer glass transparent, he could not find the correct button and solution for the door of the room upstairs. Perhaps there were other input instructions. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously for a while. After hearing the knocking on the glass window, he looked up and saw the people outside the glass window. Ho Junyi, who had been nervous, almost burst into tears. He kept patting the floor-to-ceiling window. Through a layer of glass, Ho Junyi's father was quite worried after seeing his son's appearance. Without waiting for the police and security to come, he ran home to get the tools. Zheng Tan did not know what tools Ho Junyi's father was holding. He just followed Ho Junyi back and found shelter. Then the next moment he saw that the floor-to-ceiling window was all broken. It did not explode everywhere, only falling in the area of the floor-to-ceiling window. By the time the police and security rushed over, Ho Junyi's father had already used the tools to cut open the door on the second floor. Looking at Ho Junyi's father, who was wearing work clothes and gloves and holding a set of tools, Zheng Tan thought that these people were too tough. When Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia came out, other than being a little surprised, they were in good health. They only had some scratches on their hands, which were not serious injuries. The parents accompanied and comforted them. After all, they were still children. After experiencing such things, they did not know if it would leave a psychological shadow. The parents were thinking about how to get rid of the negative emotions that might affect the children. Zheng Tan looked around. Lotus Seed and Longan had disappeared. Awu was probably nearby. Now that there were more people here, it called them back. The police and security did not think that these cats would be of any use. They watched them leave and did not stop them. The people who lived in this area were either rich or powerful. After such a big incident, the police would definitely be very busy. Who would pay attention to those cats? When the police car arrived, it made a lot of noise. The unconscious Gong Zixiao was taken away. In addition, Zheng Tan saw the police carry out a long object wrapped in a black bag. Zheng Tan sniffed it and smelled a faint smell of blood in the wind. The three children were accompanied by their parents and did not see the situation over there. This was good. Otherwise, they would probably be even more traumatized if they saw it. Chapter 319. If the key to this incident was Zheng Tan taking the lead by surprise and kicking Gong Zixiao out, then Demi's actions directly sped up the end of the crisis. Without Demi's howl, it would not have caused such a big commotion, and the people around might not have been able to react so quickly. Fang Mengmeng hugged Demi and sat next to her mother. Zheng Tan did not go over. He was worried. At that time, he was only focused on getting rid of Gong Zixiao, so he did not have time to hide. Now that he thought about it, Zheng Tan realized that Ho Junyi looked at him suspiciously. After coming out of the house, Ho Junyi calmed down and told a police officer about the whole incident. He even glanced at Zheng Tan a few times. Other than the police officers who were handling the case outside, the three children and their parents were temporarily staying at Ho Junyi's house. Why was Ho Junyi the one telling the story? Because among the three children, he was the first to calm down. Ho Junyi was accompanied by his father and told them about the incident. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia were resting in another room, so they could not hear what Ho Junyi said. Zheng Tan was still worried. He moved closer and hid behind a cabinet to eavesdrop on their conversation. At that time, Mao Dou found the mouse. I went over to pull it back, but it bumped into the shelf. I saw blood stains on the wall behind the shelf. It wasn't much, but the color didn't look like it was from a long time ago. It was relatively new. Moreover, the color and traces on the wall showed that it used to be a shorter and wider object. The shelf was moved over later, and it was just enough to block the blood stains on the wall. I also smelled something like bleach. There was no signal on the phone. Ho Junyi spoke intermittently, but the rules were still clear. His voice also trembled a little. His father patted him on the back, which comforted Ho Junyi's emotions that had started to fluctuate again because of his narration. However, when Ho Junyi was telling the story, both the police officer and Ho Junyi's father, who was accompanying him, twitched their faces a few times. The former felt that the child knew too much, and was very observant. Moreover, he was able to notice things that many adults might not notice. He was not like a child at all. The latter, on the other hand, felt that while their child had the halo of a genius on his head, there was also a retard stamp on his head. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Ho Junyi was a retard. It was true that he had a higher IQ than others and knew more things. However, when it came to dealing with people, he could be said to be childish. Sometimes his words could drive people crazy. Father Ho had received more than one phone call from the school teachers complaining. Ho Junyi's narration was quite detailed. From the moment he entered young Master Zhao's house to the moment he left. Mr. Ho saw a very serious problem from his narration. Although he had always thought that it would be better when the child grew up, he had to solve this problem now. Otherwise, he was afraid that something similar would go wrong in the future. However, there were some details that were left out. No matter how the police officer and Father Ho asked, Ho Junyi refused to say anything. For example, the part where Zheng Tan kicked Gong Zixiao. Zheng Tan eavesdropped anxiously, and found that Ho Junyi didn't sell him out. Only then did he feel relieved. Before, he didn't find this kid pleasing to the eye, but now he found that this kid was still okay. Dad, did I do something wrong? Ho Junyi looked like he was about to cry. He wasn't stupid. After thinking about it, he realized that many times, it was his fault that Fang Mingmeng and Chu Leia were in danger. Seeing Ho Junyi's expression, Father Ho didn't ask any more questions. He waved at the police officer, indicating that he could leave. Then he began to comfort Ho Junyi. After all, he was only a child. You couldn't expect him to take care of everything. As for those problems, Father Ho decided to take it slow and solve the problem at hand first. Feng Xiaokong arrived early the next morning. When he received the call, he was busy in another province. After learning about it, he bought the earliest flight and flew over. Zheng Tan saw that he was really angry this time. Since the incident, no one had come to look for Zheng Tan. However, this might only be temporary. It was also because Ho Junyi hadn't sold Zheng Tan out. Zheng Tan kept thinking about Mao's words. Wu was around last night, so he should be able to find him. Although Ho Junyi didn't tell Zheng Tan out, Gong Zixiao was still there and his injuries were still there. If they really wanted to pursue the matter, they might be able to link it to Zheng Tan. However, after getting a guarantee from Feng Xiaokong, Zheng Tan was relieved. The matter here was handed over to Feng Xiaokong. In order to avoid some other problems, Feng Xiaokong decided to let Tang Qingti send Zheng Tan back to Chuhua City the day before. This was also what Zheng Tan was willing to do. He always felt uneasy staying here. He was afraid that he would be dragged to join Wu's team. Before leaving, Zheng Tan heard Feng Xiaokong talking to someone about this matter. It turned out that the person Lotus Seed and Longan were following was not Gong Zixiao, but the person who was killed by Gong Zixiao. Of course, Gong Zixiao was also involved. According to the conversation, Gong Zixiao was involved in a lot of things, including prostitution, gambling, and drugs. He even had a murder case. He probably received some news and knew that the higher-ups were investigating something. After returning to his residence, he observed for 2 days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give up the things he earned. After the suspect went to find Gong Zixiao, the two had an argument. The former directly suffered a tragedy. As for Gong Zixiao, someone tipped him off. When he found that the situation was not right, he was ready to pack up and leave. He didn't expect to receive an unexpected guest when he was busy packing up and leaving. In order not to give himself away, Gong Zixiao disguised himself very well. However, he didn't expect that the boy surnamed Ho to know so much. Moreover, he clearly didn't know how to observe people's expressions, but he could find problems that others didn't notice. He said that he really didn't want to kill. He just wanted to lock up the 3 children first and wait for him to escape, the person who spoke to Feng Xiaokong said. But he didn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other dangers to their lives, such as hunger, thirst, or mental stress. Those are only children. Moreover, when people act impulsively, anything is possible. Maybe one of the children will become a hostage, or something else unexpected, Feng Xiaokong said as he smoked. He was telling the person in front of him that he was going to investigate this matter. There were also a few people involved, as well as the person who tipped off Gong Zishao. None of them would be able to escape. I know what you mean. The person finished speaking and left. Feng Xiaokong knocked on the table with one hand, took a puff of his cigarette, and put it out in the ashtray. He took his coat and walked out. Black charcoal, I owe you a favor this time. Feng Xiaokong's heart was clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a hurry to send Zheng Tan away. Temporarily avoiding this matter was also a form of protection for Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan jumped into the car. He had already packed everything, and was waiting for Tong Qing to come. Just now, Tong Qing was called over by Feng Xiaokong to give him some instructions. After a while, Tong Qing came back. He opened the car door, and was about to get in when he heard a voice behind him. Wait a minute. Zheng Tan looked over, and saw Ho Junyi running over with a small suitcase in his hand. Ho Junyi's complexion was not bad. His family must have counseled him. But, why is this kid carrying a suitcase over? Ho Junyi's forehead was covered in sweat from running. After he came over, he folded the drawbar and rollers on the suitcase and put it away. Now it looked like a suitcase. The suitcase was a little heavy, and Ho Junyi had a hard time carrying it. Tong Qing helped him carry it, and then looked at Ho Junyi in confusion. Ho Junyi pointed at the suitcase, then looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Thank you. It's just a thank you gift." When Ho Junyi looked at the suitcase, he was still reluctant to part with it. It was obvious that this kid treasured the suitcase a lot, but Zheng Tan did not know how to reject it, and could not say anything. Without waiting for Zheng Tan to reject it, and Tong Qing did not know what to say, Ho Junyi had already run back home. When Ho Junyi returned home, his parents were there. Because of what had just happened, they had taken leave to accompany and comfort the children. The 3 children had taken leave and did not go to school. What did you go out for? Father Ho asked. He saw Ho Junyi carrying his small treasure chest out, but now he came back empty-handed, sending a thank you gift. Ho Junyi changed his shoes and answered, "You gave that to Fang Mingming? Would a girl like that?" In Father Ho's heart, the key was demi. If he wanted to thank someone, he would naturally thank Fang Mingming. Oh, what? Ho Junyi was puzzled. Your treasure chest. Didn't you go to Fang Mingming's house and give her the suitcase? Father Ho was puzzled. Did he guess wrongly? No, it wasn't Fang Mingming. Dad, you said yesterday that a life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring. At the very least, I should thank her generously. So I gave the suitcase to Black Charcoal. Black Charcoal? Father Ho's face froze. If I didn't understand wrongly, that was a cat. You gave your precious suitcase to a cat. Ho Junyi looked at his father with a puzzled expression. He felt that he had explained it clearly enough. Why was he still asking? Son, I think we should have a good talk. Father Ho rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Thank her generously. In Ho Junyi's heart, that treasure chest was indeed very valuable. Many things could not be easily bought outside. In fact, it was really expensive. However, those things were not the only ones. If he really wanted to get more, Father Ho could help Ho Junyi get them. He was just worried about how to adjust Ho Junyi's thinking and way of thinking to a normal level. At that moment, in the car heading to Chuhua City, Tong Qing was still driving silently. Zheng Tan was looking through the suitcase that Ho Junyi gave him in the back seat. Thank you gift? Zheng Tan knew that Ho Junyi was thanking him for his help at a critical moment. However, it was the first time Zheng Tan had met someone who gave him a toolbox as a thank you gift. The suitcase had a password lock. The password had been unlocked long ago and could be reset. However, what made Zheng Tan even happier was the things in the suitcase. Although Zheng Tan had not seen many of them, and did not understand what they were for, He knew a few of them. Zhang Tan took a metal square that looked like a bank card. He folded it twice and turned it into a knife. When he folded it back, it returned to the size of a card. These were all good things. Zhang Tan was overjoyed. Chapter 320. Back in Chuhua City, Zhang Tan felt much more comfortable. He slept soundly, probably because he was less stressed. Ho Junyi's treasure chest, Zhang Tan, was under little Pomelo's bed. The room was too small, so there wasn't much space to put it, so he had to put it under the bed. 2 days after returning to Chuhua City, Zhang Tan secretly turned on his computer and surfed the internet when no one was home. He looked up news about Gong Zixiao and found that there weren't many reports about this person recently. There were only 2 entertainment programs that originally invited Gong Zixiao, but later changed the host, which caused dissatisfaction among Gong Zixiao's fans. However, it seemed that there weren't many real reports about Gong Zixiao yet. Most people probably didn't know that Gong Zixiao had been taken away by the police. Moreover, Zhang Tan speculated that Gong Zixiao's acting career would probably come to an end. In addition to surfing the internet, Zhang Tan also paid attention to the newspapers that the Jiao family subscribed to. Although there weren't any specialized entertainment newspapers, some of the current affairs newspapers had 1 or 2 pages of entertainment news. Zhang Tan also paid attention to the news over there. However, Zhang Tan was only free for 2 days before he was kidnapped to the pet center by Xiaoguo. Looking at Xiaoguo's dark circles, Zhang Tan didn't get angry at Xiaoguo's kidnapping this time. It wasn't easy. Previously, Zhang Tan had been away for a month to shoot a documentary, and 2 cats had been borrowed from the pet center to shoot a movie. When the pet center was shooting the Christmas special, they found that not only was Zhang Zian absent, but even the 2 important supporting roles were also absent. The effect was definitely much worse. Many people had already complained on the internet, and there were all kinds of speculations. However, because they had signed a confidentiality agreement, the people in the pet center couldn't tell the truth before they got permission from the film crew. Therefore, the gossip became more and more intense. Some people even came to the pet center to find Xiaoguo. Mr. Guo hadn't slept well for a long time. Because of this, when he knew that Zhang Tan was back, he immediately rushed over. This was the result that the Jiaopa had concealed for 2 days. Otherwise, Xiaoguo would have kidnapped Zhang Tan the day he came back to clear the rumors. Fortunately, a few days before shooting the New Year special, the cats in the movie were almost ready. Xiaoguo took them over to shoot with him. This way, those who wanted to see the world burn could shut their mouths. In addition to shooting the New Year special in the pet center, Zhang Tan had something on his mind. The bag of diamonds was hot. He was just a cat now. What did he need these diamonds for? Although it was worth a lot of money, to Zhang Tan, it was a hot potato that could not be taken out in public. Giving it away would only bring trouble to others. Therefore, Zhang Tan was thinking about when to return the bag of diamonds. Anyway, the Jiao family's living conditions were not bad. Zhang Tan's salary had increased because of the documentary and the New Year special in the pet center. As long as it was enough, Zhang Tan would not be able to use it. Keeping the diamonds would make him feel uncomfortable. After making the decision, Zhang Tan thought about how to get the diamonds to Tang Emo yesterday. Zhang Tan heard Xiaoguo talking to Tang Emo on the phone. He knew that Tang Emo was living in a hotel. When Zhang Tan was away, Tang Emo also went abroad. He had just returned a few days ago. Zhang Tan also knew about the 5-star hotel that Xiaoguo mentioned. It was not too far from Chuhua University. Zhang Tan could accept it. Xiaoguo said on the phone that he would go over to discuss the cooperation with Tang Emo at around 7 o'clock on Friday night. This time, the New Year special would broadcast a jewelry advertisement of Tang Mo's company. As for the details, Xiaoguo would go over to talk about it in detail. Tang Emo would return to the hotel around 6 o'clock on Friday night. On Saturday morning, he had to fly to the other side of the ocean. There was an urgent matter there, so time was tight. Friday, which was tomorrow. Since he knew the approximate time, Zhang Tan thought about how to return the diamonds. Should he throw them away together with the bag? Zhang Tan did not want to because the bag was stained with the cat fur that Zhang Tan had dropped. If he returned them just like that, Zhang Tan did not know if they would find out that he was the one who stole the diamonds. Just as she was thinking about it, Zhang Tan suddenly heard a sound. She turned to look and saw that it was the sound of a paper bag being blown against a tree trunk by the wind. Paper bag. Zheng Tan walked over. It was already night time, and there were not many people walking around. No one would notice Zheng Tan in the bushes. It was the paper bag used by stalls at the school entrance. Zheng Tan had seen similar ones before. This paper bag did not have any oil stains on it. It was obvious that it had not been used before. The first line on the paper bag read, "Domestic pizza." The second line read, "Wutaro sesame cake." Zheng Tan stared at the word Thai for a long time. Was this a F*King counterfeit? There was a sudden gust of wind today, and many plastic bags were blown away. This paper bag might have been blown here too. After walking towards the school gate for a while, Zheng Tan found a few more paper bags that had not been used before. This confirmed Zheng Tan's guess. Zheng Tan found the cleanest paper bag that was not stained with water, and took it to the old tile-roofed housing area. It was nighttime anyway. As long as Zheng Tan was careful, no one would notice this two-legged cat running away. He took the paper bag back to the house in the old tile-roofed housing area where the diamonds and cell phones were hidden. He carefully poured the bag of diamonds in, and looked to make sure that there was no cat hair left. He shook the paper bag with the diamonds, so that the diamonds fell into a corner at the bottom of the paper bag. He folded the rest of the paper bag, and carefully rolled it around the bottom corner to prevent the diamonds from easily piercing the paper bag and falling out. Finally, he folded the extra part of the paper bag into the crevice. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan came out of the house and ran to the houses where the student clubs often held activities. There was a house with a window that was not closed. Zheng Tan climbed in and looked around. He found a small piece of pencil that he had not used for a long time. He did not find anything else that he could use, so he climbed out of the house and returned to the place where the diamonds were placed. He bent his paw and held the pencil to write a few words on the paper bag. It was not easy for a cat to hold a pencil with its paw. Zheng Tan had not written for a long time, so he could not bear to look at it after he finished writing. The next day, which was Friday, Zheng Tan did not wait for dinner at home. He wore his vest and sneaked out with the diamonds. Night fell earlier in winter. It started to get dark at 6 o'clock. When Zheng Tan ran to the hotel through a few hidden paths, the sky was completely dark. Zheng Tan did not know what time it was. He thought that if he did not meet anyone today, he would have to wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, Zheng Tan's luck was pretty good today. When she arrived at the entrance of the hotel and hid behind a flower bed, she saw a car slowly stop in front of the hotel. Tang Mo came out of the car with two people beside him. They were probably bodyguards or something. Seeing Tang Mo walk towards the entrance, Zheng Tan quickly took out the things in his vest and threw them at Tang Mo. After throwing it away, Zheng Tan quickly changed her hiding spot. She hid behind a pine tree and looked in that direction. Before the things Zheng Tan threw could hit Tang Mo, they were blocked by one of the people beside Tang Mo. The things fell to the ground not far away from them. One of them stood guard beside Tang Mo and looked around cautiously. The other person walked over to take a look at the things Tang Mo threw at him. He poked a hole in the paper bag and saw a corner of it. The person's expression changed, and he quickly brought it to Tang Mo. Boss, look. Tang Mo took it. He did not need to look at the whole thing. He only needed to see a corner. Even though the lighting was not good, he could tell that this was probably what he had lost. Other than that, Tom took a closer look at the paper bag that could be considered to be of poor quality. The paper bag was folded, and the words Wutaro sesame cake could not be seen yet. However, the words on the bag were clearly written in crooked pencil. Don't ask who I am. Please call me Red Scarf. Tang Mo was speechless. Tang Mo felt that since he came to Chuhua City, he had encountered many strange things. Zheng Tan watched Tang Mo walk into the hotel with the things before leaving. Before Tang Mo's bodyguard noticed him, Zheng Tan had already left. The bodyguard who was ordered by Tang Mo to look for the person who threw the things would never have thought that it was a cat who did it. In the next few days, Zheng Tan paid attention to the surroundings of the school, especially the sesame cake seller. Previously, Zheng Tan did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if it would bring trouble to the sesame cake seller. After paying special attention, Zheng Tan managed to find out some information about the person selling sesame seed cakes. He had always thought that the Tai in Wu Taro was a typographical error or someone who specialized in selling pirated sesame cakes. Later, when he overheard the peddler's gossip, he found out that the sesame cake seller was called Wu Tai. He was a laid-off worker with a slight limp. He was a good person and was quite honest. The peddlers and students who sold sesame cakes had a good impression of him. Sometimes, when someone gave him too much money, he would limp over to get the extra money back. He did not know how his leg was injured. When he walked, it was obvious that he was limping. It was said that the injury had been there for many years. It could not be cured, and there was no money to treat it. It was also said that Wu Tai's wife ran away with someone else, leaving behind 2 older children. With the meager subsistence allowance, he looked like he was in his 40s despite being in his 30s. Wu Tai learned how to make sesame cakes from others. He heard that the business around the university was good, so he reluctantly gathered some equipment and set up a stall to do business with the students. His skills were good, he was a good person, and the ingredients he used were solid. The business was good. Then one day, Wu Tai suddenly disappeared. He disappeared for 2 days straight. Many students felt that it was a pity. It was rare to find a sesame cake that was to their liking. Zheng Tan also wondered if Tang Mo was looking for trouble with Wu Tai. He wanted to ask around, but 2 days later, Wu Tai appeared at the school gate again. He was not injured and looked very energetic. It seemed that something good had happened to him. Since Wu Tai was fine, Zheng Tan thought that there was nothing unusual on his side. He also went to the pet center and did not hear anything unusual, so he was relieved. When he walked back briskly, Zheng Tan accidentally heard a conversation between 2 middle school students who had just returned from school. I heard that Gu Yuzi, who got first place in the midterm exam, knows someone from the underworld. Ah, no way. I heard that her boyfriend is from the underworld. Zheng Tan wanted to eavesdrop more, but the 2 students had already gone far away on their bikes. Underworld? Boyfriend? Why didn't I know? What the hell happened when I was on a business trip in Beijing for a month? Chapter 321. It had been a while since Zheng Tan last visited little Pomelo's school. After returning from Beijing, he had slept in for a few consecutive days. He hadn't accompanied little Pomelo and Jiaoma out in the morning. Now that he thought about it, it had been more than a month since he last visited. More than a month was enough for many unexpected things to happen. As Zheng Tan ran home, she pondered over the events of the past few days since she had returned from the capital. Something wasn't right. Little Pomelo didn't seem to be acting strangely these few days. After returning home, she spent most of her time doing exercises. After all, it was almost the end of the semester. It was understandable that she didn't have any abnormalities in her eating and sleeping schedule. If what the 2 junior high students had said was true, then Jiaoma wouldn't have been completely unresponsive. However, Zheng Tan had a nagging feeling in his heart. Jiaoma might not know. After all, some rumors between students might not reach the ears of teachers. At night, Zheng Tan deliberately observed little Pomelo, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to wake up early the next morning and go out with Jiaoma and little Pomelo. This year's winter seemed to be colder than usual. Zheng Tan shivered after leaving the house, then jogged after little Pomelo and Jiaoma. It didn't feel as cold when he jogged after them. Jiaoma rode her scooter to school first, while little Pomelo met up with her classmates in the Western District courtyard. Then the 3 of them rode to school together. The 3 girls wore hats, scarves and thick gloves, but the cold didn't dampen their mood to chat. Zheng Tan ran not far behind them, perking up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. At first, they were talking about a TV series. Zheng Tan had watched a few episodes, but he didn't think it was very interesting. However, the male lead was very popular with the girls. When they were almost at school, Xie Xian thought for a moment and said to little Pomelo, "Pomelo, are we really not going to care about those rumors? I think the rumors are getting more and more ridiculous." Zheng Tan was looking elsewhere, but after hearing Xie Xian's words, his ears perked up. He stopped looking around and stared at little Pomelo. "Don't worry about it. Let them spread it." Little Pomelo's attitude was rather cold, as if she didn't care at all. This made Jung Tan feel a lot better. It seemed that it was just a rumor. According to what Xie Xian and the others said, it seemed that someone was not convinced that little Pomelo was the top student in the midterm exam, so they spread some rumors. However, Jung Tan glanced at little Pomelo. Unknowingly, the little girl from back then had become a young girl. She was good-looking, and most importantly, she was good at her studies. In high school, people with good grades were always particularly favored by the opposite sex. After pondering all the way to school, Jung Tan watched as little Pomelo and the others parked their car and walked into the school building to sit down. Although little Pomelo asked Jung Tan to go back quickly, as it was cold outside, Jung Tan did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the wall near little Pomelo's class and watched for a while. He noticed that a few of the boys were looking at little Pomelo with a gaze that made him want to beat them up, but none of them were particularly close to little Pomelo. He could tell just by looking at little Pomelo's attitude. The glass windows were gradually blurred by the steam. Jung Tan did not stay there, and walked along the wall. He wanted to wait until class was over to see if the other classes were paying attention to this. Jung Tan walked along the wall, past the school building area, past the cafeteria, and then to the field. At this time there were not many people on the field. Especially now that the weather was cold and it was nearing the end of the semester, there were even fewer people running outside. There were not many students and teachers. As he walked, Jung Tan's head was hit. It did not hurt, as it was thrown by something like a paper ball. After the paper ball hit Jung Tan's head, it jumped to the ground, bringing with it the smell of fried buns. Looking in the direction where it was thrown, Jung Tan saw a familiar person. Black charcoal. After the person saw Jung Tan, she ran over with a bright smile. Then, she squatted at the foot of the wall and waved at Jung Tan. Jung Tan's eyes widened. Why was this girl here? Wasn't she still in primary school last month? Now she was in middle school? The person who came was little Jiu, who followed the blind old man Master Kuan. However, Jung Tan always thought that little Jiu was still in primary school. Because of her tragic experience, this child came to school late and should be behind little Pomelo by quite a bit. 2 months ago, she was still in primary school, but now she was wearing this middle school uniform and carrying a bag. Jumping down from the wall, Jung Tan sat beside little Jiu and listened to the girl speak. The current little Nine looked much more cheerful. She had a short haircut that reached her shoulders and wore a pink butterfly hairpin on her head. She usually looked very obedient, but those who had seen her fight would know that this girl was very fierce. Jung Tan had once met little Nine at the bridge. They had been walking for a while. Along the way, they had met a peddler with an evil voice. He didn't sell real things and wanted to cheat the children of their money. However, when little Nine pulled a long face, the peddler didn't even dare to look into little Nine's eyes. Perhaps because of her past experience, little Jiu's attitude towards things was different from her peers. She had always been very satisfied with Master Kuan's arrangements. Back then, the blind old man, Master Kuan, might have taken a fancy to little Jiu's fierceness, which was why he agreed to let little Jiu go. As expected, many blind people were blind in the eyes but not in the heart. After little Jiu saw Jung Tan, she became very talkative. She was often the one who kept talking while Jung Tan listened by the side. From little Jiu's words, Jung Tan knew that little Jiu was indeed reading primary school books last month. However, now that she had passed the primary school advancement test, there was no need to wait for another half a year. Thus, the other side arranged for her to go to a middle school here. Other than little Jiu, there were 2 other people who were tutored together in this school. They were in the 2nd and 3rd grades respectively. However, they did not usually go to school together, so no one knew that they knew each other. With Master Kuan's ability, it was not difficult for him to send little Jiu in at this time. As for little Jiu as a transfer student, she entered this school not long after Jung Tan left Chuhua City. It was no wonder that he did not know. Little Jiu also talked about little Pomelo. Because they were in different classes, one on the 1st floor and the other on the 2nd floor, little Jiu did not take the initiative to look for little Pomelo. This was because she did not know which class little Pomelo was in at the beginning. After finding out, she beat up a few girls who spread the rumors the next day. It was not good for her to immediately look for little Pomelo. She had to observe those people for a period of time. Otherwise, she was afraid that it would bring trouble to little Pomelo. Little Jill was very fierce when she fought. Zhang Tan could imagine how little Jill looked when she beat up those girls. When little Jill beat them up, she did not say that it was because of little Pomelo. Those people probably did not think that little Jill and little Pomelo knew each other. The rumors they spread were just made up. However, in reality, they were half right. She did not have a boyfriend, but she did have a problem girl. Little Jill decided to wait until the final exam was over before looking for little Pomelo and telling her about it. Now, she would not let little Pomelo worry. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the other guys who spread the rumors. Little Jill rubbed her fists and said, during middle school, there were many people who fought behind their backs, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. Boys fighting would be a little bloody, but girls fighting would mostly be slaps and hair pulling, Zhang Tan thought. However, if little Jill made a move, it would be hard to say. Little Jill was not the kind of person who liked to bully others. If she really made a move, those people would definitely be very hateful. Moreover, Zhang Tan believed that little Jill knew her limits. This girl followed Elder Cohen and would not act rashly like those hooligans. On the contrary, most of the time, they were more low-key. Otherwise, little Pomelo would not have not known that little Jill was in the same school. During the period of Young and Dangerous, for middle school students, the gangsters of the underworld were much more influential than Mr. Perfect. This was especially true for middle school students. When a gangster was mentioned, they would directly imagine him as a powerful figure in the underworld. It was all kinds of awesome. Although it had already faded, and it had been a few years since that era, the potential influence was still there. When it was mentioned, people would have a feeling of disdain and reverence. If it was related to the top students, there would be more gossip. It was no wonder that those students would choose to spread the rumors about the underworld. Zhang Tan originally wanted to personally teach those who spread the rumors a lesson, regardless of whether they were male or female. However, now that little Jill was there, Zhang Tan did not have to waste time looking for them. Aya, it's almost time. Class will end in 5 minutes. I have to go to the classroom during the break. Little Jill carried her bag and threw it towards the wall. Then, she took a few steps back and increased her speed. Using a tree that was closer to the wall, she jumped over. Zhang Tan's eyes twitched. One look and he knew that she was a repeat offender. When Zhang Tan jumped over the wall, he found that on the other side of the school wall, there was a person standing not far from where little Jill landed. He had a cold face and an armband. It was obvious that he was the teacher on duty. He was there to prevent those disobedient students from jumping over the wall or doing bad things in the school. Cough, good morning, Teacher Wang. Little Jill lifted her bag and patted the dust off it. She obediently bowed to Teacher Wang, who was standing not far away. Teacher Wang's face twitched. There were 5 days of school every week. On 4 days, this girl would enter the school on time. On the remaining day, she might be late or early. Why did he say might? Because there were a few times when the teacher was late. The person on duty at the school gate did not record it. If it was a boy, then it would be easy to handle. There were many problematic boys in high school, and there would be ways to deal with them. However, this was a girl. During class, other than being late, she was still well behaved. She was a transfer student. He heard that her grades were not good, but she was not at the bottom of the class either. She was just below average. She was not the main target of the teachers. However, it was this girl that made the people on duty feel helpless. Teacher Wang considered his words and thought about how to teach her. This morning, he was on duty. He did not expect to see a bag being thrown in from the other side of the wall. The next moment, a small figure nimbly jumped over the wall and steadily landed on the ground. After seeing who it was, Teacher Wang's eyelids twitched. Before Teacher Wang could speak, little Jill lowered her head and said, "I was wrong." She admitted her mistake so straightforwardly that Teacher Wang had to swallow back his words. What was wrong? Teacher Wang asked seriously. I shouldn't have jumped over the wall. Little Jill said. And Teacher Wang stared at little Jill. Why are you late again? The word again made Zhang Tan's beard tremble. Little Jill tilted her head as if she was thinking. Then she said, Oh, I saw an old granny get hit by a car this morning. I sent her to the hospital. That's why I was late. Teacher Wang and Zheng Tan. Could she be any more fake? But in the next moment, little Jiu took out several certificates from her bag. There were certificates from the hospital, the police and the patient's family. The stamps and hospital certificates proved that little Jiu was telling the truth. Zheng Tan thought about it carefully. Little Jiu did have the smell of the hospital. Chapter 322. With little Pomelo around, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of those ignorant people bothering little Pomelo. He also felt more assured about the school. As for little Pomelo, although she didn't plan to immediately fight back against those rumors and taunts, she was holding back her energy and waiting for the final exam to get a good result to slap those people in the face. This was the best way to fight back. After New Year's Day, the atmosphere in primary and secondary schools was more tense. They were preparing for this semester's final exam. If they didn't do well, they might not be able to have a happy new year. Zheng Tan looked at the calendar in the living room. The old one had been replaced by the new one. This was the 5th year since Zheng Tan came here. According to the conversion of the age of a cat and a human, Zheng Tan was a middle-aged uncle. The good thing was that Zheng Tan felt that his body parts were quite resilient. There wasn't much difference from the past few years. In Zheng Tan's heart, he always felt that he was a handsome young man in his 20s. At noon, they ate at Jiao Wei's small restaurant. Jiao Wei's parents had already discussed when to buy a ticket back to their hometown. Of course, Jiao Wei's time was the norm. They had to let Jiao Wei finish the exam before buying a ticket. They were all in the province and there weren't many trains there. If they went to the bus station to buy a ticket, they could go there with their luggage whenever they wanted to go back. They didn't need to book a ticket in advance like other people. Walking on the street in front of the school gate, Zheng Tan found that a new store had opened. The previous store that sold clothes was gone and replaced by a big, Wutaro sesame cake sign. The store wasn't big, but there were many people buying the cake. The line of people formed a Z shape. The smell of the sesame cake made passers-by look over. Those who were impatient waiting in line wanted to come back when there were fewer people, but foodies were always very patient in this regard. Zheng Tan went closer to take a look. The busy boss was the one who had pushed the stall earlier. He was the one who had trouble walking. No wonder this person was so happy when he reappeared a few days ago. It seemed that he had rented a shop. The place where the sesame seed cakes were made took up half of the entire shop. The other half should be a rest area. Zheng Tan saw 2 small children walking to the front of the shop from a small door inside. They hugged the boss's leg and said something with a coquettish smile. After that, they went back inside. They should be the 2 children of the sesame seed cake shop owner. After looking around, Zheng Tan walked towards the school gate, intending to go home. It was a little cold outside, and Zheng Tan was not in the mood to stroll around. After a few steps, Zheng Tan spotted a man. He had seen him before when Zheng Tan was still a diamond. He was one of Tom Mo's bodyguards. Now he was standing beside a delicatessen not far from the bakery, watching the crowd. What was this person doing here? When Zheng Tan looked at the bakery, another person walked into the shop. After a short while, he came out with 3 sets of sesame seed cakes. There was no queue, and the bakery owner was very polite to him. Zheng Tan followed that person and walked a little further. There was a black car parked near the road. It was Tom Mo's car. After that person got into the car drove away. Zheng Tan looked at the car driving away, shook his head and jogged back home. On the other side of the car, Tom Mo took the sesame seed cake from his subordinate and sniffed it. It was quite fragrant. He took a bite. It tasted not bad. There is still nothing unusual over there. The people who went to buy the sesame seed cakes are the nearby vendors and some teachers. Most of them are still students. That person reported to Tom Mo. Tom Mo grunted and did not say anything else. After the diamond was returned by the unknown person, he sent someone to investigate the sesame seed cake seller. After all, there were many people selling Wu Turung sesame seed cakes, but there was only one Wu Turung sesame seed cake shop. The investigation did not find anything useful. Thinking of the pencil words on the paper bag, Tom Mo was more inclined to believe that the person who returned the diamond was a young student. Tom Mo even asked Xiaoguo if anyone else had heard him on the phone. The answer he got was no. When Xiaoguo made the call, He was alone in his room. Of course, there were two cats, Li Yuanba and Zheng Tan. Normal people would not think too much about the cats. Tom and Mo and the others promised a sum of money when they asked the bakery owner, and got enough information. Most of the information was about the person who went to buy the sesame seed cakes, but until now, they had not found the person they were looking for. The person who sold the sesame seed cakes used his savings, and the money Tom and Mo gave him to rent a shop. He had made quite a lot of money in the past few days. Don't underestimate this kind of small snack. Judging by the way the bakery owner could not stop laughing, it was obvious that he had made a lot of money. Zheng Tan would never have thought that a paper bag he picked up would lead to such a result. The person we are looking for is not him, the woman beside Tom and Mo said. Tom and Mo nodded. I know, but let them continue to observe. Ask Wu Turung to cooperate. He will not be short of money. Yes, boss. After Zheng Tan returned home, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he turned on his computer and browsed some forums. There were many people talking about Gong Zongxiao in the entertainment section. It started when an official channel reported that a famous movie star Gong Zongxiao had been detained. When the official channel officially announced that he was detained and under investigation, it meant that he had been convicted. Just like Fang Xiaokong said, there was no way he could get away with it. Gong Zongxiao's original surname was Zhao. After the news was broadcasted, it caused a lot of discussion. All kinds of conspiracy theories were flying around, and the fans were spitting on each other. The topic of Gong Zongxiao only stopped when the weather was getting worse. In the middle of January, it snowed heavily in Chuhua City. In the beginning, there were people who said that a good snowfall meant a good harvest. Many people played in the snow outside to relax from the tension and fatigue brought about by the final exams. It was not until the exams were over and everyone was about to go home that they started to worry, especially those who lived far away from home in the south. Some people were lucky and bought tickets on the 2 days when the weather was better, so the journey home was relatively smooth. However, some people bought tickets on the day when the weather was bad. It was windy and snowy, and many places were frozen. The highways were closed, trains were delayed, and flights were delayed. Many people who bought tickets on the day before could only get on the train the next day. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo stayed at home. They were not in the mood to play in the snow. They were obediently doing the homework assigned by their teachers during the winter break. Grandpa Jiao had also called a few times to ask about the time they were going to go back to their hometown. He repeatedly reminded them to be careful when they were driving. He would rather drive slowly than to play in the snow. The television said that this was a once-in-50-year snowstorm. Many drivers in the south were not used to driving in the snow and ice. They did not take proper precautions and many accidents happened. It was said that some drivers from the north were transferred over. Jiao Pa had to stay at the university for a while. This morning, he heard that a student who was on his way home had an accident before he could leave the city. He was now in the hospital. The Faculty of Genomics called for an emergency meeting. All the head teachers, graduate students, and doctoral supervisors were in charge. Jiao Pa had a lot of graduate students under him. He had to wait for all his students to leave the university before he could go back to his hometown. According to the meteorologists, this snowstorm would not end for the time being. At the end of January, the students left the university one by one. It did not matter if the process was difficult or not. That night, Jiao Wei's father came to visit and told him about their plans. Jiao Wei's father knew someone who was now a driver at a bus station. He used to do business in the north and drove in the north. He could handle this kind of snow and ice. Many drivers in the north would not be able to handle the icy roads even if it was sunny and not snowing. But that person was able to handle it. He had chatted with Jiao Wei's father yesterday. It was rare that the weather would calm down in the next 2 days. A few highways would be temporarily unblocked. So he called Jiao Wei's father and asked him to get a few tickets for them. The tickets could not be direct. They could only go to the county. As for the journey from the county to their hometown, they would have to transfer buses. Jiao Pa decided to let Jiao Ma bring Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo back with Jiao Wei and the rest. He had to stay at the university for a few more days. When the time came, he would drive back with Zheng Tan. After all, it was not convenient for Zheng Tan to follow them in the bus. In the past, Zhang Tan did not pay much attention to this disaster. At that time, he was probably busy looking for fun. News. What was that? He never had the patience to read it. But now that he was in the middle of it, Zhang Tan had a different feeling. Especially on the day when Jiao Ma and the rest took the bus back to their hometown. Zhang Tan watched some of the current affairs news on the provincial TV station. He also watched the rolling real-time news below the TV. He also turned on the computer to look at the news on the internet. For example, a highway was temporarily closed, an accident happened on a road, a riot happened somewhere, etc. When he received news that Jiao Ma and the rest had arrived safely, Zhang Tan finally felt relieved. Black charcoal, it's just the two of us left. Jiao Pa looked out the window and said. Now only the Jiao Pa and Zhang Tan were left at home. It was cold and quiet. Jiao Pa was basically not at home during the day. Zhang Tan followed the Jiao Pa to the staff canteen for 3 meals. At other times, Zhang Tan stayed at home alone and watched the news on the TV. On the TV, the experts used their profound academic language to analyze the cause of the snow disaster. They also used some meteorological terms that Zhang Tan did not understand at all. Many people were going crazy. This was not what they wanted to hear. They wanted to know how long the weather would last, when the traffic would be restored, and when they could get on the bus after buying a ticket. Every day, when Zhang Tan turned on the TV, regardless of whether it was the city's TV station, provincial TV station, or CCTV station, most of them were talking about the snow disaster in the south. There were many migrant workers and students stranded in other places during the Spring Festival. From the images on the TV, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were densely packed with stranded people. Counting the days, many people became more and more irritable. The price of some unlicensed buses doubled again and again. The price of food also skyrocketed. As for the superstar child Xiao, other than a few people, no one paid any attention to him. In this area, the traditional Lunar New Year was on the 24th of December. Although the Lunar New Year had passed, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were still the same. Every day, they would hear about the places that were seriously affected by the disaster, the economic losses, and the number of casualties. At night, some people who were stranded in other places would go online and complain about not going home for the Lunar New Year. But some people did not. I worked so hard outside to save so much money to go home for the Lunar New Year to reunite with my family and improve the lives of my wife and children. How can a mere snow stop me? Dream on. Even if they could not get a ticket or a bus, they could think of other ways. Therefore, Zhang Tan could always see all kinds of opinions and suggestions on the internet. There were also people who walked across provinces to go home. 2 days before the Lunar New Year's Eve, the Jiao Pa had finished his work. The weather had also temporarily eased. Looking at the scenery of the campus from the top, there were still many places that were white. The temperature was not high, and driving was still not easy. Chapter 323. Zhang Tan sat in the back seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. Unlike the usual bustle before the new year, this year seemed to be quieter. Perhaps it was because the temperature was lower than usual, coupled with the impact of the snow disaster. Such a change occurred. However, compared to many places and some villages and mountain areas that were more seriously affected by the disaster, the situation in the city was much better. The most common complaint of the citizens was probably the water pipes that froze and cracked a few days ago. As for the rest of the people who did not have to worry about traveling and did not have any direct financial conflicts, they were just spectators. It did not affect their normal lives. They only discussed it with others when they watched the news every day. The Jiao Pa kept the traffic radio on. The weather had eased a lot in the past 2 days, and many people who stayed in the city were rushing to leave. There were quite a lot of illegal cars and so on. They probably wanted to take advantage of this period to make more money. In order to avoid a traffic jam, the Jiao Pa deliberately got up early and set off. Unexpectedly, there were many people who had the same idea as the Jiao Pa. There were many cars on the road early in the morning, and there were several small-scale traffic jams on the road, especially at the crossroads. Looking at the long line of cars in front of them, they felt particularly annoyed. When they finally got out of the city, it had been an hour and a half. This was the first time Zheng Tan had encountered such a situation. He was dizzy from the constant stopping. According to the usual driving route, after leaving the city, they would go directly to the highway. The highway was closed a few days ago, but it was lifted in the past 2 days. However, when they were about to reach the highway, the traffic radio reported that there was an accident on the highway. They hoped that the cars driving there would change their route. No one knew how long the traffic jam would last because of the accident. The Jiaopa had no choice but to change their route. They did not take the highway and change to another route. When they passed by a few bus stations, Zheng Tan glanced over there. There were still a lot of people around. The waiting hall was full, and there were also some people waiting outside the door. There were also armed police there to maintain order. Zheng Tan also saw taxis, buses, and private buses outside the bus station. Some people were holding signs with the names of various counties and cities, shouting as they walked, pulling passengers. This was probably what some people called a black car, but at this time, people no longer cared about whether it was a black car or not. It was fine as long as they could sit in the car. When it came to crowded cars, there weren't many people who would give way to vulnerable people such as the old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant. When it was time to squeeze, they still squeezed. After leaving the city, Zheng Tan was unfamiliar with the route. He looked at the buildings on both sides and recorded the new route information. The road was still a little frozen, but it was much better than before. The Jiaopa could still control it if he drove slowly. However, some cars were speeding as if they were in a hurry. They kept squeezing forward as if they were afraid of falling behind. Twice they almost collided with Jiaopa's car. Just as Zheng Tan was cursing the 2 guys who overtook him, a motorcyclist suddenly cut in between Zheng Tan's car and the one in front. Then he quickly passed through the gap between the car in front and the other car. Zheng Tan was shocked. Was this person too confident in his driving skills, or was he in an emergency? About 10 minutes later, the car stopped again. Zheng Tan stood up and looked forward. The line of cars had formed again. There was a traffic jam again. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. The Jiaopa opened the window for some air. It was very warm in the car. His nerves were tense when he was driving, and now the cold wind cleared his mind. Black charcoal, are you cold? The Jiaopa looked at Zheng Tan in the back seat. After the window was opened, the cold wind poured in, dispersing the warmth in the car. Many northerners were not used to the humid and cold weather in the south. Zheng Tan, who used to live in the south, had gotten used to it after a few years. Even if it was exceptionally cold this year, Zheng Tan felt fine. The vest he was wearing today was a winter model given by Xiaogua. Xiaogua gave him 2, one black and one army green. Not only could the vest be used to store things, but it also had to be thicker to keep him warm. It was also said that it was waterproof. Seeing that Zheng Tan did not seem to feel cold, the Jiaopa did not ask any more questions. The driver of the car on the left was smoking outside the car. There were children in the car, and it was not good to smoke in the car, so he came out. When he saw the Jiaopa open the window, he started chatting. He had been driving for nearly 20 hours. Although there was a 5-hour break in the middle, the driver's driving skills were not good. He almost had an accident, so he was driving most of the time. Now that there was a traffic jam, he came out to smoke to refresh himself. The driver of the car in front also joined the conversation. He was privately soliciting customers. Yesterday was quite smooth. The traffic jam didn't last long. Today's bad luck. We were stuck for half an hour in the morning, and now it's starting again. Can we leave in 10 minutes? The driver of the car on the left asked. It's difficult. There was a car accident in front. A motorcycle, 2 private cars, and a truck all crashed into each other. Fortunately, no one died. 3 people were seriously injured and have just been sent to the hospital. The remaining people in the 2 private cars are quarreling. No one moved. I heard that the car was quite expensive. It also broke a telephone pole. In addition to the overturned cars and the truck's belongings on the ground, I think it will take at least 20 minutes for the traffic to open. According to the privately soliciting driver, it was even more difficult to drive a few days ago. Usually it would only take a little more than 2 hours. Previously, it took more than 10 hours to drive through the snow. Moreover, the car could break down at any time. Only those who had driven it would know how difficult it was to drive. It was no wonder that the fare had doubled. Usually the fare was 50 renminbi. Now it was 100 to 150 renminbi per person. A few days ago, the fare had skyrocketed to 200 renminbi. As they were chatting, another person came to the front of the convoy. He asked the two drivers and the jiaopa to go to the front to help. There were not enough people, and there were many obstacles. If they wanted the traffic to open quickly, it would be faster if there were more people. Otherwise, they would have to wait for a while. The driver of the car in front shook his head. He was not going. He had to look after the car. He did not know the passengers in his car. What if someone took the chance to drive away when he went to help? What if they took something valuable? What if the people in the car made a scene? The driver of the car next to him did not think much of it. He smoked and walked to the front with the jiaopa. The car door was not locked, and the windows were closed. Soon, the temperature in the car rose. Before the jiaopa left, he asked Zheng Tan to look after the car. Therefore, Zheng Tan was not napping. He was paying attention to the people around the car. Soon, Zheng Tan noticed that someone was walking over from the front and looking into the car. With one glance, Zheng Tan could tell that it was one of the guys who had evil intentions. When the guy saw the laptop bag on the passenger seat, his gaze paused for a little longer. There was a flash of joy in the man's eyes. Then he walked to the car door and opened the door of the passenger seat. Then, just as he was about to reach for the computer bag on the seat, a black shadow flashed by. He felt a sudden pain on his face and was kicked out. He lost his balance and sat on the ground. That person's eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw that there was no one in the car, and the door was not locked. He ignored the cat in the vest. He had done this many times and the whole operation did not take long. He just needed to open the car door and open the laptop. Even if the car door was locked, he could do it. However, he did not expect that what he thought was a simple task would be so different from what he expected. The person touched his nose and looked at the blood on his hand. Then he looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. This person was still not giving up. Was he looking for a kick? He jumped up and kicked him again. That person raised his hand to block, but he underestimated Zheng Tan's strength. Although he reacted quickly and raised his forearm to block Zheng Tan's kick, the force of the kick made him fall back. His head hit a private car next to him and made a thud. At the same time, Zheng Tan also grabbed the person's down jacket. The wind blew, and the duck feathers flew everywhere. Zheng Tan found it hard to understand why that person was stealing when he was wearing a branded down jacket. However, there were many people like that. A few days ago, he saw someone complaining on the internet. He did not expect to meet someone like that today. The driver of the private car on the right heard the noise and rolled down the window. He looked at the person on the ground, and then looked at Zheng Tan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, the rear window was rolled down. Two children in their teens looked out the window. The little girl said, "Uncle, this person must be a thief." "He must be a thief." The little boy added, "The cat in the vest is teaching the thief a lesson." The person on the ground looked a little embarrassed. There was blood on his face, from his nose to his mouth. Because he touched his face with his hand, there was some blood on his face. There was a long tear in his jacket, and some of the duck feathers inside was blown out by the wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, the person did not care about the nosebleed and the torn-down jacket. He immediately got up and ran away before the people around him looked over. He ran too fast and stepped on something. He slipped and fell, but he did not care about the pain. He got up and continued running. When the jiaopa came back, the person had already run away. The driver of the car on the right told him what had happened. The jiaopa smiled at the driver's questions and did not say much. "I think your cat is not bad. Is it a male or female?" The driver asked. "Male." "Oh, that's good. I also have a female cat with folded ears. Do you want to skewer her?" Zheng Tan's face twitched. "Screw you." Seeing Zheng Tan turn around and get into the car, the jiaopa smiled at the driver. "My cat is just a stray cat. It's okay. I don't mind." The man waved his hand and said casually. The jiaopa was speechless. Fortunately, the traffic was cleared up quickly, and the cars began to move slowly. The Jiaopa said a few perfunctory words and got into the car. The Jiaopa did not say much about what had happened to Zheng Tan. He just smiled at Zheng Tan and gave him a thumbs up. Although the first half of the journey was bumpy, and there were several traffic jams, it was much smoother after that. Because there were many cars coming and going. There was no snow. The temperature was slightly higher during the day, and there was no ice on the ground. Therefore, the second half of the journey was quite smooth. As usual, the Jiaopa arrived at the county first. He had a meal, rested for a while, and then made a phone call to let his family know that he was safe. Then he continued to drive to his hometown. There were a few sections of road in the Jiaopa's hometown that were not easy to walk on, but after a slow drive, it was much better. Grandpa Jiao was already waiting at the entrance of the village. He knew that the Jiaopa was driving alone, so he did not dare to call to ask about it. He was afraid that the Jiaopa would be distracted. When he saw the Jiaopa's car, he immediately smiled. Chapter 324. The next day, Jiaopa was still resting in the morning. He didn't have much time to rest these days. He had to pay attention to his students at school and work on projects. He was also tired from driving back to his hometown. After he arrived, he relaxed and had a good night's sleep. Many people in the village had already woken up early in the morning. Only some children and some people who had gone out to work were still resting in their houses. Although Zheng Tan was still a little sleepy, little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were already awake. When they heard that they were going to help Grandpa Jiao at the orchard, Zheng Tan thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and take a look. Jiao Ma and the old lady were busy preparing for the new year. Zheng Tan couldn't help much even if he stayed. The orchard didn't belong to Grandpa Jiao, but Grandpa Jiao was familiar with the people there and had helped a lot. This was one of the reasons why the Jiao family never lacked fruit. Because of the snow disaster, Grandpa Jiao went there every day to help. Even Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, who had nothing to do at home, went to the orchard for a few days. Even if they couldn't help much, they could at least take a look. The orchard wasn't too far from the old house, but because of the weather, the road wasn't easy to walk on, and it was cold in the morning, so they took the donkey cart these days. Another reason why Zheng Tan followed them was because of the donkey cart. Whether it was when he was a human or when he was a cat, he had never taken a donkey cart before. At first glance, it was quite refreshing and full of rustic vibes. The donkey's family was not far from the old house. After walking for about 5 minutes, they saw a tile-roofed house. Behind the tile-roofed house was a newly built bungalow. However, the tile-roofed house was not completely demolished during the construction, so a part of it remained. This family's surname was also Jiao. Jiao Pa called the old man fifth uncle. Logically speaking, Jiao Yuan should have called him fifth granduncle, but he wasn't used to it. Instead, Jiao Pa asked the two children to call him Grandpa Jiao. It was more intimate that way. Grandpa Jiao heard that on the day the Jiao Yuan and the others came back, he planned to ask the donkey cart to help them if they couldn't get a ride from the county to here. Fifth Grandpa was old and couldn't drive the family's farm cart, but he was good at driving donkey carts. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were led into the house by Grandpa Jiao, but Zheng Tan did not follow them directly. His attention was on the donkey shed next to them. Yesterday, he heard from little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan that the donkey was only a little over a year old. He heard that fifth grandpa met the donkey when he went to the mountains. At that time, it was still a small donkey. No one knew where it came from, but after seeing fifth grandpa, it followed him back. At first, fifth grandpa's family wanted to raise the donkey and sell it. There were many people who ate donkey meat in the county, and the price of donkey meat in restaurants was not bad. But one day, when the old man saw the donkey running with his son, who was riding a motorbike, he had an idea. Later on, he got a donkey cart. At that moment, the donkey tied to the cart was looking at Zheng Tan with its 2 long ears protruding. Its eyes were wide open, and there was a circle of white around its eyes. Zheng Tan was wary of donkeys with a circle of white around their eyes. Although he knew that many donkeys looked like that, when he looked at the donkey in front of him, Zheng Tan couldn't help but think of the stupid bird in the courtyard. Shaking his head, Zheng Tan felt that he was thinking too much. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan saw the donkey walk to the low wall next to the donkey shed. There was a cotton mat on top of the low wall that was exposed outside the donkey shed. It was probably for the driver. Not far from the low wall was a two-wheeled wooden cart with a similar mat on it. However, at that moment, there was a yellow and white cat lying on top of the low wall. People in the village raised cats to protect them from mice. They were not as particular as raising cats in the city, and they rarely bathed them. The cat had rolled around somewhere, and there were some dust and grass stains on its white fur. The cat didn't seem to care about its surroundings. It was kicking its paws, lying on the cotton mat with its head tucked in, and its eyes closed. The donkey wasn't very tall. It was obviously smaller than a normal horse, but when it raised its head, half of its head could be seen above the low wall. Zheng Tan watched as the donkey slowly walked over to the low wall. It used its nose to blow air at the cat. The cat didn't even bother to open its eyes. Other than the twitching of its ears, it remained the same. Just when Zheng Tan thought that the donkey would give up, the donkey went up again. This time, it didn't blow air. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit on a corner of the cotton mat. It pulled lightly, but it didn't move. The cat on the mat didn't move either. The donkey pulled hard again. Because the cat wasn't prepared, it rolled from the mat to the other side of the low wall. Zheng Tan heard a soft thud from the other side. There was a haystack over there, and the cat happened to land on it. That was why it made such a sound. The donkey let go of the cotton mat and wagged its tail. It opened its mouth and cried out, "Ang ang 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 ang." Zheng Tan didn't know what to say. His first instinct was right. Just when the donkey was feeling smug, a shadow jumped up from the other side of the low wall. The tabby cat jumped onto the low wall and supported itself with its two hind legs. It stood up, opened its two front paws, and slapped the donkey's face twice. While the donkey and the cat were fighting, Grandpa Jiao came out with his men. An old man came out with him. He was probably the fifth grandpa that the Jiao Yuan and the others called. The old man's back was a little stooped, but he was in good spirits and walked steadily. He had been helping out in the orchard recently. Seeing the situation on the other side of the low wall, the old man walked over and patted the donkey's head. Then he started to organize the things on the wooden cart. As for the conflict between the donkey and the cat, he was already used to it. After tying the reins and checking the donkey's head, he put the bags on the wooden cart and called for the others to get ready to leave. On the rugged mountain road, the donkey cart bumped and squeaked. The donkey didn't look like much, but it was surprisingly good at pulling the cart. It didn't look like it had a hard time carrying 4 people, a cat and a few bags. The two old men chatted along the way, talking about the recent news from various TV stations and radio stations. The total losses from this disaster were huge, especially for the forestry industry. The forestry industry in the affected areas accounted for more than 50% of the industry's total income. The snowstorm not only greatly reduced the income of the forestry industry in the affected areas this year, but it would also affect their income for the next 3 to 5 years. According to some official TV stations, the losses from the forestry industry in several southern provinces accounted for 40% to 60% of the total losses from the disaster. Seedlings, bamboo forests, and new plantations were seriously affected. Just like Grandpa Jiao had been lamenting, it was common for seedlings to freeze to death. The area of bamboo forests in the province accounted for 80% of the total area of bamboo forests in the province, and 75% of the fruit trees in some areas that had been converted to forests were damaged. According to the results of the investigation, most of the affected areas were the areas with the fastest and most vigorous forestry development. They were also the areas with the best forest resources. This would have a serious impact on the country's ecology. There were many things that couldn't be salvaged even with money. Every time they talked about it, Grandpa Jiao's face would be full of worry. After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at the orchard that Grandpa Jiao had mentioned. This orchard didn't only plant a single type of fruit. Citrus was just one of them. There were also many new varieties that had been promoted. However, Zheng Tan looked at the people working in the orchard and saw that they all looked worried. Some varieties of autumn leaves had turned brown from frostbite on the edges and back, then curled up. The tender tips had turned brown from frostbite and dried up, while some other varieties had fallen off after being frozen and curled up. There were also some fruits that had been left on the tree for the winter. Some of them had frozen a while ago. After the snow melted, The fruits would quickly lose water and dry up. The juice cells would shrink, and there would be less juice and no taste. All kinds of situations would be recorded one by one. They would clear the ice in time, tie up and cut off the broken branches in time. Some pruning couldn't be done yet to prevent further frost damage. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo followed Grandpa Jiao and the others. Although they didn't have many opportunities to help personally, they didn't slack off. Sometimes they would take the initiative to pass the tools and do some cleaning and other small chores. Moving around would make them feel warmer, and they had also learned a lot. After the frost passed, they would be even busier. After the frost, there would be pruning and fertilizing. During the year of the frost, the autumn leaves of the citrus plants would be frostbitten. One of the effective measures to ensure that the citrus plants would bear fruit was to replace the autumn leaves with spring shoots. The so-called spring shoots were the new shoots that sprouted in the spring. The new shoots that sprouted from August to October were known as autumn shoots. Different varieties would be treated differently. Different methods would be used for those that could withstand the frost, and those that couldn't. Zheng Tan originally thought that pruning would be a very simple task in the future, but after listening to those people, he realized that there were a lot of things to be done. Some pruning would be done below the branch joint, and some tree bark would be cut several centimeters below the crack when it froze. The cutting also needed to be done. Some would be wrapped and sealed with nylon, or smeared with lime paste on the wound. When the young trees were severely frostbitten, they would split above the grafting area, leaving 1 or 2 buds to be cut. At the same time, they would pay attention to keeping the spring shoots and recultivating the canopy, etc. Zheng Tan felt dizzy just listening to all this. He realized that he wasn't cut out for this at all. Thus, Zheng Tan decided to walk around by himself. After all, little Pomelo and the others would be staying here for a long time. It could be half a day, or it could be dinner time. No matter what, Zheng Tan just had to be back before lunch. There were more people in the orchard, so Zheng Tan decided to walk a little further away. The people who were busy in the orchard looked at Zheng Tan curiously, because Zheng Tan was wearing a vest. After arriving at the old mansion yesterday, Zheng Tan moved some of the things in the vest. Now there was nothing else in the vest except for a bag of pork jerky stuffed in by Jiao Ma. It was more relaxed this way, and he wasn't afraid of being checked. In the past, Zheng Tan wasn't willing to wear a vest often, but yesterday afternoon, when Zheng Tan was walking outside, an icicle fell vertically on his back. Fortunately, the icicle wasn't thick, and Zheng Tan was wearing a vest, so he only felt a little pain and didn't get hurt. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided that if he went out for a walk, he would wear a vest. It was safer this way. After jogging for a while, Zheng Tan didn't see anyone around, so he strolled slowly until he reached the edge of the orchard. It was surrounded by barbed wire. There was a door, but it was locked. Zheng Tan looked at the tall barbed wire, and turned to walk in another direction. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks and moved his ears. He heard a sound. Because he wasn't sure, he tried to distinguish it himself. It sounded like a person, but it wasn't clear. Should he go over and take a look? After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Tan climbed over the barbed wire, and went in the direction of the sound. There was an open space outside the barbed wire, and then there was a forest belt. The sound came from there. As no one had cleaned the snow here, the snow on the ground hadn't completely melted. Listening to the sound, the person who made the sound wasn't in a good situation. Zheng Tan quietly jogged over. Chapter 325. The surroundings were very quiet. The 2 men were tied to 2 trees in a standing position. Their mouths were taped shut, and they could only make noises through their noses. The sound Zheng Tan heard came from one of them. As for the other man, he didn't make a sound. His head was moving slightly, and he seemed to be in a worse condition. Fortunately, the 2 men were wearing down jackets. Otherwise, they would probably freeze to death if they were left here alone. Zheng Tan approached the 2 men from behind, and looked at the rope tied to them. The ropes were too tight, too secure, and there were dead knots. Zheng Tan didn't bring his card knife today, so it was difficult for him to untie the ropes. Good people? Bad people? They must have been tied up here for a long time. Otherwise they wouldn't be so cold. The marks around them didn't look like they had just been done. Zheng Tan slowly walked out from the side, and looked at the man who made the sound. He was about the same age as the Jiaopa. When he saw Zheng Tan, he was filled with sadness, anger, and anxiety. Suddenly, he was filled with hope. He didn't look like a bad person. Moreover, when the man looked anxious, he looked at the other man who was tied up a few steps away. Obviously, he was worried about the health of the man next to him. As for the second man, he was younger and was also a man. Zheng Tan felt that this man was quite pitiful. He had obviously been beaten up. The first man had at most a bruise at the corner of his eye, but this man was beaten up like a pig's head. There was blood on his forehead, and he wasn't very conscious. There was a dirt road about 50 meters away from here. There were no cars passing by, and even if there were, the doors would be closed. It was hard to hear the noise outside. If it weren't for Zheng Tan, who knew when the two of them would be discovered? Perhaps they would already be dead by the time they were discovered. After Zheng Tan looked at the two men, he ran towards the orchard. He quickly climbed over the barbed wire fence to find the Jiao Yuan. The Jiao Yuan was helping someone take out a toolbox. He moved his wrists and was about to move on to the next one when he felt someone tugging at his trouser leg. Zheng Tan tugged at Jiao Yuan's trousers and looked in the direction of the two men. He looked at Jiao Yuan and tugged again. Jiao Yuan frowned and said to Grandpa Jiao, who was chatting with someone not far away, "Grandpa, I'm just taking a walk." "All right, be careful." Grandpa Jiao didn't mind too much. There wasn't much danger in the orchard. The children couldn't stay idle and wanted to look around, so he let them be. Zheng Tan didn't intend to let little Pomelo follow him. She was still young. What if she met someone with bad intentions outside? He did not expect little Pomelo to follow him after noticing him. After bringing the two men to the barbed wire fence, Zheng Tan directly climbed over it. Jiao Yuan asked little Pomelo to stay here while he went over to take a look. This was also what Zheng Tan wanted. Jiao Yuan had always been obedient in front of outsiders. He was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. However, in reality, this guy in Xiong had done a lot of bad things. Even though he was in high school now, he was still doing the same, or even more. Climbing over the fence and climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan knew that Jiao Yuan was familiar with it. After bringing the Jiao Yuan to the forest, the man who was about the same age as the Jiaopa saw Zheng Tan and the Jiao Yuan. His eyes were filled with joy and tears. Jiao Yuan tore off the tape on the man's mouth and asked, "Who are you?" The man's voice was trembling, but his voice was very clear. "My name is Song Ting, from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. When I came here yesterday, it was already night time. My phone was out of battery, so I didn't call my friends here. I wanted to take a taxi to the experimental base, but I didn't expect to be robbed. When we arrived here, the other two men and the driver tied us up here. They had knives and sticks in their hands, and they took our phones and wallets. Our IDs were in our bags, and they took everything away. The young man next to us should be from around here. He came back from work. He resisted and even took a few hits for me. He's not in good condition right now, and he needs a doctor." Jiao Yuan did not immediately believe the other party's words. Although he felt that the person in front of him was a good person, he had seen many situations where people were bitten after saving people. Now he was only a high school student, and no one else could help him. 2 days ago, the news reported that after saving people, he was hit into the snow by the other party with a stick. He had to be vigilant, so he needed to prove this person's identity again. Therefore, Jiao Yuan didn't continue to ask about the man's identity. Instead, he quickly asked him a few questions about the anti-freeze care of fruit trees. He had learned a lot about this from Grandpa Jiao over the past few days. Song Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't think too much and answered casually. Whether he was an insider or not, he could tell from the way they spoke that they had their own way of using words. Many villagers working in orchards didn't know how to use professional terms. After confirming this, Jiao Yuan didn't waste any more time. He took out a universal knife from his pocket and untied the man and the other man. He asked Song Ting to wait here while he quickly ran back to the barbed wire fence. He briefly explained the situation to little Pomelo, and then little Pomelo ran back to call for help. Looking at the two men, they were tired, hungry, and in the cold and wet environment. They had been outside for too long, and it wasn't easy for them to walk. Jiao Yuan alone couldn't carry them. Little Pomelo had been to the orchard a few times, so she was familiar with it. She wasn't afraid of getting lost, so she quickly ran to call for help. Zheng Tan was helping Jiao Yuan to prevent any suspicious people around. What if the car robbers from last night appeared again? Jiao Yuan was just a high school student, and he couldn't handle those professional robbers. Not long after, people came from the orchard. They drove a small cart specially used by the orchard, and opened the gate near the barbed wire fence. They carried the two injured men into the cart, and went to the town hospital. Because of this incident, they originally planned to stay in the orchard until dinner, but now it seemed that they had to change their plans. When it was almost lunchtime, Grandpa Jiao directly took the children back on the donkey cart. Before getting on the cart, Zheng Tan saw the donkey wagging its tail and shouting beside Grandpa Jiao Yuan. It was different from the sound it made after teasing the cat in the morning. When it was in front of Grandpa Jiao Yuan, Zheng Tan felt that the donkey sounded a little coquettish. Donkeys also knew how to be coquettish. It was said that the two men who were rescued were quickly transferred from the town hospital to the best hospital in the county. This incident was quite big, and it was said that several leaders had ordered a strict investigation. It was rare for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to take the initiative to send an expert to guide the anti-freezing and post-disaster recovery work of the fruit trees. They didn't expect to encounter such an incident. If this incident wasn't resolved, which expert would come to guide them in the future? There were many experts now, but it wasn't easy to find authentic experts. Why did they say authentic and good experts? Because there were many experts who were hired with high salaries or directly sent by the higher-ups. Not to mention how much real talent they had. Not only did they have to put on airs and come to guide them casually, they also had to eat a feast, take a few red packets, and leave immediately. But this time, the one who came was quite famous in the industry, and he was also famous for being a good person. They didn't expect to encounter a black cart robbery as soon as they came here. It was simply F***ket up. Although many things were not explicitly said by the higher-ups, some smart people could infer some hidden information. Song Ting had such great achievements at such a young age, and he was also very famous in the industry. Other than his own ability, it could also be seen that there was someone behind him. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have taken action so quickly. Song Ting's parents were experts in this field of the older generation, and they had contributed a lot to the country. Even though they were old, they still hadn't gone offline. The old man had students all over the world, and he had high prestige in the circle. As an agricultural area with an experimental base, it was inevitable to deal with experts, and it would be inevitable in the future. Therefore, as long as one wasn't stupid, one would know that this matter had to be treated seriously and couldn't be careless at all. Although Song Ting said that there were no confidential documents in the lost things, it was better to find them as soon as possible. Perhaps the robbers didn't expect that the higher-ups would still take care of them when they were busy with disaster relief. They also didn't expect that Song Ting and the others would be discovered so quickly. The robbers planned to do a few more robberies in another town, but they didn't expect to be pulled out of their beds early in the morning on New Year's Eve and handcuffed. This wasn't the first or second time that this group of robbers had done this. They moved from place to place, and if it wasn't for the fact that the operation this time was swift and decisive, and that someone had taken the initiative to report them, they might not have been caught so quickly. As for the other person who was kidnapped, he was indeed from Jiaopa's village. He had just turned 20 years old, and his reputation in the village wasn't very good. It wasn't that this person had done many things that harmed the villagers, but this person didn't go back to school after graduating from junior high. He wasn't interested in studying, and he didn't want to farm either. He always hung out with people outside and even got into fights before. But at the root of it, this person's character wasn't bad, and he had done things bravely for a just cause a few times. Later, under the suggestion of his family, he followed a few people in the village to work in a garment factory along the coast. He hadn't been home for 2 years, and when he came back this year, he encountered a snowstorm, which caused a lot of trouble. When he was almost back in the village, he was robbed and was beaten up. If it wasn't discovered in time, his life might have been in danger if he had waited for half a day. But now he was much better. He was even joking around with his family in the hospital. But Zheng Tan didn't care about that. On New Year's Eve, Zhengtan didn't sleep. He saw Grandpa Jiao buy some red packets yesterday. They were simple red packets with the words, New Year's gift bag, printed on them. He wrapped them up tonight and was waiting to give them to the children tomorrow. In fact, most of the time, the villagers were more casual and didn't wrap their gifts in red packets. They just gave it to the children directly from their pockets. But Grandpa Jiao was fashionable and specially bought some red packets. Zhengtan took 2 red packets and put the money he brought with him into the red packets after little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan fell asleep. Zhengtan knew that the 2 old people in the Jiao family always gave out 100 yuan as their New Year's money. This was the most red packets given in the village, followed by 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan, and so on. According to the village's custom, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma wouldn't give the children any red packets. So Zhengtan planned to give more red packets to Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo this time. This way he would be the one who gave the most red packets this year. Thinking about it made him feel a little proud. Zhengtan stuffed 500 yuan into each of the 2 red packets. This was the overtime pay he earned from Xiaogua. It was difficult to withdraw money from the card, so he could only use this. After folding the red packets, Zhengtan thought for a while. He got some oil from the braised pork that he didn't finish tonight and smeared it on his hand. Then he printed it on the back of the red packet. On the back of the red packet, there was a blurry oil stain in the shape of a cat's paw. This way it wouldn't be mixed up with other people's. Chapter 326. Early in the morning, Zhengtan heard the voices of Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan. The elderly were used to waking up early, and they were even more diligent during the new year. No one slept in today. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan woke up very quickly. They still had a lot of work to do, and there would be guests at home. However, when little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan woke up, their vision was still blurry. They were yawning when they smelled the smell of red braised pork. Breakfast was usually bland, so the 2 kids wondered if it was red braised pork for breakfast today. When they put on their clothes, they found a red envelope on the bedside. They picked it up and saw that it was obviously much thicker than usual. On the back, there was a greasy cat paw print with the smell of red braised pork. It was obvious who it belonged to. What surprised Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo even more was the 500 yuan in the red envelope. Zhengtan had a lot of private money. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo knew that. Jiao Yuan had even borrowed money from Zhengtan. However, borrowing money was one thing, and receiving a red envelope was another. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo felt very strange and complicated. After all, in their eyes, Zhengtan was much younger than them. Plus, there was 500 yuan in the red envelope. For a student, that was a lot of money. Jiao Yuan looked at the red envelope in his hand with a complicated expression. He actually wanted to yell F***CK to ease the impact of the red envelope, but obviously he couldn't. If he yelled, he would definitely be scolded by the 4 elders at home. He didn't want to be scolded on the first day of the new year. When Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan saw Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo coming out of their rooms, they smiled so widely that their eyes narrowed. Before the 2 kids said anything, they quickly took out the red envelope they had prepared and handed it to them. As Zhengtan expected, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan gave out 100 yuan each. It was obvious from the thickness of the red envelopes. Zhengtan couldn't help but feel proud. It didn't even give as much as it did. A black charcoal in yours. Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan took out their red envelopes again. It was the same as in previous years. One of Zhengtan's red envelopes contained pork jerky, and the other contained dried fish fillets. However, this year Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan gave him more red envelopes. In previous years, each red envelope only contained 1 bag, but this time they gave him 2 bags. It was double the amount. There was a reason why Zhengtan gave them double the amount of red envelopes. The biggest credit for what happened the day before yesterday was Zhengtan. Although many people thought that the credit was given to Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan knew that the key person was Zhengtan. Because of this, several village leaders came over to thank Grandpa Jiao. Even 2 town officials came over to talk to Grandpa Jiao. This gave Grandpa Jiao a lot of face. In the past, when he talked to Jiao Ma's old Master Gu often showed off. Grandpa Jiao's reputation depended on his face. Now Grandpa Jiao felt that he could show off more the next time he met Old Master Gu. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo did not tell Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan about the huge red envelopes that Zheng Tan gave them. They were afraid that it would scare them. Jiao Yuan pulled Jiao Pa into the room when Jiao Pa was free, with an expression that said, "What the F***ck?" Jiao Yuan told Jiao Pa about the red envelopes that Zheng Tan gave them. Jiao Pa pondered for a while, then said, "Then accept it. According to the age of cats and humans, Black Charcoal is already middle-aged. You are still a teenager. He probably thinks of you as his junior." Jiao Yuan said, "You can't say that. This is Black Charcoal's appreciation. Besides, Black Charcoal is now a high-earning person who has worked for a few years. You are still a middle school student. His monthly salary is equivalent to half a year of your living expenses. Oh, and he made more money at the end of the year for the documentary." Jiao Yuan was speechless. That was a blow to him. There were many examples of cats from other families giving gifts, such as dead rats, incomplete grasshoppers, or other gadgets, etc. However, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were probably the only ones who had the experience of being given red envelopes by their own cats. Only they could understand the complicated and tangled feeling of being given red envelopes by their own cats. In the morning, when Zheng Tan came back from visiting the grave, he found a person sitting in the old house. It was the person named Song Ting. Grandpa Jiao was smiling like a chrysanthemum blooming. He called Song Ting, expert Song, enthusiastically. Compared to when he was kidnapped, Song Ting looked much better now. The bruises at the corners of his eyes had faded a lot. Fortunately, the robbers did not directly take away their down jackets. Otherwise, they might not have been able to safely wait for rescue. Song Ting did not become depressed because of what had happened that day. He looked very energetic, and his complexion was much healthier. When Song Ting arrived, Jiao Pa had just left with Jiao Yuan and the others. Grandpa Jiao had said that it would not take long, so Song Ting had been sitting there waiting. Seeing Jiao Pa and the others come back, Song Ting's eyes flashed with a smile. His gaze first fell on Zheng Tan, who was wearing a vest, then on Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Finally, he looked at Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma behind them. After saying his New Year greetings, Song Ting reached into his pocket. Zheng Tan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw Song Ting take out 2 exquisite red packets from his pocket. They were twice the size of Zheng Tan's. Moreover, the red packets were very thick. Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao could not sit still when they saw this. They stood up and wanted to reject the red packets, but in the end, they could not resist Song Ting's insistence. They nodded and let the 2 children accept it. "Ah, Mr. Song, you are too polite." Grandpa Jiao felt a little pressured. Their village had never directly given 1,000 Chinese New Year's money. After Jiao Yuan received the red packets, he went back to his room to take a look. Then, he secretly gestured to Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao to let them know how much was in the red packets. In fact, many of Song Ting's relatives gave their children a lot of red packets. It was normal for them to give 1 or 2,000 Chinese New Year's red packets. However, this was also a process of exchange. No matter how much you gave your children, they would give your children in return. They would send red packets to each other. If they could not give their children any Chinese New Year's red packets, they would put it on other things and add it to the Chinese New Year's red packets. Song Ting did not like to do these so-called reciprocal gifts. In the past, it was his wife who prepared the red packets. However, now that his wife had gone abroad to study for a doctorate degree, the old man was not around to give advice. In the end, he decided to follow the traditional way of giving red packets between relatives, and gave each child 1,000 Chinese New Year's red packets. Song Ting wanted to give more red packets. He was sincerely grateful to the 2 children. It was the first time in many years that he had encountered such a situation. Fortunately, the 2 children and the cat had helped him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He could have given more red packets, but in the end Song Ting's friends stopped him. Generally, in the village, giving too much red packets would be too stressful. If they wanted to express their gratitude, they could do it in other ways. Therefore, this 1,000 Chinese New Year's red packet was the result of Song Ting's friend's persuasion. As for Zheng Tan, When Jiao Yuan went back to his room to look at the red packets, he hurriedly followed him. After seeing the red packets, he cursed in his heart. Along with the alpaca, he did not look at Song Ting in a good light. He had originally planned to give the highest red packet this year, but in less than 2 hours, his plan was broken. Zheng Tan was so depressed that he wanted to flip the table. At the same time, he was thinking of saving more cash next year to give the red packets. At that time, the red packets would be more exquisite and beautiful. Someone came to look for Grandpa Jiao. So he asked the Jiaopa to stay here and talk to Mr. Song. After the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were called away by Jiao Ma, there was only the Jiaopa and Song Ting left. Both of them were professors and were about the same age. Although they were engaged in different fields, they were not completely unrelated. They could also talk about common topics. Zheng Tan was sleepy listening to the profound academic topics. When Zheng Tan woke up after a short nap, the Jiaopa and Song Ting talked about the loss of the orchard after the snow disaster. They even talked about donating. Zheng Tan had always been a simple-minded person. He had no interest in donating. He did not feel that he should give the money he earned to people he did not know. He also did not need to rely on donating money to earn his reputation. He would rather give it to the Jiao family and his friends. Therefore, when the Jiaopa and Song Ting were talking about donating, Zheng Tan ran out and planned to take a walk outside. This year, the festive atmosphere of the spring festival in the village was not as strong. Because of the snow disaster, many people who made a living from the land were having a headache. The same was true for those who cultivated and raised crops. They were not optimistic and only wanted to try their best to recover some losses. There were also fewer children playing with firecrackers outside. Most of them were helping their families. The income of their families was directly linked to their future education and marriage. Therefore, they gave up playing with firecrackers and went to work. Zheng Tan squatted on a big rock beside the muddy road and looked at the villagers who were scurrying away. 2 old men walked past the muddy road in front of him. They were talking and did not notice Zheng Tan. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were all donating money to a family. The family was not very well off. There were many problems with their tile-roofed house. It was not reliable and half of it collapsed during the snow disaster. Fortunately, they were fine. They barely survived the New Year's Eve with the help of some people. Otherwise, they would have been cold and hungry. Some people in the village wanted to raise money to help them repair their house. Otherwise, they would have no place to live. According to what the 2 elders said, their family conditions were not very good. They were just passable. Their son and daughter-in-law did not agree with donating money, but the elders thought that by doing some good deeds, they could accumulate more merit for their son and grandson. This way, they could leave in peace in the future. Many people, the older they got, the more they believed in some mysterious things such as doing good deeds and accumulating good deeds. It was said that good people would be rewarded and evil people would be punished. Zheng Tan used to be very disdainful of this because in society, there were all kinds of people who cheated, killed, robbed, and stole. They lived in luxurious houses, drove luxury cars, and hooked up with high-quality girls. They lived better than anyone else. On the contrary, some good people lived miserable lives. The failure of education, the increasing pressure of life, and the increasing gap between the rich and the poor made people breathless. Doing good deeds and accumulating good deeds? No, they were more and more convinced that money was above all. As for the process, what did it matter? However, Zheng Tan suddenly began to feel confused again. He used to think, was it because he had done too many wicked things that he suddenly became a cat? There was a vegetable garden on the other side of the muddy road. Some of the vegetables had frozen to death, but some were still alive on the other side of the fence. Yellow flowers bloomed on the vegetable stalks. They swayed slightly with the wind, adding some vitality and hope to the garden. Zheng Tan looked at the vegetable stalks and gradually became entranced. Then, a donkey's face suddenly appeared, accompanied by a rather sudden donkey's honking. Zheng Tan was so shocked that he almost jumped up. The donkey turned its head and wagged its tail as it followed the 5th grandpa. Watching the man and donkey walk away, Zheng Tan stretched and ran back to the old house. Chapter 327. It was a bank card that the Jiaopa had specially made for Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan's salary and remuneration were all deposited into it. Zheng Tan hadn't checked the amount of money in the bank for a long time. Last time, when the Jiaopa checked online banking, Zheng Tan was very happy when he saw the amount of money in the bank account. Before the Jiaopa went abroad, he gave the card to Zheng Tan. Now that he had been back for a long time, he didn't ask for it back. It was still hidden in the drawer of the cat tree by Zheng Tan. When he left Chuhua City this time, other than some cash and a card knife, the only thing he had in his vest was this bank card in case he needed it. From the beginning until now, the Jiaopa hadn't used the money in the bank card much. The money in the bank card might not be less than the money in his own salary card. However, the Jiaopa didn't expect Zheng Tan to bring the bank card out. What was the meaning of this? Putting the newspaper aside, the Jiaopa wasn't in a hurry to leave. He closed the door and dragged a chair over to sit down. Zheng Tan pushed the bank card that his hand was stepping on in front of the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa was puzzled. You want to withdraw money? Zheng Tan turned his head and looked around. He looked at the newspaper that the Jiaopa had just put on the table. The newspaper was brought over by Song Ting. It was a provincial newspaper. The headlines on it were about the snow disaster and disaster relief funds. The Jiaopa followed Zheng Tan's gaze and looked at the newspaper. He raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, "You want to donate money?" Zheng Tan nodded and pushed the card in front of the Jiaopa again. It was inconvenient to not be able to talk. Fortunately, the Jiaopa had already gotten used to this kind of communication. He had even pasted a small note on Zheng Tan before. If other people knew about this, their jaws would probably drop. The Jiaopa was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled and patted Zheng Tan's head. He sighed and looked out of the window. He didn't say anything for a while. Zheng Tan waited for a while. Seeing that the Jiaopa didn't say anything else, he was about to remind him. However, the Jiaopa turned his head and said, "Are you really going to donate money?" Zheng Tan's eyes widened. How could this be fake? Before I change my mind, take the card and donate it. It was rare for him to make a donation. Seeing the look in Zheng Tan's eyes, the Jiaopa chuckled. You little brat. When the Jiaopa and Song Ting had discussed the matter, they had already decided to donate money. Their village was also in the disaster area. There were also some villages further away on the other side of the mountain that were in worse conditions. Old Master Gu's place was also in the disaster area. In order to prevent any shenanigans, Song Ting had asked a few of his friends to participate in the donation and monitor it, so that those who wanted to make money from the donations would give up early. It was precisely because of this that the Jiaopa felt at ease donating money. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe donating money. These days, there were also shenanigans in charity organizations. If Zheng Tan wanted to donate money, he could only donate with the Jiao family. He couldn't use another name. Zheng Tan didn't care about this. Did he want everyone to know that he was the one who donated the money? Someone would definitely think about it. Besides, Zheng Tan didn't have such noble sentiments. He only donated for peace of mind. After all, when a completely normal person suddenly turned into a cat and returned to the past, Zheng Tan felt uneasy just thinking about it. When he was sad, he would stare at his cat paws that were completely different from a human's. As for the donation, it didn't matter if other people knew about it or not. If it was really like what the old people said, that doing good deeds and accumulating good karma would bring about good karma, then when would he be able to return to his human form? Zheng Tan thought optimistically. This was also what Zheng Tan had been thinking about when the Jiaopa came in just now. How much do you want to donate? The Jiaopa asked again. Although the Jiaopa had a plan in mind, he wanted to know Zheng Tan's opinion. When he asked, he raised his hand and took a large calculator from the table. He turned on the power switch and put it in front of Zheng Tan. This was the kind that the Grandpa Jiao and Grandma often used. When they bought it for the convenience of the two old people. It was the type with the big buttons that could be seen clearly. Zheng Tan stared at the calculator in front of him and raised his hand to press the button on the calculator. Normally, donations were in round numbers, so Zheng Tan pressed 1, then moved to the 0 button and planned to press 4 zeros. However, when he pressed the button, Zheng Tan's mind wandered. He was still thinking about something when he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a lot of things happening in the past year, especially the incident in May. After pressing the button, Zhang Tan retracted his hand and realized that he had pressed something wrong. He raised his head and looked at the display on the calculator. Sure enough, there was an extra zero. Zhang Tan was speechless. It really was a mistake. Earlier, he had seen a donation news article in the newspaper. Many celebrities had donated 10 to 20,000 yuan on the spot. He had thought that it would be enough if he donated 10,000 yuan. However, when he was pressing the button, his mind suddenly went blank. He was not focused and accidentally pressed an extra button. Before Zhang Tan could regret, the Jiaopa had already taken the calculator and looked at it. Seeing the 100,000 on the monitor, Father Jiao was surprised, which was rare. He knew that before the new year, when his cat was working at the pet center, the overtime pay was only 50 yuan. He had to get 100 yuan. Xiao Guo had joked about it several times when he called him. He did not expect this guy to be so generous. Compared to corporate donations, private donations were much less, especially from ordinary people. 100,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for many people. For this large-scale snow disaster, Zhang Tan's donation was even more than some of the celebrities' donations listed in the newspaper. Zhang Tan had a lot of money in his card. In the past, because of him, Yihao had transferred a lot of money. This amount of money still accounted for the majority of the total amount. In the past few years, because of various reasons, Yihao had also transferred a lot of money. Every time, Yihao had been very generous. Are you really going to donate this much? I was going to donate 100,000 yuan. I didn't expect you to do the same, said the Jiaopa, thinking about the New Year's money that the Jiao Yuan had told him. The Jiaopa smiled and shook his head again. His cat was really... Zhang Tan hesitated for a moment. However, when he thought about the money in his card, he decided that he would just donate 100,000 yuan. He would not change it. Pushing the card back to the Jiaopa, Zhang Tan jumped off the table and left. A few days later, Song Ting came again. The young man who had been kidnapped with him last time was discharged from the hospital today. He asked the driver to send the young man over. After all, the young man had helped a lot when they were kidnapped. This time, the young man had almost lost his life. After Song Ting learned about the young man's family situation, he recommended a food processing factory along the coast to let the young man work there when he recovered. The young man's family was very happy about the good pay. Taking advantage of this time, Song Ting also chatted with the Jiaopa and brought over the relevant donation certificate. The Jiaopa meant that the 200,000 yuan was a family donation. When he told Song Ting about it, he specifically said, "The money that my cat earns is also included in the donation." Song Ting smiled. He only thought that the Jiaopa was joking. However, he did have a good impression of Zhang Tan. If it were not for Zhang Tan, he did not know when he would have been discovered. In addition, on Yuan Ziyi's side, the Jiaopa would also participate in the company's donation. He did not only donate this amount of money. Because of the disaster in his hometown, he also experienced a lot this time. Moreover, Yuan Ziyi also wanted the company to make a good impression in front of the public. While the Jiaopa was chatting with Song Ting, Zhang Tan looked outside. The car that sent Song Ting here was a private car with a driver. However, the driver was not only a driver, but also a bodyguard. He was afraid that something would happen to Song Ting on the way. However, from Song Ting's words, it could be seen that he had a good impression of this village. He had said a lot of good things about this village. The young man's surname was also Jiao. However, he was also related to the Jiaopa. Most of the people in this village had the same surname, and some families had the same surname. This was also the reason why the Jiaopa, who was also surnamed Jiao, addressed the donkey cart driver as fifth uncle instead of fifth uncle. However, when it came to the Jiao Yuan's generation, it was much simpler to address people as uncle or grandfather. Zhang Tan and the others would not be staying here to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan still had to go back to report. Before that, the Jiaopa's work had to start in advance. Many graduate students would return to school around the 10th of the first lunar month, especially those who were busy with more research projects. The winter break was only a week or two away. The school's official website said nothing. This was an internal rule that would not be announced publicly. On the day they returned to Chuhua City, Song Ting was at a fruit tree experimental base not far from here. When he heard that the Jiao Pa and the others were leaving, he ran over to see them off and brought some fruits. What made Zheng Tan angry was that when Fifth Grandpa led the donkey over, the donkey even leaned in front of the car and made a few strange noises at Zheng Tan. Its mouth was even moving, and its eyes were slightly narrowed, as if it was mocking Zheng Tan. The day before, when Zheng Tan was squatting on a tree and enjoying the winter scenery of the countryside, Fifth Grandpa led the donkey past. When it saw Zheng Tan, the donkey walked under the tree and pooped in the direction of the tree trunk. It pooped right under the branch that Zheng Tan was lying on. After it pooped, it looked at Zheng Tan. Its long ears twitched, and it wagged its tail and followed Fifth Grandpa away. Now that the donkey was acting like this again, Zheng Tan was so angry that he wanted to rush up and slap the donkey's face a few times. If little Pomelo wasn't holding him, Zheng Tan would have already slapped it. Looking at the proud donkey, Zheng Tan gritted his teeth. Just you wait, when I come back for the new year next year, I'll beat you to death. Zheng Tan still had a red packet in his vest. He took it from Grandpa Jiao. Zheng Tan didn't have much money on hand now, so he planned to give another one to Zhuo Xiaomao when he went back. In fact, Zheng Tan also wanted to give one to little Jiao, but after considering the blind old man behind little Jiao, he decided against it. It would be troublesome if it attracted too much attention. Anyway, little Pomelo would definitely bring a lot of food for that girl. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, the primary and secondary schools all started school. The kindergarten also opened its doors as the parents started work. Zheng Tan already had a plan for Zhuo Xiaomao's class. He found an outdoor class time. Zheng Tan put on a black vest, put the red packet in, and ran to the kindergarten. Just like before, after seeing Zheng Tan, Zhuo Xiaomao went over. The children in the class were used to it and didn't have much curiosity. Brother Hey, Happy New Year! Zhuo Xiaomao ran over happily. It was obvious that this child was in a good mood. Zheng Tan turned sideways to Zhuo Xiaomao and nodded at the zipper of the vest's pocket, indicating for Zhuo Xiaomao to open it. Zhuo Xiaomao's eyes lit up. She quickly put the crayons in her hand into her pocket, then opened the zipper of the vest and took out the red packet inside. Seeing the red packet with the words New Year's gift package, Zhuo Xiaomao smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She knew these 3 words. She had also received this kind of red packet during the new year. Just as Zhuo Xiaoqiao was enjoying herself, Zheng Tan heard a commotion. She turned around and saw a grayish-black figure rolling out from the bushes after a few meows that signified a cat's battle mode. Chapter 328. The cat that rolled out of the grass was a little bigger than Zheng Tan. It had short, grayish-black fur, and if one looked closely, they could see some black spots. At this moment, after the cat rolled out of the grass, it looked around vigilantly. It was probably aware of a lot of strange smells and sounds around it. When it looked at Zheng Tan and the others, it was stunned. It pulled its ears, and then lowered its vigilance. But the next moment, it seemed to have suddenly heard something, and it jumped up high. The next moment, a yellow and white figure rushed over from the grass. The 2 cats covered their ears, arched their backs, and looked at each other with a look that said, "I'll scratch you to death." Their mouths made the kind of whining sounds when they were on guard for a fight. Zheng Tan looked at the clear sky. The weather was getting warmer, and the season of spring was coming soon. The war between males and nature had begun again. Of the 2 cats confronting each other, one was Candy Peanut, whom Zheng Tan had watched grow up, and the other was Tiger, who had been adopted by Feng Baijin, one of the tenants of the lakeside villa, who had rolled out of the bushes awkwardly just now. Tiger, whom Zheng Tan had also watched grow up, was adopted by Feng Baijin, a tenant of the lakeside villa. Now, although Zheng Tan didn't often go to the lakeside villa area, he could hear a lot of embarrassing things about this guy when he went there a few times. It was still the same old saying, "I still remember when it was young and fresh. When it grew up, it was all troublesome." The little guy that Zheng Tan had picked up from the alley in the old residential area was now bigger than Zheng Tan. It couldn't be helped. This guy had inherited the good genes of its mother, the leopard cat. When it was young, it was not obvious, but when it grew up, it felt different from ordinary cats. Obviously, it was 2 different kinds of cats. When Er Mao and Qin Tao talked about the leopard cat's tragic experience, It seemed that before Mao gave birth to Huzi, it was brought to a cat fighting arena. The cats there were all fierce, and Huzi's father was probably one of the cats in the arena. Because Huzi was too restless, Feng Baijin didn't keep Huzi at home, and it couldn't. After Huzi grew up, it began to wander around its territory, and Peanut Candy was even less docile. After Mao took Black Rice away for the time being, Peanut Candy would go to the eastern courtyard and bark a few times. The rest of the time, it would patrol its territory and fight. Now, the territories of the two crossed, and the intersection was in the vicinity of Tsinghua University. Therefore, Zheng Tan would hear two different meows from ordinary cats from time to time. According to what Zheng Tan had seen and heard a few times, Peanut Candy usually won when the two fought. Huzi, this guy, was often injured, and the more he was defeated, the braver he became. Every time he recovered from his injuries, he would run out and continue to fight. Moreover, every time the two of them fought, there would be no other cats within a certain range. Many children also developed a sense of fear when the two of them fought. Not to mention children, even some adults would panic when they heard it. In many people's eyes, a cat's cry should be a kind of coquettish meow, as well as a kind of unique cat howl in the middle of the night during certain rippling seasons. This kind of cat was something that no one wanted to encounter, for fear of being affected. That claw coming over was not a joke, let alone a child. Sensing that Zheng Tan was here, Peanut Candy quickly looked in Zheng Tan's direction. Then she continued to confront Huzi, as if she was waiting for a moment when the other party was not paying attention to her, so she could attack with her paw. It was not a good idea for the two to continue growling at each other. The teachers of the kindergarten had already noticed this. Although their defense against Zheng Tan had decreased a lot, it was different for other cats. This was a kindergarten. It was not good to hurt children. Even if they did not scratch them, it was not good to scare them. In the end, the two would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Zheng Tan jumped down from the concrete platform of the guardrail. The landing sound was not loud. It was difficult for people to hear, but for cats, it was enough. The two cats who were confronting each other heard the sound. They did not even look in Zheng Tan's direction. They ran away. If they did not run faster, they would be beaten up by Zheng Tan. In the past, if the two fought in the wrong place, Zheng Tan would rush up and slap them if he saw them. If they wanted to fight, they had to go somewhere else. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to look at the place and the situation. Seeing the two cats run away, Zheng Tan did not plan to chase after them. He let them continue to fight. He turned back and walked to the side of the fence. He jumped onto the concrete platform of the fence and looked at Zhua Kitten. The child seemed to have been about to say something, but she was interrupted by Huzi. Zhua Kitten did not continue to think about the two cats. She did not have any special thoughts about other cats and dogs. In her opinion, Zheng Tan was her brother, and the other cats were just cats. That was all. Although the new year was over, it did not affect Zhua Kitten's mood when she received the New Year's money from Zheng Tan. She carefully hid the red packet in a small pocket inside her coat. Then, she began to talk about things as usual. This time, she talked about some things during the New Year holidays. Because she did not have other relatives by her side, Zhua Kitten was brought by Lord Zeng during the New Year. After a simple explanation, Zhua Kitten happily said to Zheng Tan, "Brother He, my mother is coming back." Zheng Tan was too surprised to hear the news. Xiaozhua had been away for a long time. From what he knew, Xiaozhua had gone to do some scientific research for the country that would not be made public in the short term. Moreover, after joining the project plan, it was different from the project applied at the school. Moreover, the project that Xiaozhua participated in would probably cause great harm to the body, or even life-threatening. Zheng Tan did not know the specifics, but he could guess some of the situations. Just like the researchers at the school, sometimes he could hear the students gossiping about who had thinned hair again, who was in poor health, who was a student who got sick because of some kind of experiment. Last year, he heard from the Jiaopa that a few graduate students in the animal medicine field of a provincial agricultural university were infected with brucellosis. There were many similar incidents. Every year, the relevant school would specially host a report on the safety of the laboratory. The Jiaopa also often emphasized the safety of the laboratory to Exian and the others. Fortunately, the laboratory here was separated from the student study room. After the graduate students finished the experiment in the laboratory, they washed their hands, took off their lab coats, and went back to the student study room to rest. They would go to the laboratory when it was time to do the experiment. However, some schools and research groups were not like this. When Xian and several other brothers and sisters had dinner in the small restaurant of the Jiaowei family, Zheng Tan had heard that in some schools, the laboratory and the student study room were in the same room. Polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis, which was often involved in nucleic acid and protein experiments, was being done on the experiment table, while the students on the other side were either reading books or staring at the computer, busy and seeking death. In chemical and physical experiments, some experiments were also very harmful to the body, such as toxic reagents, heavy metal infections, and radiation problems that many people knew. Now that Xiaozhua could come back safely, it was indeed a happy thing. No wonder Zhua Kitten was in such a good mood today. Although he had several opportunities to have remote video calls with the mother and son in the past few years, each time was not long. Moreover, meeting on video was different from meeting in real life. Zheng Tan was happy for the mother and son when he heard Zhua Kitten continue to say, "But I have to wait until I'm in the first grade." Zheng Tan. It turned out that it was not time yet. With Zhua Kitten's current level of knowledge, there was no problem at all for her to be in the first grade, but she was too young. Moreover, this was not a problem that could be solved by him directly in the first grade. It was mainly on Xiaozhua's side. However, according to Zhua Kitten, Xiaozhua would come back in the second half of next year. It was only more than a year, and it would pass quickly. After listening to Zhua Kitten complain for a while, "Why can't I be in the first grade now?" Zheng Tan gave her a handshake and left. It was time for Zhua Kitten and the others to go to the classroom for outdoor activities. Zheng Tan planned to go outside the campus to relax, so he went to the old street. He looked at the entrance of little Pomelo's school for a while, then continued to walk. He slowly walked out of the old street and came to Hengwu Square. It was almost noon. Some of the snack shops were emitting the tempting aroma of food. Zheng Tan thought that at this time he was too lazy to go back to school and go to Jiaowei's restaurant to eat. He went to Hengwu Square with familiarity. Looking at the two big words food, he found that there were already many people sitting in the shop. He wandered to the back of the shop and climbed up to a window on the second floor. The window was not locked. The anti-theft net at the window was not dense. Zheng Tan could squeeze in from here, open the window, and jump indoors. Boss Kai was not in the room, but looking at the temperature of the tea in the teacup, he knew that Boss Kai had returned from Nancheng. He was still in the lounge just now, and probably went out at the last minute because of something. The computer on the desk was on, and there were a few documents in front of the computer. Zheng Tan jumped on the desk and looked at the documents on it. Boss Kai would not leave anything that involved business secrets here. There were too many people here, and it was not safe. Therefore, the things that were left here were not too important. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would not go up and look. He was not interested in peeping at other people's business secrets. After all, the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. On Boss Kai's desk were a few price lists and some descriptions that made Zheng Tan dizzy. Looking at the prices of various dishes on the list, and then looking at the price list of previous years on the computer, Zheng Tan was speechless. When he ate with Jiao Pa in the cafeteria, and when he ate at Jiaowei's for free, he did not think much of it. Looking at the numbers on the list, he realized that the prices of dishes had increased so much. With the increase in cost, the price of the dishes in the store should have increased as well. Despite the increase, there were still so many customers, which also proved that taste of food was indeed popular. Zheng Tan walked along the old street and saw many restaurants. The people in those restaurants might not be as popular as taste of food. He had to admit that food's dishes were indeed good. Below the price list, there were several wholesale prices listed by suppliers. Zheng Tan just raised his hand and glanced at the top piece of paper. He did not continue to look at it. He was waiting for Boss Kai to come back. Then Zheng Tan's lunch could be solved. Zheng Tan did not have to wait for long before the sound of a key unlocking the door rang out. Boss Kai came in with a folder in his hand. However, he seemed to be troubled as his brows were furrowed. Following behind Boss Kai was the store manager, a somewhat plump middle-aged man. Seeing Zheng Tan, Boss Kai smiled. Yo, Black Charcoal is here. Happy New Year. Boss Kai walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and handed a sorted document to the manager. Follow this first. Oh, and ask them to send 2 servings of food later. Yes, boss. The manager had long been used to Zheng Tan's presence. After the manager left, Boss Kai sat on the computer chair, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said to Zheng Tan, "It's good to be a cat. I don't have to worry about anything." Chapter 329. It was obvious that Boss Kai had been very busy recently. That was why he said something like that. For Boss Kai, he was not afraid of being busy. However, with the same amount of time, he could stay in the kitchen for a few days in a row to think about dishes. He was not willing to deal with those written business contracts. When he was in South City, he had asked for help. But now, there were not so many helpers. The work that was shared with Boss Kai would be heavier and take up more of his time. Boss Kai probably did not have many opportunities to complain to others after the new year, so he could not help but say a few more words to Zheng Tan. Although he did not say much, Zheng Tan could understand how the boss felt. Boss Kai had originally planned to spare some time to think about 2 more dishes. In terms of personal preferences, thinking about dishes could satisfy Boss Kai's interests. In terms of the store's performance, he had to keep introducing new products to attract more customers and retain them. Just as Boss Kai said in a document on the table, customer satisfaction and financial performance are significantly positively correlated. Employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction are significantly positively correlated. Customer satisfaction completely mediates the relationship between employee satisfaction and financial performance. After settling the customers, the rest was not a problem. The competition at Henggu Plaza was very intense. Everyone was trying their best to figure out how to get the young people around them to fork out more money. As the owner of the restaurant, Boss Kai was naturally doing the same. After all, this could directly reflect the satisfaction of the people at his restaurant. Even though taste of food was very popular now, he could not afford to be careless. He had to seize the opportunity to spread his name. Now, some customers who could not find a seat or were in a hurry would order takeout packages in advance. After all, there was no takeout service here. After lunch, Zheng Tan did not leave immediately. He watched Boss Kai drink some tea and then continue working. He opened a file on the computer. It was a new dish that would be launched after the new year. Zheng Tan's lunch just now was one of them. It tasted good and could satisfy the appetite of the people here. The other document contained the names of some restaurants that could be found all over Chuhua City. This seemed to be Boss Kai's diary. Some of the restaurants had related records behind them, such as, what dishes did he eat at XX restaurant in XX year, XX month, XX day, XX month, XX day, 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 XX day. This was one of Boss Kai's interests. He had this habit since a long time ago. He always had a notebook with him, and after recording he would organize it and keep it together. In addition to tasting food everywhere, Boss Kai seemed to be planning to hire a few chefs. In short, he was busy enough. After staying in Boss Kai's lounge for a while, Zheng Tan decided to leave. He didn't take the stairs. After all, this was a restaurant and there were many customers in the restaurant. Zheng Tan couldn't take the stairs. Besides, it was more convenient and faster to go through the window. Looking at the black cat sneaking out of the window, Boss Kai smiled and shook his head. He then continued to deal with the documents in his hand. He knew that some people in the restaurant privately complained that it was a waste to give such good food to a cat. Besides, this cat was not the boss's own cat, so it couldn't catch mice in the restaurant. It was simply a scam. Boss Kai didn't explain the reason. Some things didn't need to be known to others. Besides, he thought that the black cat was quite good. He didn't think that the black cat couldn't taste good food like the employees complained in private. It was very sensitive to the subtle changes in the expression of others when they were eating. It could infer whether the other party was satisfied with the food or not. The black cat also had some subtle changes in its expression when it was eating. It was very similar to humans, but other cats didn't. Just as Yi Hao and the others had said, this black cat was different and could not be judged by common sense. While Boss Kai was analyzing Zheng Tan's expression when he was eating the new dish, Zheng Tan went downstairs through the window. He didn't expect to hear someone calling his name after just a few steps. He looked back and saw Feng Baijin coming out of the food taste. After school at noon, Feng Baijin came to the food taste for lunch. He liked the food very much. He ordered it too late, so his order number was at the back. He came and waited for a while before he got the food. He didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so he could afford to wait. He didn't eat here because the seats were already full. He didn't expect to see the familiar cat when he came out with the food. He shouted to confirm, and it was really the cat. Feng Baijin knew that the black cat often came here and had many acquaintances, so he didn't think much about it. He put the food in the trunk of his scooter and was ready to go back. He looked up and saw the black cat running towards him. Feng Baijin's first thought was that the food in the trunk had attracted the cat's attention. However, when he saw Zheng Tan jump on the scooter but didn't scratch the trunk, he didn't say anything. He understood that the cat wanted to hitch a ride. After eating, Zheng Tan was a little lazy and didn't want to leave. He wanted to walk slowly back, but since he met Feng Baijin, he didn't want to continue walking. He wanted to hitch a ride. Feng Baijin rode the scooter into Chuhua University. Since the cat behind him didn't get off, he took a detour to the eastern courtyard. When he passed by a road, 2 cat meows came from the forest. Zheng Tan knew which 2 cats it was as soon as he heard it. Feng Baijin obviously knew as well. Feng Baijin stopped the scooter and shouted towards the forest. Huzi, time to eat. Why didn't he shout time to go home? Because Feng Baijin knew that the attraction of time to go home was definitely not as attractive as the words time to eat. As long as he shouted time to eat, even if Huzi was in the middle of a fight, he would come over immediately. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Baijin shouted, the aggressive cat meows stopped. Zheng Tan had already jumped off the scooter. It wasn't far from the eastern courtyard, so there was no need to take up space. Whoosh! A gray shadow jumped out from the grass. Compared to the appearance Zheng Tan saw in the morning, Huzi now had 2 more scratches on his body. Originally, his attack power was slightly lower than peanut candy. His fur was also short, so he didn't have much defense power. This was why this guy lost 9 out of 10 times. Feng Baijin looked at the wounds on Huzi's body and felt helpless. The wounds weren't deep. He just needed to rest at home for a few days. Huzi's recovery ability was very strong. This was the first time Feng Baijin had raised a cat. The experience of raising a cat was full of tears. He didn't care about it scratching tables, doors, and smashing things. As for the fact that many people said that cats would give gifts, Feng Baijin would definitely laugh. Can you imagine the feeling of waking up early in the morning and finding a fat mouse that was played to death next to your pillow? That feeling was simply F***ck. A mouse in the house. The house was cleaned very well, so there shouldn't be so many mice. Aunt Li, who was in charge of housework at Feng Baijin's place, was still puzzled. Until one day, when she was walking in the neighborhood, a resident saw her and greeted her with a smile. Your cat must be very patient. It caught all the mice in my house. While Feng Baijin was thinking, Huzi had already jumped onto the scooter's trunk and meowed. Go back and eat your cat food. It's not suitable for you. The taste is too strong. Feng Baijin picked up the cat on the scooter's trunk and put it in the basket in front of the scooter. Huzi also cooperated. He squatted in the basket, put his chin on the side of the basket, and looked down at Peanut Candy, who jumped out from the grass. Peanut Candy stared over there and wagged her tail vigorously. The meaning of a cat wagging its tail was different from that of a dog. A dog wagged its tail when it was in a good mood, but a cat wagged its tail when it was happy. There were many meanings in a cat's tail wagging. Different amplitude and strength reflected different emotions. It could be thinking about something, or it could be angry. For example, Peanut Candy was wagging her tail for the latter. Feng Baijin was talking to Zheng Tan and Huzi about not eating dead rats. As soon as he saw Peanut Candy, he didn't say anything and just drove away. Every time Feng Baijin saw Peanut Candy, he would take a detour. He couldn't help it. His cat attracted hatred, and he also suffered. Peanut Candy could chase cars for a long distance. The few claw marks on Feng Baijin's scooter were made by Peanut Candy. Feng Baijin's family always thought that it was Huzi, or else they would be even more worried. Peanut Candy didn't even care about Xiaogua, let alone Feng Baijin, who had no relationship with him. Every time he saw Peanut Candy, Feng Baijin was scared witless. However, probably because Zheng Tan was here, Peanut Candy didn't chase after him this time. After Feng Baijin and the others left, Peanut Candy was no longer that unapproachable. It became a harmless and well-behaved cat again. It walked in front of Zheng Tan and wanted to rub against him. Zheng Tan ignored it. He brushed Peanut Candy's long fur and didn't see any wounds. As for Feng Baijin's warning about not eating dead rats, Peanut Candy really didn't seem to have touched them. He hadn't touched them since he was young, so he didn't know if he could smell something wrong. Speaking of dead rats, in the early years of the Jiaopa, in order to prevent Zheng Tan from dying like the two cats in the yard who ate dead rats, the Jiaopa trained Zheng Tan. From several types of rodenticides to dead rats, Zheng Tan knew a little bit about them. The Jiaopa also dissected several dead rats that had been poisoned by different types of rodenticides. Zheng Tan watched the whole process, but it was still disgusting. Later, when he found out that Zheng Tan never ate rats, the Jiaopa didn't worry about that anymore. There were many people who raised cats in the countryside. Cats, dogs, and even children were raised half-free. In order to prevent accidents, not many people used rodenticides. However, in the city, there were many people who used rodenticides. The density of the residents was high, and relationships weren't that good. If one family didn't use rodenticides, other families would have plenty of them. Who would care if one family raised a cat? Therefore, many people who raised cats were worried about the problem of poisoned rats. However, the good thing was that it seemed that almost no one in the yard used rodenticides. The poisoned cats were only poisoned after they ran far away. This day, Zheng Tan walked to the smell of food again at noon. He climbed through the window and entered Boss Kai's lounge. Boss Kai was sorting out a document. He was staring at the computer screen with his fingers tapping on the keyboard. When he heard the sound, he looked over. "Yo, black charcoal is here." As he spoke, Boss Kai tidied up some of the printed documents on the desk to make some space. Zheng Tan was going to jump over to the desk, but when he was about to jump, he suddenly stopped. He took back his foot and sniffed the air hard to distinguish the smell in the room. Boss Kai looked at Zheng Tan strangely. In the past, when the cat came in through the window, he would jump directly on the chair or the table. What was wrong with him now? Zheng Tan sniffed at Boss Kai's desk and other places. He stepped back a little and squatted on the windowsill to think. No matter what Boss Kai said, Zheng Tan didn't go in. Chapter 330. Black Charcoal. What's the matter with you? Boss Kai couldn't help but stand up from the computer chair. He walked to the window and looked outside. There was nothing special. He then looked at the black cat on the windowsill. It was still staring at the room, as if there was something scary in the room. Black charcoal. Boss Kai shouted again. The uneasiness and impatience in his voice grew deeper. He couldn't help but think of some things that happened in Southern City. The business world was like a battlefield. There were so many unscrupulous things. He wasn't good at that. Most of the time, he relied on his friends there to help him. Later, there were fewer things. Until now, when the strange situation happened again, Boss Kai recalled some of the things that happened in the past. He didn't have any helpers now, and the security in the store needed to be strengthened. During the new year, he went back to Southern City and asked some friends to introduce some reliable people to him, but it would take some time before they could come to work. What was going on? Boss Kai always thought that animals were more sensitive to danger than humans. Besides, he knew that this black cat was different, so he trusted it more. Because of this, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The unknown danger made it hard for people to calm down. Zheng Tan didn't want to ignore Boss Kai. He was just thinking. He stayed on the windowsill and didn't even go over the window. He smelled something, but from Boss Kai's reaction, he didn't seem to notice it. This kind of smell wasn't strong, and it was difficult to distinguish. People couldn't smell it with their sense of smell. Even though Zheng Tan's sense of smell was much more sensitive than that of ordinary people, he could only smell a little bit of it. Besides, Zheng Tan had never smelled this kind of smell before, but it was familiar. He should have smelled something similar before. No matter whether he had smelled it before or not, it made Zheng Tan feel danger. It was the kind that made him turn around and run away, as if he was afraid that he couldn't avoid it. While he was thinking, Boss Kai saw that Zheng Tan didn't respond, so he reached out to poke Zheng Tan to wake Zheng Tan up. But when Zheng Tan looked up and saw the fingers coming closer and closer, he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, there was no space behind him, and he slipped and almost fell from the second-floor window. If it wasn't for his quick reaction and holding on to the edge of the window, it would be hard to say what would have happened. Seeing Zheng Tan acting like this, Boss Kai looked at his hands and felt even more uneasy. Although this cat was not very approachable, it was okay to poke it occasionally. It was not like this cat was avoiding the god of plague. He didn't know if he was overthinking things, but his growing uneasiness was real, and he couldn't calm down to think about many things. After a few seconds of silence, Boss Kai called the manager of the store and told him that the store would be closed in the afternoon for internal renovations. The customers who made reservations in the afternoon would call the store one by one to apologize. Those who wanted a refund would get a refund. Those who didn't want a refund would get additional compensation or an extension of time. The manager definitely knew what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the manager. After the call, Boss Kai made a few more calls. Zheng Tan listened and guessed that Boss Kai was going to ask someone to come over and check on the store. In fact, Boss Kai could also secretly ask someone to check on the store first and keep the store open. But he was afraid that if something happened, the store would be ruined. The loss would be much more than the profit he made in the afternoon. The store was his years of hard work. Of course, Boss Kai wasn't worried about the food. Because he had been framed in Nanjing City, he had put a lot of effort into the cleanliness of the kitchen. Whether it was the purchase of the food or the purchase of the food, there were people in charge of it. After the food was delivered, there were also people in charge of testing for pesticide residues. Even the tap water was checked. There was no way that the food would be poisoned. When he called just now, Boss Kai asked the person in charge of the testing in the purchasing department again. He confirmed that the recent troubles were only limited supply and high prices. Other than that, there were no other problems. If it wasn't the food, then what was it? Was it because of the food? Or because of himself? Boss Kai knocked on his forehead and thought of all kinds of possibilities. He wasn't as smart as others and couldn't think of a solution. He planned to go out for a walk. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at the windowsill. Black charcoal, can you do me a favor? Zheng Tan stood on the windowsill and hesitated for a moment. He could roughly guess what Boss Kai wanted him to do. He had planned to sneak back to Tsinghua University and go to Jiao Wei's small restaurant for a meal. But when he heard Boss Kai's words, Zheng Tan hesitated. Speaking of which, Boss Kai was really nice to him. Every time he came over, he would give him good food and drinks. Even if Zheng Tan slept on the sofa for the whole afternoon, Boss Kai wouldn't say anything, nor would he chase him away. Thinking about it this way, Zheng Tan felt that she would be too heartless if she were to slip away. Since the other party was so nice to her, it was only right for her to help out now that she was in trouble. Besides, this favor was not a big deal. Zheng Tan didn't leave the room. Although nothing would happen if he left, Zheng Tan just couldn't get over it. He jumped down from the second floor and followed Boss Kai to the front door. It was the peak hour in the restaurant. People were coming and going. Some of the customers knew Boss Kai, but not many of them. They just greeted him when they saw him. Boss Kai felt that the muscles on his face were stiff from smiling. No one knew how uncomfortable he was in his heart. When he saw the black cat not far from the door, Boss Kai was slightly relieved. It was good that the cat didn't leave directly. There was a sign on the door that said it was closed in the afternoon. Many people asked about it, and the manager explained it with a polite smile. Everything was normal. Boss Kai led Zheng Tan into the restaurant and walked around from the side. At this time, many people were eating happily. Some were staring at the menu in their hands, and some were chatting with their friends while waiting for their food. Zheng Tan walked against the wall. With Boss Kai blocking him, few people noticed him, and few were interested in looking at him. Zheng Tan didn't care about the people around him. He carefully identified the smell in the room. He didn't know if it was because the smell of the food was too strong, or if it wasn't there in the first place. In short, Zheng Tan couldn't smell the kind of smell in Boss Kai's lounge. He walked around the hall on the first floor, and then went up the stairs to the second floor. There were many small rooms on the second floor. People sitting in the small rooms wouldn't notice Zheng Tan. Only people walking around in the corridor would notice him. At this time, Boss Kai didn't care about those things. Someone he knew asked Boss Kai why he let a cat walk around here. Boss Kai made up a few excuses, and the other person didn't really care about these things, so he didn't ask more. Zheng Tan walked around the second floor. Just like the first floor, he didn't smell that kind of smell. He thought that the smell was too faint to distinguish, and it was probably suppressed by the smell of the food. Besides, there were so many people walking around, and all kinds of smells were mixed. It was reasonable that he couldn't recognize it. Thinking that maybe he didn't recognize the smell, Zheng Tan suddenly stopped and looked at a table next to him. Boss Kai saw that Zheng Tan didn't have any special reaction from the first floor to the second floor, and he relaxed a lot. This meant that there was no problem with the place where he ate, and the customers wouldn't be affected. Was it only his room that had a problem? Was there really someone who wanted to deal with him? Boss Kai started to think again when he saw the black cat. He suddenly stopped and looked at the table next to him. This table wasn't close to the dining area on the second floor. Sometimes, it was placed here to make it easier to collect the tableware. Most of the things placed here were the staff's, and it was also close to the staff lounge. Was it the staff's problem? Zheng Tan also thought that maybe one of the staff had a problem with Boss Kai and deliberately set him up, but he didn't smell that kind of smell when he walked to the staff lounge. He even followed Boss Kai into the lounge. The two staff who were resting were so scared that they stood up immediately, afraid that their boss would think that they were slacking off. Staff lounge, no problem. In that case, after walking out of the staff lounge, Boss Kai looked at the small room next to him. It was the resting place for the cleaners. Because there weren't many waiters, it wasn't big. Opening the door, Zheng Tan followed Boss Kai into the room. At this moment, there were only two middle-aged women waiting for their shift. There were all kinds of cleaning supplies on the shelves. Every cleaner had their own cabinet, where the cleaning supplies were placed. Different people were responsible for different places. If there was a problem, they would go to the person who was responsible for that place at that time. Seeing Boss Kai, the two cleaners were very restrained. They didn't look like the kind of people who were good at flattery. They did a good job in the last few months at the end of last year without any problems. Moreover, they had a lot of experience in this field before and hadn't been reprimanded by their previous boss. It could be seen that they had done a good job in cleaning before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been retained until now. There was no change in the number of cleaners this year. Boss Kai smiled stiffly and talked to the two cleaners. He knew that one of them was the one who cleaned his room this morning. If he looked carefully, he could see a bit of guilt in this person's eyes. However, Boss Kai didn't think that this person would harm him. Some people would try to get some benefits in private. As long as it was within the acceptable range, Boss Kai wouldn't pursue it. This was also a kind of balance. While chatting with the two cleaners, Boss Kai also paid attention to Zheng Tan until he saw Zheng Tan stop in front of a cabinet. Whose cabinet is that? Boss Kai pointed at the cabinet and asked. Boss. It's mine. The one who was responsible for cleaning Boss Kai's room in the morning said. He looked very nervous. No matter how good Boss Kai's temper was, he couldn't hold back a smile now. Open the cabinet. Boss Kai said. The two cleaners thought that Boss Kai was checking on them, so it was reasonable for Boss Kai to do a spot check and check the equipment. However, when they saw the look of panic on the cleaner's face, Boss Kai's calm face darkened. The cleaner opened the cabinet and showed Boss Kai the cleaning tools inside. At the same time, she took the initiative to admit her mistake. She sold the cleaning agent in the store and used the cheap cleaning agent in her own house. The cleaning agent in the store was of good quality, and the price was much higher than that of ordinary cleaning agents. Many cleaning agents outside cost 3 to 5 yuan for a 500g bottle, but the cleaning agent in the store cost 30 to 50 yuan for a bottle. Zheng Tan looked at the middle-aged woman who tried her best to admit her mistake. What she said should be true, but Zheng Tan did smell that kind of smell from here. This person's cabinet smelled different from other cabinets, so he didn't want to go near it just now. Zheng Tan looked at the middle-aged woman's hands. It was a pair of hands that had worked hard. They were old and wrinkled, indicating that this person often did low-level work. At the same time, Zheng Tan also noticed that the cleaner's fingers, which were tugging nervously, had white stripes on them. They were different from the half-moon marks on a normal person's fingernails. Chapter 331. In fact, when Zheng Tan came in, he smelled the smell that made him very uncomfortable. It was slightly stronger than the smell in Boss Kai's lounge, and the source of the smell was the nervous cleaner. Looking at the cleaner's fingernails, Zheng Tan didn't know whether this auntie knew she was in a very dangerous situation. In addition to the cleaning tools, the store distributed cleaning clothes and shoes. The cleaner at work would put her clothes in the wardrobe. Zheng Tan could smell the stronger smell from the wardrobe. Of course, it was only relative. People might not be able to recognize it with their sense of smell. Zheng Tan couldn't tell Boss Kai in detail. Moreover, Boss Kai had realized that there might be something wrong with the bottle of cleaner, so he took action quickly. In the afternoon, the food flavor store was closed, and the door was closed. When people outside walked past, they could hear some knocking and the sound of an electric drill. Looking at the renovation sign hanging outside, they didn't think much about it. Many stores would renovate on weekdays, so that they could make a better profit on weekends. In the food flavor store, there was indeed work going on. Boss Kai had noticed some places that needed minor repairs, and the layout also needed to be adjusted slightly. After all, people had different habits in different places. This was a good opportunity to tidy it up. His lounge was the main place for the renovation, and it needed to be completely cleaned and redecorated. Zheng Tan didn't go back in the afternoon. He stayed there and watched Boss Kai look for help. Boss Kai's hands were shaking when he received the test results. The several highly toxic heavy metals made him panic. The test results showed that some of them were insecticides. Nowadays, many people didn't use those heavy metals to grow vegetables or kill insects. Many countries had even reduced or stopped using them, but some places still used them. As for how the insecticide got into the cleaner's bottle, even the cleaner herself didn't know. If they really wanted to harm you, they wouldn't spray this kind of cleaner. That way, the toxicity would be reduced a lot, and the effect would be slower if they sprayed it here. To achieve their goal, it's better to spray the insecticide directly. The friend who helped Boss Kai with the test said to Boss Kai. According to the cleaner, she felt that Boss Kai was a good person. She felt bad for taking advantage of Boss Kai in private. When she was cleaning, she even wiped Boss Kai's keyboard and computer hard. This was also the reason why Zheng Tan avoided Boss Kai's hand, because Boss Kai's hand had the same smell. Thinking about it, if the bottle of detergent was replaced with the kind of insecticide that didn't have any smell, the computer, keyboard, desk, sofa, window, and other places that Boss Kai came into contact with every day would be covered with poison. Anyone who lived in such a room for a long time couldn't help but tremble. Don't worry, it might be an accident. Anyway, you'd better investigate this matter carefully. Of course, if it's really an accident, I can only say that you're a little unlucky this year. Lao Kai, this is your zodiac year, right? That person just said it casually, but he didn't expect Boss Kai to seriously nod his head. The other person opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only remain silent. Although he usually joked with others that his zodiac year was a little unlucky, he didn't think so in his heart. He didn't believe in those things, because his zodiac year didn't have any big ups and downs. However, it was hard to say for Boss Kai. He even encountered such a thing. Fortunately, he found out in time and didn't make a big deal out of it. Before the lounge was cleaned and renovated, Boss Kai temporarily separated a room on the second floor of food flavor. When the lounge was renovated and ventilated for a period of time, he would tear down this compartment. As for the investigation, Boss Kai didn't have many connections in Chuhua City, and he didn't have any foundation. If he really wanted to investigate something in depth, it was naturally best to find a local. Therefore, Boss Kai went to find Yi Hao. At that time, Chairman Shu specially asked for it, so naturally Yi Hao had to give some face. Besides, this was just a small matter, and it didn't cost much. The result that Zheng Tan found out a week later was the same as what Boss Kai's friend said. This matter was indeed just an accident. The cleaner's hometown was in the suburbs. Someone in the cleaner's family worked in a factory that manufactured detergent. During the new year, they were given large bottles of detergent. In order to save money, they would specially use a spray bottle to dilute the detergent before using it. Someone had rented a piece of land next to her house to plant flowers. The pesticide was also from that person's family. However, a lot of it was lost in the snowstorm this year, so that person didn't plan to plant flowers anymore. After moving some things away, he closed the door. During the new year, the cleaner's house was also lively. There were many places that the adults couldn't take care of. A child went to the flower bed and found a few bottles. Coincidentally, there was a small plastic factory that produced this kind of spray bottle. The spray bottles used by everyone were similar, but those children didn't know. Seeing that the color was not bad, they thought that it was the same as their own detergent, so they took it back and sprayed it everywhere. As it didn't have a strong smell, no one paid attention to it. Later, when the child didn't play with it, he directly put it on the table. After that, someone mistakenly thought that it was their own detergent and wanted to empty a few bottles to store other things. All of them were gathered into a large bottle and poured out from the large bottle whenever they wanted to use it. At that time, the adults were too busy, so this work was done by the children. The children didn't notice the difference in viscosity between the bottle of pesticide and their own detergent. After pouring it directly into the undiluted large bottle, they ran to play. Because of this, from then on, all the detergents used in the cleaner's house were mixed with insecticides. Although the toxicity of the insecticides was reduced a lot, the house, especially the room where the cleaner lived, had been sprayed everywhere by the kid who took the insecticides from the flower bed. Therefore, the toxicity of the insecticides was much higher. This was a slow process of poisoning. Their daily breathing, skin contact, and so on would all poison them. However, during this process, the cleaner didn't notice it. Perhaps there were some symptoms of poisoning, but they didn't care. Sometime after the new year, the cleaner came to the city and also brought 2 bottles of detergent. He cleaned at Food Flavor for a period of time. Because his family members were sick and he was short of money, he set his eyes on the detergent that was given out by the shop. Each bottle was worth dozens of yuan. A few days after changing the detergent, Zheng Tan came across it. Pesticides and rodenticides were things that the Jiaopa once talked about when he taught Zheng Tan a lesson. That day, when Feng Baijin mentioned the dead rat, it also reminded Zheng Tan of the memory from a few years ago. That was why he was able to quickly recognize the threat when he jumped out of the window. He just wasn't sure what it was. After all, there were many kinds of pesticides and rodenticides. Even if some of them looked the same and people smelled the same, a cat's sense of smell could still distinguish the differences. After learning the truth, Yi Hao talked to Boss Kai and sighed. That guy always gets into trouble. He's a troublemaker. The guy and troublemaker that Yi Hao mentioned were obviously referring to Zheng Tan. If Zheng Tan had been there, Yi Hao might not have said these things. However, at that time, Zheng Tan wasn't there. Boss Kai didn't think that it was Zheng Tan's fault. This incident was an accident. Since it happened to him, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Even if the poison used in his lounge wasn't very toxic, what if it had been used for a long time? Who could guarantee that he would be safe? Besides, he was running a food store. This kind of store was most afraid of being involved with poison. Even the slightest incident could affect the whole business. It's not causing trouble. It's blocking disasters, Boss Kai said. Yi Hao recalled what had happened in the past. Indeed, he did feel that way. Speaking of which, ever since the taste of food was introduced, that cat hadn't come to victorious return for a long time. If he ran into it again, he would have it walk around and see if it could block any potential disasters. Zheng Tan was completely unaware of Yi Hao's thoughts. After the incident at Boss Kai's, the number of times he went there had decreased. In the past, he would go there for a meal every 2 days. Now he would go there once a week. It wasn't that Zheng Tan was afraid that the poison in Boss Kai's lounge hadn't dissipated. He had learned from Boss Kai's friend who was in charge of testing that the poison in the lounge wasn't very toxic. It was just that the smell at the time reminded him of something bad, and he felt threatened. But now, Zheng Tan didn't go there as often because Boss Kai's lounge was too small. There were too many things piled up, and it wasn't very convenient to eat there. Every time Boss Kai saw Zheng Tan, he would be very enthusiastic. Whenever Zheng Tan went there, he would have someone prepare a meal for him. Boss Kai felt a lot more at ease with this cat around. When the cleaner was fired, Boss Kai saw that there were several people in the cleaner's house who were chronically poisoned, and the medical expenses were high, so he didn't deduct any of their wages or pursue compensation. The cleaner also knew what to say and what not to say. After leaving, he didn't mention the taste of food to anyone. If it were Yi Hao, he definitely wouldn't have let it go so easily, even if it was just an accident. This day, Zheng Tan followed Jiao Pa to the cafeteria for 2 days, and stayed at Jiao Wei's restaurant for 3 days. He wanted to change his taste, so he came to the taste of food again. After eating, he didn't stay for long. He planned to go home and secretly go online to see the netizens scolding a certain celebrity with the surname Zhao, who was arrested before the new year. Now no one continued to call him young master. Instead, they called him hypocrite. During the new year, because of the snow disaster, no one paid attention to this matter. After the incident, a few people who had a grudge against a certain young master started to make waves to make their presence known again. When Zheng Tan was bored, he also went to watch the scolding battle. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, Zheng Tan was stopped by someone again. This time it wasn't Feng Baijin, but Mao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Mao officially became a father on New Year's Day. As he wished, he had a daughter. Because she was born on New Year's Day, her nickname was Yuan Yuan. There were even people who teased the father and daughter. One was Mao, while the other was Yuan. If the word money was added, then the price would be 10 times higher. This time, Mao came here to deliver an invitation. It was his daughter's 100th day banquet, so the few families here had to make the trip themselves. Celestine and Jiao Pa also sent an invitation. He had just delivered an invitation from Triumph, and bought some food. He knew that the dishes at the Taste of Food were good, but he rarely came here. It was rare for him to come here, so he bought some food. Later, he still had to go to the old lady's place in the lakeside villa, so he bought some food and brought it over to share with the old lady. That great aunt was old, but her appetite was quite good. Black Coal, let's go. Let's go see great aunt together. Mao got into the car and waved at Zheng Tan. Chapter 332. Mao had changed his car. It was no longer the ordinary car he used to drive. In the past, Mao drove for his own convenience. Now he had to drive his wife and children from time to time, so he had a higher requirement for safety. After all, he had the money to buy a better car. Zheng Tan saw a lot of children's products in the car. There was also the smell of milk. Mao was in a good mood. He kept talking about his daughter, Yuan, on the way. However, no matter how Mao praised his daughter, Zheng Tan did not say anything as he had not seen her with his own eyes. When they arrived at the lakeside villa area, Zheng Tan did not stay in the car to follow Mao to the old lady's house. Instead, he went to Feng Baijin's house. When Zheng Tan got close to the house, he heard Feng Baijin roaring. "If you bite my cable again, I will throw your tiger toy away. Do you understand? I will throw it away completely." Feng Baijin only had classes in the morning, but he skipped all of them. According to the current arrangement, Feng Baijin had to skip the first 2 classes in the morning. If he chose to skip the last 2 classes, it would depend on how long he slept. According to the rules of Tsinghua University, there were morning exercises for freshmen and sophomores. Feng Baijin basically did not go. He had to do morning exercises from elementary school to high school. Why would he still do morning exercises in university? F***ck. If you want to deduct marks, just do it. Feng Baijin had been sleeping in the morning. He played games until late last night, so he could not get up today. When he woke up, he found that the cable on the computer table was bitten again. He originally wanted to download a few songs to his MP3 player, but now it seemed that he had to buy a new cable. As for the tiger toy that Feng Baijin mentioned, Zheng Tan knew about it. Back then, when he fished the tiny Huzi out of the alley, He was the one who placed the furry tiger toy next to Huzi. Later on, Huzi directly treated it as his own toy. Even when he moved out of his nest, he would bring the toy over. Sometimes he would hug the toy to sleep, just like when he was young. Even after he grew up, this habit did not change. Every once in a while, Aunt Lee, who worked as a nanny, would take out the toy to wash it and then dry it on the balcony. Every time this happened, Huzi would squat on the balcony and guard it. Every once in a while, he would look at the drying rack on the balcony for fear that it would be thrown away. The door of the house was open. Zheng Tan did not climb through the window and walked in directly. Aunt Lee was mopping the floor. When she saw Zheng Tan, she did not say anything and continued to mop the floor. Zheng Tan was already a regular here, so it was not strange. When Zheng Tan went to Feng Baijin's room on the second floor, he saw Huzi lying in its own nest, its two front paws tightly holding the tiger toy, not letting Feng Baijin take the toy away. After Feng Baijin pulled the tiger toy's head, he snorted and let go. Huzi hurriedly moved the toy back into the nest. I'll let it go this time. Next time, even if I don't throw your toy away, I'll tear it into pieces. Let's see what you're hugging while you sleep. Do you know about dismemberment? Zheng Tan had heard similar words many times. Every time, it would start with if you, I'll, and after a while, it would end with I'll let it go this time. Next time. There were indeed a few scars on Huzi's body, but looking at his appearance, he seemed to be in good spirits and would recover soon. It was not that he could not go out, but every time he was injured, he would be watched by the 3 people in the room, and would not be allowed to go out. Zheng Tan looked at the computer that Feng Baijin had turned on. On the screen was a game. When Feng Baijin had nothing to do, he would stay at home and make games. Unlike commercial production, Feng Baijin made games based on his preferences. Zheng Tan knew that Feng Baijin made 2 games. One was Cat and Cat. This game was not novel in nature. There were too many cat and cat games. Feng Baijin's game had a lot of downloads. Firstly, the cartoon cat heads in the game were very cute. When they were removed, they had different animation effects and different cat sounds. One of the original cat heads in the game was Huzi. When the cat head was not removed, it was still very cute. When it was removed, it looked like it had been beaten up. Its sound was also the same as Huzi's. The second game was called Cat and Mouse. Honestly speaking, it was not novel. In the beginning, catching mice was similar to some small action games. What many people liked was that after catching mice, they would use them to scare people. For example, they would put the mice on the owner's bed, quilt, drawer, bag, and so on. If this kind of thing was placed in a game, everyone would play happily. However, in real life it was definitely a scam. Feng Baijin had a deep understanding of this. Feng Baijin integrated his own personal experience into the game. However, people who played the game would not know the developer's history behind the tears and tears. In fact, Zheng Tan was looking forward to Feng Baijin's future games. These were only his own practice works. Many things were not perfect. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. It seemed that Feng Baijin might develop further in this direction. When he went downstairs and went out, Aunt Lee was sitting on the sofa on the first floor drinking tea and watching TV. She was holding a teacup and wearing a red bracelet on her wrist. It was a very simple kind of bracelet made of red string. Aunt Lee was probably in her zodiac year. Zheng Tan had not seen her wear it before. After leaving Feng Baijin's place, Zheng Tan went to the old lady's place to take a look. He squatted not far away and waited for Mao. He did not want to go to the old lady's house. Every time he saw the old lady, Zheng Tan always felt strange in his heart. He could not tell what the feeling was, so it was better not to see her. When he came, Mao said that they would go to Celestine's place to eat in the afternoon. He had already called the Jiaopa, so Zheng Tan did not go back. He waited for Mao to come out from the old lady's place and hitched a ride with him. Speaking of which, Celestine's son was already 1 year old. His first birthday celebration was close to Mao's daughter's 100-day celebration. Zheng Tan did not go to Celestine's house many times. Every time he went, he felt that Wei Xiaobei had changed a lot. The last time he came, Zheng Tan remembered that Wei Xiaobei could only crawl on the foam mat with difficulty. Now he could walk 2 steps. Wei Xiaobei was Celestine's son's nickname. When he was born, he was very fat. Although he did not look like a lump of meat now, he was still a bit fatter than other children of the same age. When Zhongtan and Air Mao arrived at Celestine's house, Wei Xiaobei was holding onto the wall to walk. When he saw Zhongtan and Air Mao, he was not afraid. Instead, he happily walked towards them. However, after taking 2 steps, he fell down. The floor and the walls were pasted with a layer of soft cushions. The furniture in the house and the hard corners were all covered with soft cushions, so there was no need to worry about him bumping into them. Therefore, Fatty Wei wouldn't be injured even if he fell to the ground. After turning over, Wei Xiaobei did not cry. He continued to happily walk over. This time, he did not walk and directly crawled. This way he would be faster. Air Mao wrapped up Wei Xiaobei, who had crawled in front of him. "Little fatty, come and call me second uncle. Call me second uncle." Wei Xiaobei laughed happily. Then, he sneezed in front of Air Mao's face, causing Air Mao's face to be covered in saliva. Air Mao wiped his face and silently cursed that his daughter was still the cutest. Little fatty was too much of a bastard. "Sister-in-law, did Wei Xiaobei catch a cold?" Celestine's wife took the child and looked at him. "He's fine." Then, she put Wei Xiaobei down. Wei Xiaobei, who had regained his freedom, crawled towards the sofa where Air Mao and Zhongtan were sitting. "I heard that he can call mom and dad now?" Air Mao asked. "Yes, but I'm not too sure." Celestine's wife smiled. In the same neighborhood, there was a child who could call out when he was 10 months old. Although Celestine did not say anything, Celestine felt very unhappy when he saw that family being cocky in front of them. However, this could not be rushed. Different children had different situations. Last week, when he heard Wei Xiaobei speak, Celestine was so happy that he did not sleep until the middle of the night. "Come, call him brother He." Celestine's wife carried Wei Xiaobei and placed him on her lap. She then faced Zhongtan's direction and said. After knowing that Wei Xiaobei called Zhongtan brother He, Celestine's wife also told Wei Xiaobei to call him brother He every time she saw Zhongtan. However, Wei Xiaobei did not know how to say it before and had never called him that before. Wei Xiaobei looked at Zhongtan, and after his mother guided him a few times, he called out haha. He did not say it clearly, but he could hear the meaning behind it. On the other hand, Air Mao made Wei Xiaobei call him second uncle again. Wei Xiaobei's response was pfft. This angered Air Mao to the point that he complained about the difference in treatment. Celestine came back early in the afternoon. He did not have to work overtime today. When he came back, he hugged Wei Xiaobei and called him a few times before chatting with Air Mao. Here, Air Mao threw something to Celestine. Celestine took it and looked at it. It was a red braided bracelet. It was very simple and did not have any gold, silver, jade, or anything like that. Isn't it your zodiac year? I took one from my great-aunt and gave it to you. She has a lot of these things. Hearing Air Mao's words, Zhongtan thought about the bracelet in Aunt Li's hands. The two braided bracelets looked similar, but Celestine's bracelet should be a man's bracelet. The knot on the string was a bit different from Aunt Li's bracelet. Even without any gold ornaments, it looked a bit more rigid. Celestine originally did not take it to heart, but when he thought about what he heard from Yi Hao about the boss of food flavor, he still wore it. Since it was just a small thing, it was not troublesome. It was just for psychological comfort, so wearing it was not bad. In the beginning, the two of them were talking about Wei Xiaopeng's first birthday and Air Mao's 100-day banquet. When they talked about their master, the two of them sighed. The old man was getting older and had accidentally fallen down a while ago. Even if he usually looked healthy, he was still old and was forced to stay in bed for a period of time by his disciples. This time, Celestine and Air Mao did not want the old man to travel a long distance to come over. The old man had attended their wedding. Now the old man could only look at the two of them through the pictures sent by the computer. However, Celestine thought that when they could go over to take a look, the master and his disciples could gather together. Now that the few of them were all fathers, the few of them who attended Air Mao's wedding said that they would find a time to gather with the old man. After being separated for so many years, they did not meet up often. In the future, they would all be busier, and other things could not be said. I also know that. After the new year, I went over to take care of some matters. The old man's mental state was very good. However, I was thinking that when my heir Yuan is a bit older, we should bring him over to take a look. Right now heir Yuan is still too young, heir Mao said. And when the time comes, I will bring little Fatty over as well. Oh, Master also said that if we go, we should bring Black Charcoal over to play with Dashin. Are we really bringing him? Celestine looked at Zheng Tan beside him and thought about Dashin's ferocious appearance. He felt that this was not a good idea. At the end of last year, when he went on a business trip to visit the old man, he saw Dashin biting a rabbit until his face was covered in blood. Zheng Tan was also pondering over the Dashin that heir Mao and Celestine were talking about. He had long heard of Dashin's name, but he had never seen him before. He was too focused on his thoughts and did not notice. When Zheng Tan noticed, Wei Xiaopeng was leaning on the edge of the sofa, holding Zheng Tan's cattail and putting it into his mouth. Chapter 333. Seeing Wei Xiaopeng grab the cat's tail, heir Mao smiled and said, "If it was any other cat, it would have already scratched him. Senior brother Wei, you have to be more careful. My wife's relative's child is like this. He's already 3 years old and doesn't listen to anything. The parents won't always keep an eye on him." Once the child ran to grab the cat's tail and was scratched by the cat. You know, children don't know the severity of the situation. The cat's reflexive claw immediately drew blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the child was wearing a lot of clothes, let alone his hand, his arm would have been scratched. Heir Mao said this while picking up the good news. This kind of thing happened quite often. Scratching the hand or arm was considered lucky, but scratching the face or eye would be troublesome. Celestine nodded. He did have to be careful. He had heard of this before, but the cats he was familiar with were all fine. They had never had this kind of problem, so he had overlooked it. Now that he thought about it, he really had to put more thought into it. He couldn't let his son develop this kind of habit. He had to know what he could and couldn't do. After all, not every cat was a brother Black. They wouldn't tolerate it. Thinking of something, heir Mao smiled proudly. But my 2 daughters get along quite well. The 2 daughters heir Mao was referring to were his cat Black Rice and his daughter heir Yuan. He even took out his phone to show Celestine a picture of the 2 daughters. It looked quite harmonious. With regards to Wei Xiaopeng's naughty behavior of grabbing the cat's tail, Zheng Tan decided to stay away from him before he turned 8. He wouldn't get close to the first birthday banquet either. After eating dinner at Celestine's house, heir Mao first sent Zheng Tan back to the courtyard. On the way, he even said that he would let the cat's tail off during Wei Xiaopeng's first birthday banquet. Thinking about the scene, heir Mao couldn't help but laugh. However, he was only joking. Nowadays, many children's first birthday banquets didn't do this. However, since Celestine wanted to do it, heir Mao wouldn't go and cause trouble. If he really screwed Wei Xiaopeng over, he was afraid that Celestine would also screw him over during his daughter's first birthday banquet. Zheng Tan listened to heir Mao's complaints and looked inside the car. Compared to when they went there were a few fewer gifts in heir Mao's car. There was an extra box. The box was not tightly closed. Zheng Tan opened it and saw 2 pieces of woven fabric similar to the red rope he gave to Celestine. Was heir Mao going to give these away? Black coal, don't destroy the red string. This thing costs $50 each. I've taken the last few today. I'll give them away when the time comes, heir Mao said. 50 yuan. That old hag was really ruthless. Zheng Tan stared hard at the red rope woven fabric. There wasn't even a stone strung on it. Why was it so expensive? Hearing heir Mao's words, it seemed that there were quite a lot of people buying it. This old hag really knew how to swindle people. It was no wonder that before heir Mao found her, she had been living a good life in a small village without plowing or plowing. $50 wasn't a lot. To many people, it was just a small amount of money. However, when he thought about how the red rope looked like it could be bought at a stall for a few dollars, and then thought about the woven fabric that was tens of times more expensive, Zheng Tan couldn't help but silently curse the old hag for swindling people. However, at the same time, Zheng Tan also wondered if he should buy one as well. Little Pomelo was 12 years old this year. Many people in the same grade were older than her by a year or 2. In addition, children didn't really care about the term natal year. Therefore, other than the Jiao Ma buying some red clothes for little Pomelo, Zheng Tan didn't see anything that deliberately targeted the term natal year. After all, among young people, although there were many who paid attention to this term, there weren't many. Back then, the Jiao Yuan didn't pay attention to this aspect. Zheng Tan had only heard about it from Jiao Ma. The Jiao Yuan didn't care at all. Things like wearing red underwear, the Jiao Yuan didn't do it. After Zheng Tan got home, he rummaged through the drawer where he kept his money. Most of the money he saved before the new year was wrapped in red packets and given out. After the new year, he worked overtime a few times and got some more. Xiao Guo was also generous now. He didn't give out 50 yuan a few times. Basically, he gave out 100 yuan. After rummaging through the money and making sure that he had enough money, Zheng Tan decided to go to the old lady's house to see if there were really a lot of people there like Mao said. This was the psychology of people. If everyone bought something, they would buy it too. On a good morning, Zheng Tan went to the lakeside villa area and lay down on a tree near the old lady's house. Although the old lady was always in a wheelchair and didn't usually run around, there were quite a lot of people who went to talk to her. Most of them were middle-aged women or elderly people. With Zheng Tan's hearing, he could hear the old lady's voice. Needless to say, the old woman did look like an expert when it came to tricking people. She tricked them into a daze. At least, from Zheng Tan's point of view, the old woman was tricking people. While she was fooling people, the old lady's hands were not idle. She was holding a red rope and weaving something. Even though she was getting on in years and her hands were trembling, her knitting was not slow. Zheng Tan was far away and could not see clearly, but by the time the old woman had finished chatting with someone, she was done. She put the finished product aside and continued knitting. And most of the people who came to chat with her would pay for one or two. Zheng Tan decided to stay in the afternoon and see how many people the old lady could fool. As for lunch at noon, Zheng Tan thought about it and decided not to go back to eat. It was troublesome to run around. If he was nearby, he could go to Feng Baijin's house for a meal. Aunt Li's cooking was not bad. Zheng Tan was planning to go to Feng Baijin's house for a meal when he saw two children about 10 years old running to the old lady's house like thieves. They were afraid of being seen by others. They should be primary school students who came home from school at noon. There was a primary school nearby. Many children in this community and some nearby communities went to school there. It was said that the quality of teaching was good. Naturally, some of the corresponding fees were more expensive. Although it was compulsory education, there were still many other expenses. The two children were holding a bag of bowls in their hands. Those were the bowls they brought to school for breakfast. They would take them back to wash at noon. The little girl was dressed like a child in this villa area, and the little boy was shabbier. He should be from a nearby community. Seeing the behavior of the two children, Zheng Tan was not in a hurry to go down the tree for a meal. He continued to stay here to see what the two children were going to do. Generally, people who went to the old lady either wanted to talk about the 5 elements of feng shui, or wanted to buy a red rope out of admiration. These two children shouldn't be the former. As for the latter, these two children wouldn't be looking for a scam, right? It was 50 yuan for a red rope. At this time, no one was there to chat with the old lady. Everyone had to go back to prepare lunch. The old lady had someone to take care of her, so she didn't have to do it herself. She was still in the yard knitting the red rope. The 3-legged cat was lying at the side, guarding the finished products. Granny Yang. The little girl stood at the gate of the yard and shouted politely. Zheng Tan heard from Mao that the old lady's surname seemed to be Ouyang, but he didn't know when it became Yang. Mao also said that Ouyang, and Yang had the same surname. Zheng Tan wasn't interested and didn't listen much. However, thinking back, the jade token had the word Ouyang on it. At that time, Zheng Tan only recognized the word Yang. Oh, little Nini. The old lady looked at the little girl standing at the gate and smiled. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were squinted. Granny Yang, I brought my classmate here to buy a bracelet. No, buy. The little girl didn't know what it was. She pulled the little boy forward and said, You can say it. The little boy was a little embarrassed and nervous. However, as the old lady asked some seemingly random questions, the little boy relaxed and answered them one by one. Zheng Tan listened to their conversation and understood that the little boy wasn't buying it for a person, But for a cat. No one in his family was in the zodiac year this year, but the old cat at home was already 12 years old. It was even older than the little boy. The old lady didn't look very surprised. She was still smiling and kind to children. She listened to the little boy talk about the cat at home. At the same time, her hands didn't stop and she was finishing knitting. "Granny Yang, can you buy it?" After saying that, the little boy asked with a red face. In many people's eyes, his behavior was a wastrel, doing useless work and foolishly looking for trouble. Could a cat be the same as a human? According to the conversion of the age of a cat and a human, many people said that a 7 or 8-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 50 years old. For example, the 12-year-old cat at home was equivalent to a human's 60 years old or 70 years old. It was a real old cat. Of course. The old lady handed over the knitted item in her hand. The little girl came over to take a look. "Hey, it's different from the one I saw last time." To make sure, she looked at the bracelets in the box next to her. This one was indeed different from the others. The old lady just smiled and didn't answer. The little boy carefully put the red knitted item in his hand into his pocket. Then he took out a plastic box of candy from the bag that held the bowl. There was some change in the box. There weren't any 5 or 10 yuan notes, but there were a lot of 1.5 yuan notes. There were also some 10 yuan coins. After counting the money with a red face, the little boy said embarrassedly, "Granny Yang, you don't mind this, right?" "It's okay. Just leave it here," the old lady said casually. When leaving, the little boy turned back to look at the old lady. "Granny Yang, I heard that the natal year is a hurdle. Will it pass this hurdle?" "Do you want it to pass this hurdle?" the old lady asked. "Of course. I heard that there was a cat in the north of the city that lived until it was over 20 years old," the little boy said excitedly. "That's good." The little boy was a little confused, but he soon smiled and waved to the old lady. "We're leaving. Thank you, Granny Yang." The two children left the old lady's yard and whispered as they walked. Zheng Tan was curious and wanted to see what the old cat looked like. "I'll pay you back the 20 yuan as soon as I have the money," the little boy said. This was urgent. The pocket money that he had saved for so long was only 30 yuan. It was not enough for 50 yuan. "Don't worry about it. You don't have much pocket money. Besides, I don't need it." Most of the children living in this villa area came from well-off families. The more generous parents would give more. Many elementary school children who played games were rich. "Next week. I should be able to pay you back the next week," the little boy said with certainty. He thought of an idea. "Let's not talk about this first. How's your cat now?" the little girl asked. "It's good. I heard that when a cat gets old, its teeth will fall out. But when I opened it yesterday, my cat didn't lose a single tooth. It has a good appetite. But when I saw it last week, it looked listless. It didn't even jump when I teased it with a wool rope. It looks so lazy." Chapter 334. When they left the neighborhood, there was only the little boy. The little girl lived there, but now she had returned home. Zheng Tan followed the little boy not far behind. After leaving the lakeside villa area, they walked along the main road and turned a corner. There was a neighborhood that had been built 10 years ago, and the child's family lived there. It was Zheng Tan's first time here. Compared to some of the neighborhoods on the old street, there was not much difference. Perhaps the neighborhoods that had been built back then were all similar. The child's family lived on the second floor. Before entering the building, he could see a yellow and white cat squatting on the second floor windowsill. This should be the 12-year-old cat. Compared to Huang and the sheriff, the cat's eyes revealed a calmer emotion. It was unclear whether it was because of its age or because of its personality. The child looked at the cat on the second floor, smiled, and waved at it before entering the building. In the past, his cat could easily jump down from the second floor. It could not be locked up, but now it could not. It spent most of its time at home. At most, it would lie on the windowsill to bask in the sun and look outside. Zheng Tan did not follow. Seeing that the cat on the second floor had returned to the house after the child entered the building, Zheng Tan decided to jump to the second floor to take a look. After all, he was just a cat now, not a person. No one would think that he was a thief. This kind of old neighborhood was easy to climb. Plus, many residents like to install a shelter at the window to block the rain and the air conditioning from upstairs. After climbing to the second-floor windowsill, Zheng Tan did not enter. Instead, he squatted on the windowsill. The area of the house was not big. It was about the size of a Jiao family. However, it had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Perhaps the old neighborhood liked to design the bedrooms to be bigger, so the living room was much smaller. This room did not have a balcony. Looking at the picture on the bedside table, it should be the child's parents' room. The door was not closed. From the windowsill, Zheng Tan could see the situation at the door. The old cat was squatting half a step away from the door. When it heard the familiar footsteps, its tail slowly wagged as it looked at the gap below the door. After the sound of the security door opening, there was no sound of the wooden door opening immediately. Below the door, a long green blade of grass stretched out from the crack. This was what the child had pulled from a flower bed in the community when he came back. Zheng Tan was puzzled when he saw this. Why was the child pulling grass? Zheng Tan had only thought that children of this age had bad hands and always wanted to play with something. Now it seemed that this was not the case. Moreover, looking at the interaction between the two, this kind of situation should have happened more than once. Perhaps it had already been going on for a few years. Tomcat looked at the swaying grass and reached out its paw to grab it. If it were Huang and the rest, they would have already jumped left and right, scratched here and there like crazy people. Even the slightest movement would cause them to act as if they had discovered a new continent. The cat did not jump left or right. Perhaps it was just as the child had said. It could not jump anymore. It did not jump as much as a young cat. Although it didn't jump much, the speed of its claws was still quite fast. After pulling the grass into the house, Tomcat bit it twice and ignored the grass nailed to its paws. It continued staring at the door. This time, it did not stare at the crack of the door. Instead, it stared at the door lock. The wooden door opened, and the child walked into the house. He threw the bowl in his hand to the side and picked up Tomcat to pat its fur before putting it down. The parents were not home, and the child's grandmother was resting in the room. The large room was divided into 2. One was for the grandmother, and the other was for the child. On the dining table in the living room were cooked dishes. They were still warm, and the rice was in the rice cooker. Without eating, the child took out the red rope knitted fabric from his pocket and put it on his cat. After being put on the collar, Tomcat was not used to it. It rubbed against the corner of the table twice, but it quickly gave in under the child's comfort and stopped rubbing. The child scratched Tomcat's chin and whispered, "Don't run around. Don't fall like last time. It's not good to fall at your age. You're not young anymore, do you know that?" As for the red rope, he did not plan to tell his family the truth. If they asked, he would say that he bought it for $2. If his family found out that he spent $50 to buy something that did not even have a stone as an accessory for a cat, he would definitely be scolded. His small pocket money would also be deducted. He did not know much about the zodiac year. He only heard Nini mention that people in her neighborhood bought red ropes. He also thought about the older cat upstairs and decided to buy one. He did not necessarily believe in those things. Perhaps he was just looking for psychological comfort. While the child was eating, Tomcat seemed to want to jump onto the high stool next to the child. When it reached the stool, it looked at the stool as if it was measuring the height of the stool. It took a lot of effort to jump, but it was not as nimble as Huang and the rest. Perhaps people could not see the difference, but Zheng Tan knew the movements of cats, so he could see the difference. The child picked up a piece of chicken, rolled it in the bowl, and removed the oil and heavy sauce outside the chicken. Then he picked it up and gave it to the cat on the stool next to him. Looking at the cat eating the meat, Zheng Tan felt that although the cat looked old, it would not deteriorate quickly. It was just that she did not know how long it could live. After all, most cats only had a lifespan of about 10 years, and some had even shorter lifespans. When the child turned his head, he found that there was a black cat on the windowsill of his parents' room. However, when he walked over, the black cat had already jumped down from the windowsill. After Zheng Tan landed, he looked at the window on the second floor. He walked to the flower bed next to the building and squatted there. He planned to stay there for a while. He took a nap. When he woke up, it was about 1:30 in the afternoon. Zheng Tan woke up after hearing the voices of the two children. They should be children from the same neighborhood. They came to find the child on the second floor to go to school together. "Hey, Wang Xing, your cat is on the windowsill sending you off again," one of the children said. "Right, how is the cat upstairs?" "It's not good. I heard from my dad that the cat upstairs is already 17 years old. It's 5 years older than my cat. Last month, when it was playing with Furball, it twitched and fell to the ground. Its legs and feet are a little stiff. It used to be so fat, but now it's only 2 or 3 pounds. Yesterday, when I went upstairs, I saw the auntie feeding it water with a needle. It can't even drink water by itself." Wang Xing did not want to talk about this, so he changed the topic and said, "Are you going over there this week?" The other two children obviously knew what Wang Xing meant by there. They nodded. "Of course. Are you going too?" "Yes. Call me if you want to go." "Okay, but don't tell your family." "Of course. I'm afraid that my parents will find out." After leaving the neighborhood, Zheng Tan did not follow the three children. He was hungry, so he decided to go home and eat something first. Zheng Tan saw the child named Wang Xing again on Saturday. In the morning he went out with the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa went to the courtyard, and Zheng Tan ran around the school. Exercising was a must. When he saw the three children, they were holding a plastic bag in their hands. The bag was already filled with empty bottles, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and so on. The there they were talking about was Tsinghua University. The consumption of students in the university was huge, so there were a lot of empty bottles. Even though the weather was still cool, there were still many bottles. Zheng Tan followed them not far away, watching them pick out empty bottles from the trash can or the garbage dump. As they picked up the bottles, the three children talked to each other. It should be the first time that the child named Wang Xing did this. The other two children were telling him about their experiences. Other than the mineral water bottles, there were also cans. They talked about which were aluminum and which were iron, which were bought and which were not, which were expensive and which were cheap. It seemed that these two children had done this many times. Wang Xing dragged the bag. This bag was used by his grandmother to store mattresses. Later on, there were a few holes in it, but she could not bear to throw it away. She kept it in the corner of the junk pile. It had been 2 to 3 years, and when he dug it out, the bag was covered in dust. It did not matter if there were holes. Although there were many holes, they were not big. It was enough for him to store the bottles. In the morning they were able to pick up a lot of bottles. Then, they would drag them to the scrap store to sell. A bag full of bottles could be sold for about 4 yuan after the price was calculated according to the different categories. What happened after they bought it? The two children took the money and went to the internet cafe. They decided to stay there for 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon. Zheng Tan was speechless. So they picked up the bottles for this reason? But this was also considered as self-reliance. Wang Xing did not go. Although he also wanted to play computer games, he was still in debt. He made an appointment with the two children, and took the bag himself to pick up the bottles. Zheng Tan had nothing to do today, so he followed the child to see how many bottles he would pick up. As they walked, they came to the back of the Institute of Biological Sciences. There was a big trash can there. Wang Xing saw a few bottles, and wanted to go over. Unexpectedly, when he was about to touch them, his arm was pushed. He looked sideways and saw a black cat. Black cat again? Wang Xing frowned and did not intend to pay attention to it. He raised his hand to pick up the bottles again. This time he was not stopped by the cat, but by someone. A cleaner who was in charge of cleaning here told Wang Xing that the things in here were very dangerous. He could not pick them up with his bare hands. The garbage here had to be specially treated, and would not be mixed with ordinary garbage. Zheng Tan also knew this. It was because of this that he stopped Wang Xing when he was going to pick up the bottles. After the cleaner left, Wang Xing looked at the big trash cans and turned to Zheng Tan and said, "Thank you." He now somewhat understood the black cat's actions. At the back door, there was a person in a white lab coat dragging a big trash can out. Wang Xing planned to leave first. Since the bottles here were more dangerous, then he would change to another place. It was better not to get hurt just to pick up the bottles. Black charcoal. Wang Xing paused when he heard the voice. He didn't know who the person was calling, but he felt a little guilty for picking up bottles at someone else's place. He planned to leave quickly, but the person over there seemed to be shouting in his direction. Zhang Tan looked at the person and sighed in his heart. It could not be helped. He would meet acquaintances wherever he went. The person who dragged the trash can out was one of Jiaopa's students, the big guy Su Chu. He was now the second in Jiaopa. After Exian graduated and went abroad this year, he would be promoted to a senior. However, his personality did not change much. For people like him who had a master's degree and doctorate for a few years, their personality would not change much. Compared to people of the same age who had entered society earlier, their personalities were still much simpler. Hey, who is this child? Su Chu looked at the child next to Zhang Tan and asked. Chapter 335. Today, it was Su Chu's turn to be on duty in the lab. The trash can in the lab was full, so he pulled it out. He didn't expect to see the boss's cat when he came out of the back door. The master's students under Professor Jiao all knew that the boss's cat had a high status. Don't look down on it, or you'll suffer. Su Chu, who had received a favor before entering the lab, was really grateful to the cat. After a few years, they had become very close. However, Su Chu had never seen the kid standing next to the cat. He didn't look like a relative of the boss. As for the snakeskin bag, Su Chu was tall, so he could see the empty bottles in the bag after a few steps. He immediately understood what the kid was doing. Seeing that the kid was about to leave, Su Chu quickly said, Hey, don't go. I still have a lot of bottles. Do you want them? Wang Xing, who had just taken a step, stopped again. He was too embarrassed to speak. However, Su Chu didn't wait for him to speak. He put the trash can down and said, Wait a minute. Then he ran into the building. Wang Xing stood there and looked at the person running into the building. He then looked at the black cat next to him and whispered, Hey, black cat, is that someone you know? Zhang Tan waited on the side. He once saw a study room outside the window. There were many students who pushed their drink bottles and mineral water bottles in the corner. They didn't necessarily want to sell them for money. Those who drank often didn't lack money. They were just lazy and would throw them away when they accumulated more. Su Chu came out quickly. Behind Su Chu were a man and a woman. They didn't wear white lab coats. They probably came out from other study rooms after hearing Su Chu's words. The three of them were either holding or hugging a pile of bottles. Some were plastic, and some were aluminum. Some students weren't used to the boiled water here. They found it smelly and often drank purified water or vitamin drinks. Therefore, there were many bottles of this kind. The three of them put the bottles in the snakeskin bag. They didn't let Wang Xing do it himself. Wang Xing stood awkwardly on the side. He didn't know what to say. He just blushed and said thank you. A student that Zhang Tan didn't know helped Wang Xing organize the things while giving him advice. Little brother, let me tell you something. You probably won't be able to find these aluminum cans in the Hua Institute. There are people there who are doing research on recycling precious metals. You won't be able to find any aluminum cans there, so you don't have to go there. There may be a few places where there may be a lot, but don't go to the old student dormitory area. The area there has been completely divided by several building managers. A kid like you will probably be at a disadvantage if you go there. Also, there are several waste collection places in our school, but the boss of one of them is better. You can sell it for more money. You can go to the small hardware store at the school gate and buy a pair of ordinary cotton gloves that cost 1 yuan. It's safer that way. When Zhang Tan heard, I'm telling you, he knew that there would be a lot of things to say. This person was really long-winded. However, he said it in detail. Wang Xing also listened very carefully. Understanding more could save a lot of time and improve efficiency. This person said that he also did this kind of thing when he was an undergraduate. Although the word waste collection was embarrassing, it could sell a lot of money in a day. In the past, he picked up things with his classmates for novelty. The people in the dormitory added a week's worth of meals. Later, he stopped because of his studies. Just like the Environmental Protection Association, there are people who openly ride a 3-wheeled motorcycle in the name of environmental protection and wander around the school all day long to pick up things. I heard that someone used the money from the waste collection to buy a small electric car. That arrogant look. In addition to giving Wang Xing advice, They also told Wang Xing that the trash cans in some places shouldn't be rummaged through. Just like the trash cans in their courtyard, there may be more harmful substances in them. Although toxic and dangerous things wouldn't be thrown here, even if it was just a very ordinary empty bottle, you wouldn't know what was in the bottle, whether it was thrown away by someone, whether there were drug residues in the bottle, and whether there would be other harm. Generally, the trash cans here wouldn't be left for too long. Soon someone would come and take them away. The cleaner auntie just dragged away one, and now she came again. She put down the empty trash cans and dragged away the full ones. Thank you, brother and sister. Wang Xing looked at the bag full of bottles and said, "Io, what are you thanking us for? Little brother, when will you come again? We will keep them for you. Sai, if you come over during the summer, there will be more. We don't have summer holidays here. If you want, you can come over during the summer." The woman said. In the school, many children directly called them uncle and auntie. It was rare to hear them call them brother and sister. His mood suddenly became better. After Su Chu and the others entered the building, Wang Xing dragged the bag full of bottles and went to another place that sold waste that the person told him just now. He picked up some more along the way. At the place where he and his classmates went before, not only did the person who collected the waste reduce the price, but he was also very precise. Therefore, Wang Xing decided to try another place. Just like what the graduate student said, although the place that collected the waste was a little far, it was only a little far. This time Wang Xing sold a lot, so the price was a little higher. He also had more money. The person even rounded it up. Originally it was 560 yuan, but he directly gave Wang Xing 6 yuan. Wang Xing carefully put the money into his inner pocket. He was thinking about whether he should change to a bigger bag tomorrow. They were all empty bottles, and they were not heavy. He also had the strength to carry them. With experience, it was easy. The first time he was unfamiliar, the second time he was familiar with it. In addition, there were people who gave him advice, so his efficiency also increased. Wang Xing went 3 times in the afternoon. Adding the money he sold in the morning, he made a total of 23 yuan. For Wang Xing, 20 yuan was a lot. He saved for 2 months and only managed to save 30 yuan. Today, he sold more than 20 yuan, which was enough to pay off his debt. He would continue tomorrow on Sunday. If he could come over every weekend, he would not need to pay for his living expenses. He could also buy some things for his family, as long as he could put down his pride. Seeing that it was almost time, Wang Xing went to the internet cafe to find his classmates and then went back together. After that, as long as there was no heavy rain, Zheng Tan could basically see Wang Xing's figure on campus every weekend. Zheng Tan went to Wang Xing's neighborhood several times. Every time he went, the old cat would squat by the windowsill on the 2nd floor of the building. Whether it could get some sun or not, it would always squat there with a red rope around its neck and squint its eyes. When it saw Zheng Tan, the cat only opened its squinted eyes a little and looked down at Zheng Tan, who was standing downstairs. Cats always liked to squat at high places and look down, whether it was a kitten or an old cat. According to Wang Xing, this old cat was a popular character in this area when it was young. However, Wang Xing did not remember much at that time. Some of it was what he heard from his parents, and some of it he remembered. When Wang Xing was very young, he got into a fight with a kid who was 1 year older than him in the community. His cat even went to help him and scratched the kid. Wang Xing's parents came to his house with gifts to apologize, and they even paid for the injection. Because of this, Wang Xing's parents almost sent the cat away, saying that it scratched people. If Wang Xing had not cried and rolled on the ground and refused to let them send the cat away, perhaps he would not have seen the old cat now. For many children, going home after school was a very happy thing. Other than not having to sit in the classroom and be restrained, they were also thinking about cartoons and TV series. Wang Xing's happiest thing when he went home every day was to pull a weed and squat in front of his house to play with the cat on the other side of the door. In the summer, he would also catch some small insects like grasshoppers for his cat to play with. People who did not have a cat could not understand the feelings of people who had lived with cats for a few years, or even 10 or 20 years. Wang Xing was willing to spend a large amount of money to buy a cat some hope that he did not know whether it was real or not. Looking at the old cat on the windowsill, Zheng Tan turned around and left. The old cat on the windowsill opened its eyes a little. The sun was too strong for it to open its eyes. It squinted and looked at the black cat who was walking further and further away. It yawned and raised its paws to lick them. It did not care if the paws were still sharp or if it could still fight, but it still licked seriously. It was a habit, a natural instinct, or perhaps other emotions. Then it calmly looked at the neighborhood that it could not be more familiar with. The azaleas were blooming, and the sun was still shining. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Tan found some time and went to the old woman with the money in his vest. He did not buy a bracelet. The old woman introduced him to a waist chain with some small stones on it. He did not know what material it was made of. Zheng Tan did not know much about it and had never studied it before, but it looked quite beautiful. However, when the old woman offered a price of 1,000, Zheng Tan could not help but shake his beard twice. Zheng Tan's private stash of money that he had saved up in his drawer was just 1,000 yuan. This old woman had really pinched it well. In the end, Zheng Tan gritted his teeth and bought it. His private stash was basically emptied. If this was the old Zheng Tan who spent money extravagantly, he would have made more than this in a day of picking up girls. However, Zheng Tan's situation was different now. It was not convenient for him to withdraw money from his card, so he could only earn overtime. Hopefully, I can work more overtime next month, Zheng Tan thought to himself. The old woman made the waist chain at the last minute. Zheng Tan squatted at the side and watched, closely observing how the old woman used her trembling hands to quickly make complicated knots. The knots were not all the same. Zheng Tan did not know what pattern was used to weave the chain. Anyway, as she looked at it, she could not figure it out. A third of the chain was finished. She looked at it again and again, and then it was finished. The old woman took out the money from Zheng Tan's vest and put it into the box of money without counting it. Then she put the waist chain in a small cloth bag and put it into Zheng Tan's vest pocket. Her old face was full of wrinkles from smiling. When he saw little Pomelo happily put on the waist chain, Zheng Tan suddenly felt less distressed about the money. He hoped that little Pomelo would not be as unlucky as Boss Kai. Speaking of Boss Kai, who could be attacked, even when he was lying down, he was in a good mood recently. He launched 2 new dishes, and the restaurant was still very popular. He also took the time to take his wife and children from Nanjing to travel around. Zheng Tan had not seen Boss Kai for a few days in a row. However, although Boss Kai was not there, he had told the manager that when Zheng Tan came over, he only needed to wait in Boss Kai's lounge, and he would be able to eat soon. Zheng Tan suddenly felt a little guilty about stretching out his arms and opening his mouth to eat. However, that was only a momentary feeling. He still enjoyed what he should enjoy. Since he had been forced to become a cat, why couldn't he enjoy some special treatment? On this day, when Zheng Tan went to eat, he met an acquaintance again. Lu Ba and Jin Gui. Chapter 336. Some time ago, Lu Ba had been busy with something outside, and was not in Chuhua City at all. As for the number 46, that he had been paying attention to, every time he called, the phone was turned off. This made Lu Ba think that the person had directly abandoned the number. He even added 200 yuan to the number. Unfortunately, there was no news from the other party until now. Zheng Tan did not know that someone had added money to his number. He did not turn on his phone now. Except for the novelty of holding the phone in the beginning, he was bored later. He could not call others to chat. What would he say if he called? How? There were only so many people he knew. Moreover, he could not talk, so he put his phone there temporarily. When Zheng Tan saw Lu Ba, he had just finished eating and jumped out of the window of Boss Kai's lounge. Lu Ba happened to see him. Hey, the cat is stealing food. Lu Ba shouted at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan. Steal your sister. Do I need to steal food here? After glancing at Lu Ba, Zheng Tan planned to ignore him and leave directly. He did not expect that Lu Ba would follow him. After Lu Ba went out and returned to Chuhua City, he was dragged by Jin Gui to eat food. Jin Gui liked food very much. He had recommended it to Lu Ba several times. It was rare for new dishes to be served, so he dragged Lu Ba here. They had just finished eating and planned to go back to Jin Gui's place. However, they did not expect to meet Zheng Tan. Liu Ba changed his mind and decided to walk with Zheng Tan to digest the food. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He came to Chuhua City to have a good rest for a few days. He called that number again this morning, but it was still the same. The other party's phone was turned off. He did not know what to do. It was boring. Should he go to a bar and find a girl to spend the night with tonight? Zheng Tan did not intend to pay attention to the two people behind him. He did not deliberately walk fast. Why should he walk so fast when he was full? Why should he torment himself for the two people behind him? Out of sight, out of mind. He just ignored the two people behind him. However, after hearing what the golden turtle said to Liu Ba, Zheng Tan couldn't help but pay attention to their conversation. According to the golden turtle, Liu Ba was going to a small city in the northern part of Sichuan province at the beginning of next month. She had probably received another order. It was already April, and the next month would be May. At the beginning of May, Liu Ba would go to North Shu. Zheng Tan couldn't help but think of the natural disaster he had posted on the forum a few days ago when he secretly went online. Back then, Zheng Tan actually didn't pay much attention to the disaster and didn't know much about it. He only had a general idea. At that time he was still a heartless fool, playing games and picking up girls crazily, wasting away his years in mediocrity. Now he wanted to tell more people what he knew, but in less than a minute after he posted the post, his account was banned and deleted. The reason was that he was spreading rumors, destroying harmony, and was banned without discussion. Well, Zheng Tan didn't know what to do now. If he was a human, it would be a little easier. However, he was now a cat, and his means were limited. Among the people he knew, it seemed that no one would go there. Zheng Tan had been struggling for several nights. However, now that he heard that Liu Ba was going to North Shu, Zheng Tan had an idea. If he couldn't do it himself, he could ask others for help. He just didn't know if Liu Ba would believe him. After returning to Chuhua University, Zheng Tan rarely checked his phone. It was turned off and had no battery, so he had to charge it. The good thing was that the quality of the phone was good. After leaving it here for so long, it was still in good condition after charging it. There were many messages and prompts. Zheng Tan looked at them one by one and deleted them one by one. He found that there was a message to charge the phone, which surprised Zheng Tan. Looking at the message behind Liu Ba, although it didn't say clearly, Zheng Tan could guess that it was Liu Ba who helped to charge the phone. Zheng Tan didn't contact Liu Ba immediately. Instead, he sent a message to Liu Ba a week later, asking if he would change his account number next month. Liu Ba, who was watching Animal World and yawning in boredom on the sofa, immediately became energetic when he saw the familiar number. He dialed it directly. As usual, the other party refused to answer. However, after reading the message, Liu Ba replied seriously. He would still use this account next month. At the same time, he gave Liu Ba another number. If Liu Ba couldn't get through with this account, he could call another one. There was always one who could. Zheng Tan asked Liu Ba whether he would go on a long trip next month. After a while, Liu Ba replied. He only said that he would go on a long trip, but didn't say where he would go. He couldn't tell Liu Ba many things related to business as he did with Jean Gui. After getting the information he wanted, Zheng Tan directly turned off his phone. Liu Ba made several calls in succession. Listening to the familiar prompts, he put down the phone and wondered what the other party meant. He always felt that the other party seemed to want to tell him something very important. Liu Ba always kept this matter in mind. On the day he left Chuhua City, he called that number again, but the other party's phone was turned off. Therefore, he sent a message saying that he would leave Chuhua City today. Zheng Tan looked at the wall calendar in the living room at home and counted the time. He turned on his phone almost every day. The time was not fixed. Sometimes it was morning, sometimes it was night. Because of this, he didn't meet Liu Ba. Therefore, when he called, the phone was turned off. After seeing Liu Ba's message, Zheng Tan didn't reply. If he replied now, the other party would definitely start to call him again. There was still a week before the date that Zheng Tan circled. Zheng Tan thought that Liu Ba's situation should be stable and he could talk about it. Therefore, after dinner, he slipped out and went to the old tile-roofed housing area. At this time of night, the old tile-roofed housing area was always very quiet. This could save Zheng Tan a lot of trouble. If there were other noises, Zhang Tan was afraid that Liu Ba would guess the specific location based on the sound. After turning on his phone, he read a few messages. Liu Ba was probably busy during the mission period, so there were fewer messages. They were all unimportant messages. All of them were asking Zhang Tan what he wanted to talk about. After deleting them, Zhang Tan wrote a message asking Liu Ba what she was doing at the moment. He couldn't just call her directly. If he messed up Liu Ba's mission, Zhang Tan was worried that Liu Ba wouldn't cooperate. However, Liu Ba quickly replied, "Taking a dump." Zhang Tan didn't know what to say. At this moment, in a relatively good hotel in a small city in the northern part of Sichuan, Liu Ba was having dinner with someone. Halfway through, he left to go to the bathroom. He drained the water and smoked to relax. There were too many people coming and going, so he simply found a room and closed the door to sit on the toilet seat. No one would disturb him, so it was convenient for him to think about things and wait for time. A man and a woman had just entered the room next to his. They drank too much but were in high spirits. They were having sex in the next room, and didn't care whether it was a men's room or a women's room. Flirtatious sounds were incessant. There were a few people who came to the bathroom. Even though they couldn't see the situation inside, they still whistled obscenely. Liu Ba planned to squat inside and eavesdrop for a while. Anyway, the group of people in the private room over there were drunk. He waited until they were almost drunk before going back. He didn't expect to receive that message at this time. Liu Ba was the one who replied to the text message Zhang Tan received while sitting on the toilet seat. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tan sent another message. "I have something to tell you." "Okay, I'm all ears." Sitting on the toilet seat, Liu Ba took out a very small earphone from his pocket and put it on. It isolated the noise outside, so that he could better hear the voice from the phone when he made a call. Just as Liu Ba was about to dial, a phone call came in. Liu Ba raised his eyebrows. It was rare. This mysterious guy actually took the initiative to call. Did he have something to ask for help? Thinking quickly, Liu Ba pressed the answer button and listened attentively to the voice in the earphone. However, after waiting for a while, he found that there was no response from the other side. When the call was just connected, Zhang Tan almost spat out the dinner he had just eaten. He listened to some sounds on the other side of the phone and didn't say anything for a long time. He could imagine what the situation was on the other side. He deeply doubted whether Liu Ba was seriously taking a dump or watching something that was not suitable for children. After Liu Ba said hello twice, Zhang Tan continued to do what he wanted to do. Zhang Tan didn't send a message to tell her about it. Instead, he chose this way. Of course, he had his own considerations. Liu Ba wore the earphone. Although it was very noisy next door, the earphone could clearly hear the voice from the other side of the phone. At the same time, if the call involved confidential information, he could use the voice next door as a cover. He didn't need to be afraid of being heard by others. After all, they would pay attention to the other side of the phone. There was still no sound from the other side of the phone. Through the earphone there was still a tapping sound. Liu Ba was prepared. When the call was connected, he took out a folded pen and a small piece of paper from his pocket. With the tapping sound from the earphone, a sentence appeared on the paper. It was written in pinyin. Looking at the sentence on the paper, Liu Ba spelled it 3 times. He wondered if he had spelled it wrong and misunderstood the meaning. The other side of the phone had hung up. After the call ended, he received a message. "Do you understand?" "I don't think I understand." Looking at the sentence on the paper, Liu Ba still found it hard to believe. Zhang Tan didn't think that Liu Ba really didn't understand. It was normal for him to be suspicious when he first heard this kind of thing. "If you understand, tell as many people as possible." After Zhang Tan sent this message, he directly turned off his phone. He chose Liu Ba to help him purely based on his intuition. He felt that Liu Ba could do things that he couldn't. Moreover, he wouldn't leak the secret and could even do things better. On the other hand, Liu Ba was in a rather complicated mood now. Rationally speaking, the credibility of this message wasn't high. After all, no one could predict the future, let alone this kind of message that made people shudder all over. If it was someone who didn't know anything, it would be fine. However, Liu Ba had experienced a lot of things, including natural and man-made disasters. It was because of this that he could deduce several results from this short sentence. Each result was quite tragic. Putting the earphone back into his pocket, Liuba sat on the toilet lid and looked at the piece of paper in his hand, lost in thought. The battle next door was still fierce, but Liuba turned a deaf ear to it. He didn't have time to think about other things now. Instead, he carefully analyzed the possibility of the message on the piece of paper being true. Or was it a trick of the other party to fool him? When Liuba came back to his senses, the person next door had already left. There was no one else in the bathroom, and it was very quiet. The soundproofing effect here was very good, and the noise outside couldn't be heard. Liuba tore the piece of paper into pieces and flushed them away in the toilet. In the bathroom, a drunkard had smashed the light with his mobile phone. There was a broken mobile phone on the floor of the bathroom, and 2 of the lights on the ceiling were broken. It was much dimmer, and one of them was still flickering, adding a sense of strangeness. There was an open window in the bathroom, and the night wind blew in, making it a little cold. Chapter 337. Liuba did not know if the other party was telling the truth, but he would still do some things and tell some people. He would also be on guard. As for whether other people believed him or not, he could not control their thoughts. If he was not sure about something, there was no reason to force others to do it. Ever since that day, Liuba would call others whenever he was free for the next few days. He would call 46s, but unfortunately, the phone was turned off every time he called. Looking at the date displayed on the phone and the time mentioned by the other party, Liuba was anxious, which was rare. In the past, even if he accepted a very dangerous job, he would not be so anxious. Although he did not show it on his face and others could not see it, the feeling of not being able to vent it in his heart made Liuba almost go crazy. An earthquake with a magnitude of 8. Was this a joke? If it happened in Chuhua City, there would not be many buildings left standing. In Chuhua City, Zheng Tan still lived according to his daily habits. He looked the same as usual, but when he was alone at home he would secretly turn on the computer and surf the internet. In fact, it was not considered secretly. Zheng Tan did not pay attention and left some clues behind. That day, the Jiaopa picked up a strand of cat hair from the keyboard and glanced at Zheng Tan. Then he did not say anything else. There was no other unusual emotion on his face. This made Zheng Tan even more certain that the Jiaopa must have known something. The day was getting closer and closer. On that day, Zheng Tan did not go out. He stayed at home the whole day, opened the internet, and paid attention to a few websites. Zheng Tan did not pay attention to this matter at that time, so the time in his memory was not accurate. He only remembered a rough idea. Therefore, he stayed in front of the computer and waited. The information on the internet should be faster than the news on TV. Moreover, Chuhua City was not in the earthquake zone, and was far from the epicenter. There should be no problem. This was also the reason why Zheng Tan stayed at home, even though he knew that there would be an abnormality today. He went out for lunch at noon and came back to lie in front of the computer. After taking a short nap, he refreshed the internet after waking up. Just as Zheng Tan clicked the mouse, he suddenly felt a shake. They're here. Some people in the school sensed it and came out of the building. Some students who were doing experiments in the laboratory quickly ran out after sensing it. However, most people didn't notice it. Some people were sleeping in the dormitory, and some were paying attention to other things. They didn't realize what had happened at all. Zheng Tan refreshed the webpage. There were not many reports yet. He wandered around the house and then ran out. When he came to the old tile-roofed housing area, he dialed Liuba's number. He couldn't get through. He called again, but he still couldn't get through. Zheng Tan thought about it. He had already told Liuba about what had happened. Yesterday, he had specially sent her a text message to remind her to remember what he had said that day. Liuba had also replied. She should have been prepared. But now, her phone could not be reached. It might not necessarily be Liuba who was in trouble. It might be a communication malfunction. That night, the newspapers, and the internet were all talking about the earthquake in northwest Sichuan that afternoon. Many students called their classmates, friends, and relatives over there, but they couldn't get through. There were many situations where the line was busy. Zheng Tan went out and called Liuba again, but he still couldn't get through. Perhaps Liuba was in a more remote place and not in a big city. If she was in a remote mountainous area near the epicenter of the earthquake, she would probably encounter a lot of trouble. That night, many people were destined to have a sleepless night. Zhang Tan didn't stay at home the next day. He ran to the old tile-roofed housing area, turned on his phone and waited. He was eager to know about Lu Ba's situation, how many people had taken precautions, and how many people had survived because of it. While Zhang Tan was waiting, in a small town some distance away from the city in northern Sichuan, many of the original residential buildings had collapsed, and there was no road on the ground. Lu Ba sat on the ruins. There was nothing he could do. There were ruins everywhere. He hadn't closed his eyes since yesterday afternoon. At that time, the inspection team he was part of was inspecting a primary school. He spent some effort a day in advance to persuade the leader to have a school-wide meeting in the afternoon on the spacious playground. The playground was very big. When the earthquake happened, a part of the teaching building collapsed. Although there was chaos at that time, most of the buildings survived. As for Lu Ba himself, he had been helping with the rescue with a few people in the team. He only sat down to catch his breath now. If he didn't rest, he would probably fall down directly. His face was covered in dust, his head was dizzy, and his eyes were bloodshot. If this happened in the past, Lu Ba would never have thought that he would risk his life to save people. It was good enough that he could escape. But now he didn't eat. He only drank a few mouthfuls of dirty water. He was in a sorry state as he followed a few people to save survivors from the ruins. There was a person in the team who seemed to be very timid. Lu Ba had always felt that this person was too weak and didn't look like a man. However, this person had been working with Lu Ba and the others since yesterday. His condition was worse than Lu Ba's. He almost fell down just now, so he was forced to rest. In this state, not only would he suffer, but he might also make mistakes when saving people. The aftershocks were still going on. Hero? Bear? Only when one really reached that point could one tell. Perhaps even the person himself didn't know how far he could go. Liu Ba pinched the corner of her eyes with her dusty and wounded hand. She fumbled in her pocket and took out a twisted cigarette. The lighter was gone, but there was a mini lighter on the key string. After lighting it up, Liu Ba took a puff of the cigarette. His hands, which used to be able to untie ropes when he was tied up, were shaking uncontrollably now. Lu Ba had always boasted that he could remain calm in the face of danger. But now, he knew that he had overestimated himself. He looked up at the sky. There was no sunlight, and the sky was overcast. He was reborn, but strangely he didn't feel much joy. If only he could tell more people. But there was no if in the world. The tobacco softened the stiffness caused by fear and fatigue. It also gave him some strength. Not far ahead, the cracked ground was like a hole that was forcibly torn in people's hearts. They didn't know how many heart-wrenching cries they heard around them. In the face of cruel nature, human life was so fragile. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The greatness and ostentatiousness of the past were also so fragile. He took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. At that time, all communications were cut off, so he couldn't make a call. He didn't use it. Later, when he was helping to save people, he fell and was almost smashed by the cement board above. Fortunately, the card should still be usable. Moreover, he still had a cell phone in his backpack. Now that communications had not been restored, he still couldn't use it. After smoking a cigarette, Lu Ba felt that he had some strength and his mind was much clearer. He got up and patted the dust off his body. He continued to help save people and carry out those who had already been killed. Zhang Tan received a call from Lu Ba on the third day of the earthquake. After Lu Ba could make calls, he received many calls and text messages from people. Lu Ba didn't have any relatives. Most of them were his friends, and people he had reminded a few days ago. There weren't many people who could really be considered his friends. Jin Gui was one of them, and he was also one of the few people who knew about Lu Ba's whereabouts. You're really still King alive. Jin Gui hadn't slept for the past 2 days. Every now and then, he would make a call and pay attention to relevant information on the internet. Now he finally made the call. Lu Ba didn't say much to Jin Gui. Time was tight. After confirming that Lu Ba was still alive, Jin Gui's tense nerves relaxed. After giving some simple instructions, he went to sleep. In addition to Jin Gui, Lu Ba also received a few calls and quickly browsed through the information on his cell phone. Although he was young, he had received a lot of orders and knew some people in this province. There were people from all walks of life, and some of them even held high positions in the system. After the shock, fear, and grief, these people all called Lu Ba to ask about the situation. How did Lu Ba know about this? This was a natural disaster, not a man-made one. It was extremely difficult to be sure. If Lu Ba hadn't reminded them, they might have been buried under the ruins. Lu Ba ignored them for the time being. He changed his SIM card and installed the card in the broken cell phone. Then he dialed Lu Ba's number. This time he didn't turn off his cell phone. The call was quickly connected. Lu Ba took a deep breath and suddenly didn't know what to say. There was still an unchanged silence on the other end. The heavy silence lasted for nearly a minute. Then Lu Ba spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Who are you? There were too many questions, too many whys, and too many inconceivable things. In the end, he only asked this question. Lu Ba had asked this question many times, but he had never been so eager to know the other party's identity. The prophecy had come true. The doubts and suspicions he had when he sat on the toilet seat were now gone. If it hadn't been for the other party, he would have been buried under the ruins with the members of the investigation group. There might not have been so many survivors in that primary school. Who are you? Lu Ba asked again because of the other party's silence. Although his voice was not loud and sounded weak and tired, there was a sense of persistence in his voice. It seemed that if the other party didn't tell him, he would do his best to find out the result. There was another period of silence. Who are you? He asked for the third time. He enunciated each word clearly. The emotion contained in his words was even stronger than the previous one. Lu Ba thought that the other party still didn't intend to tell him after he asked for the third time. When the other party hung up the phone, there was a slight rustling sound on the other end of the phone. Lu Ba didn't have her earphones because they were broken yesterday. Therefore, she pressed the handset against her ear and focused all her attention on it. The tapping sound came from the handset. Lu Ba raised his hand and wrote letters on a cracked wooden board in front of him that was covered with a layer of dust. The skin of his fingers was a little dry. When he moved, the wound split open. Lu Ba seemed to be unaware of it and focused on writing the 5 translated letters on the wooden board. G-Chuesti ghost? Ghost. Before Lu Ba had time to think deeply, the beeping sound of the phone being hung up came from the handset. As soon as he hung up, he received another call. Lu Ba answered the call. At the same time, she wiped the dust on the wooden board with the palm that wasn't holding the phone. The 5 letters disappeared as well. F*CK. Lu Ba, are you okay? I was almost buried under my own house. F*CK, if you didn't remind me. Alright you. How did you know this? Who told you this? The person who could call out the name Lu Ba directly and in such a tone obviously had a good relationship with Lu Ba. God. Lu Ba took a deep breath and sighed softly. You King Donkey? You can't be like this. Without waiting for the other party to say more, Lu Ba hung up the phone and turned it to silent mode. She looked at the post-disaster town in her field of vision and walked forward. Ghost? God. It didn't matter.